In the early 1990s, Croatia were one of a new band of nations admitted into international football after the dissolutions of multiple European republics. Whilst the rest of them stuttered and failed, Croatia prospered and became one of the great stories of the late 20th century. This is the story of the birth of Croatia, in a football sense, and the rise of the dark horses of international football, their great teams of 1996 and 98. Football came to Croatia specifically towards the back end of the First World War, but only officially in 1940, when they encountered the perennial neutrals of Switzerland. The nascent footballing outfit wouldn't be allowed to go out on their own. Croatia and Croatian football would be enveloped into Yugoslavia after the Second World War. Croatians would play international football at the highest level, only hidden from public view outside of their own borders under the guise of Yugoslavia. Yugoslavia ought to have been world beaters, able to draw on players from Croatia, Serbia, Montenegro, Bosnia and Slovenia. For more on their history, stick around, there'll be more in this issue this week. Plug plug. It was an open secret that there was a quota that the selectors had to adhere to. Whilst Croatia would be allowed 5 players in each squad, Serbia would be given double that, and those from Montenegro, Bosnia and Slovenia peppered the remainder of the squad. In a 2012 interview with the Blizzard, former coach Ivica Osim all but confirmed this quota. Everything is politics, every club was politics, and especially the national team was politics. Before he would go on to compare how difficult it would be for an Englishman to pick a Team GB squad from all United Kingdom nations. That hypothetical manager would be tasked with keeping all the players and supporters happy, and that wouldn't even be with the impending threat of war or conflict as it constantly was in Yugoslavia. The Republic would be temporary, and the foundations were loosened by the seismic news that Yugoslavia's communist dictator Tito died in May 1980. It is said that when Yugoslavia buried Tito, they effectively buried Yugoslavia. Fast forward 11 years, Slovenia and Croatia both declared themselves to be sovereign states and were all set to declare their independence. The new president of Serbia, Slobodan Milosevic, admitted Yugoslavia is finished. War was now inevitable, and the first casualties came in March of 1991. And yet, 2 months later, a Yugoslavian club became European champions via Red Star Belgrade as their country imploded in the background. A month later, both Croatia and Slovenia officially declared its independence. Croatia fought for that independence in a bloody war until November 1995. Meanwhile, if we can circle things back to football, Croatian football was back. FIFA officially recognised the new state in July 1992, 2 months after the first former Yugoslav republics were ratified by the United Nations. UEFA alternatively were a little tardy on the matter, as they waited to accept Croatia until before the draw for Euro 96 qualifying in January 1994. Unfortunately, Croatia couldn't participate in FIFA's World Cup qualifying for the 1994 tournament, as they had missed the draw by 8 months, but would be in place to challenge for a spot in a competition from Euro 96 onwards. They could count on 4 players who represented Yugoslavia at the 1990 World Cup, in forwards Alan Boksic and Davor Suker, wing-back Robert Jani and midfield creator Robert Prozineski. In Zvonimir Boban, Croatia could also boast a Champions League winner. There was experience, there was quality, and in Miroslav Blažević, Croatia had their first permanent manager post-independence. Blažević had vast experience from either side of the white line, playing for Lokomotiva Zagreb, FK Sarajevo and Rijeka in Yugoslavia, before expanding to Switzerland, turning out for Sion. His coaching career began exactly there, with his early successes coming with a league title at Grasshoppers Zurich and a cup with Sion. Back in Croatia, he was able to drag Dynamo Zagreb to their first Yugoslav championships in a generation in 1983, in what was the first of 4 stints with Croatia's primary team. He didn't get everything right though. He told everyone he could that he would eat his coaching degree certificate if a certain player made it as a professional. That player Robert Prosinecki, who had already won enough for one lifetime before Croatia was reformed. He was the only Croatian who lifted the European Cup in Red Star Belgrade's 1991 winning campaign. Prosinecki was going to represent his homeland of Croatia as soon as humanly possible, and with that, they were all set to enter the international stage. Group 4 of Euro 96 qualifying, had it been drawn for the prior championships, would have included one team, Italy. From the former Republic of Yugoslavia, Croatia were joined by Slovenia, whilst former Soviet states of Lithuania, Ukraine and Estonia were packed into a 6-team pool where 2 teams would qualify. It was an open book of a qualification group where the only thing that seemed obvious was that Italy would be able to hold their own as World Cup finalists. Miroslav Blažević deployed his nation in a back 3, which might come across as a bit retrograde in the mid-90s, but this form of the once popular system was used without a sweeper. More often than not, the flat back 3 was accompanied by 2 flying wing-backs in Robert Jani and Mario Stanic or Dario Simic. A midfield trio was led by the creative forces of Prosinecki and Boban, behind a glut of attacking options, the front of which were Davosuka, Goran Vlahovic and Alen Boksic. It all began serenely. Davosuka's double away in Estonia marked Croatia's first official competitive game with a win, before the same 2-0 scoreline was achieved in Zagreb against Lithuania. Closing out the momentous year known as 1994, Croatia travelled to Palermo, where another Davosuka brace confirmed the biggest result in the country's short footballing history. Italy were beaten 2-1 and Croatia were all but home and hosed, barring any ridiculous result. It was clear that wasn't going to happen when Croatia began 1995 with a 4-0 drubbing of Ukraine in Zagreb. Goalless trips to Lithuania and Ukraine, returning home with just a point, only prolonged qualification, whilst a 7-1 battering of Estonia left Croatia on the brink of an historic qualification. All that was needed was 3 points from the visit of Italy to split. This time, Croatia didn't walk away with all 3 points. Davosuka's converted penalty equalising Demetrio Albertini's first half strike. They would only have to wait 3 days for that qualification to be sealed, thanks to a 90th minute Saso Udovic goal for neighbours Slovenia in a 3-2 triumph over Ukraine in Ljubljana. 32 days later, the Croatian War of Independence was finally ended, with the signing of the ＡBOUT agreement and complete victory for Croatia. That triumph was toasted with a fitting 2-1 win in Slovenia to confirm top spot. Whilst Croatians could be upset with UEFA's delayed acceptance of the nation into European football, they could thank them for the nonsensical seeding of the Euro 96 draw. They would be placed into an unseeded pool of 12 teams, whilst the holders Denmark and hosts England would be joined by the best performing European nations, allegedly, in Germany and Spain. In an expanded championships featuring teams like Bulgaria, Romania, Russia, Scotland and Switzerland, as well as Turkey, there was a great chance that Croatia could be given a favourable draw. Being paired off with the weakest seeded team in Denmark as well as Portugal and Turkey, it was going to be tough, but it was comfortably the softest of the 4 groups. It began in the City Ground, where the Trent would be flooded with Turkish supporters. Whether it was that fact or the small matter of Croatia playing in their first ever tournament game, they began the competition nervously. Prosinecki and Boban were largely ineffective, and the latter was hauled off before the hour mark, despite being named captain. Neither Boksic or Suker did much, the former suffering a clash of heads. However, Turkey were in a similar boat. They hadn't played tournament football since 1954, but their 20,000 supporters inside the City Ground had little to cheer for in Nottingham. Turkey were poor in front of goal and could only blame themselves for Croatia's late winner. In a feel-good story, it was Goran Vlahovic coming off the bench to find a late winner on 86 minutes. He had no right to be alive after suffering from a blood clot less than a year prior to finding the net, his country's first tournament goal. Vlahovic could largely give thanks to the opposing ＨELPI, who refused to bring him down and take a red card for his team. Whilst UEFA awarded him with a Fair Play award, Turkey fans called him a traitor. 2 days previous, Denmark and Portugal shared the spoils whilst Turkey fell to another defeat in Nottingham, thanks to UEFA's new tiebreaker rules preferring the head-to-head record as opposed to goal difference. A win for Croatia would not only send them top of the group, but confirm their spot in the quarterfinals with a game to spare. They moved north to Hillsborough to meet the holders Denmark, which had been earmarked as the most crucial of the group games. Portugal were expected to top the group with Turkey bottom, whilst Croatia and Denmark favoured for a shootout for the all-important second place in Group D. Thankfully, both Boban and Prosinecki improved from the first match, and the breakthrough should have come via a swashbuckling run from Aljoša Asanovic that would make Mickey van der Ven blush. The referee instead opted to award a goal kick, only for a carbon copy run on the other side, this time via Mario Stanic, to win a penalty, which was less of a penalty than the first shout. Davor Suker naturally coldly converted before Zvonimir Boban confirmed the win on the back post with 9 minutes to play. Croatia would qualify for the knockout stages, but they had one final flourish. Despite losing by 2 and effectively out of the game, Peter Schmeichel elected to go up for a corner and got caught short. He just about set himself in the box, and then Davor Suker impudently chipped him. Karol Poborski, eat your heart out, even though that hadn't happened yet, as Croatia confirmed a 3-0 win. It remains Croatia's biggest European Championship victory and would be the country's biggest tournament triumph until 2014. On the final day of the group stages, Croatia needed just the point, albeit against Portugal, to qualify as group winners. Paired off with the group of death featuring Germany, Italy and Czech Republic for the quarter-final, it almost didn't matter where Croatia landed. Miroslav Blažević mirrored this viewpoint, resting 7 players before publicly announcing a preference for Germany since they played, quote, proper football. Portugal ran in 2 goals before Blažević could turn to his bench to bring on Suker, Asanovic and Boban at half-time. The match over, there was little point in putting up any further fight as Portugal ran in a third. Blažević had his wish. Croatia would play Germany in the quarter-final, and not for the last time. Proper football Croatia received at Old Trafford, and their response was to target Jurgen Klinsmann. Yet it was a needless batting away of the ball by Nikola Jurkan in the penalty area that provided Germany's early solace. Klinsmann converted the penalty but continued to be kicked out of the game, and he would be substituted before the half's end. For as great as Matthias Sammer had been throughout the tournament, he was fortunate not to be sent off on 5 minutes for halting a Croatian counter-attack, and it was his sloppiness that led to Davor Suker's equaliser on 51 minutes. Any momentum Croatia had through their early second-half goal was murdered by Igor Stimac 5 minutes later when the defender tried to detach Mehmet Scholl's ankle from his foot. Down to 10 men, it would naturally be Matthias Sammer who snapped out of his poor game with the winner 3 minutes later. Removed of their resolve, the experience of Germany told as they killed off the game. Croatia's tournament was over, admirably if a little clumsily bowing out at the quarter-finals. The question now was, could they go again, but this time on the world stage? But before we answer that, I need to tell you about how I watch every single Premier League match completely legally, which means it's VPN time! A VPN hides your IP address, which lets you safeguard your internet connection. So, the absolute opposite of what the Manchester United defence would do. Am I right? No? Okay. And for those who haven't skipped this YouTube advert because you bloody love a bargain, here's why you should choose private internet access, today's video sponsor. 1. They're offering you an insane 83% VPN discounts and 4, count them, 1, 2, 3, 4 months completely free. See it like Manchester City buying Citigroup players for a knockdown price. 2. You can protect an unlimited amount of devices at the same time. Chelsea's transfer strategy for 1. You want 783 devices protected? Just buy them all up and protect them. 3. You can access region-restricted content from all over the world 365 days a year. Good news for Spurs fans whose passports are usually back in that cupboard by December. That is private internet access. Links to the discount in the description. Croatia were officially competing for a place at the World Cup, and they were handed a kind 5-team group that featured Greece, Bosnia and Herzegovina, as well as Slovenia, with the seeded team being the familiar Denmark. If Croatia could repeat their heroics from England in the summer of '96 and keep their cool against the other teams, they would be in the World Cup. Ultimately, it was a campaign of unforeseen blips at home, salvaging a point at home to Greece in November '96, chucking in multiple 2-goal leads against Slovenia 5 months later in a chaotic 3-3 in Split. That came a few days after their reunion with Denmark, which almost ended in victory, but for Brian Laudrup's late leveller. Croatia completed the 96-97 season with a difficult 1-0 win in Thessaloniki, and after hammering Bosnia 4-1, they were proving to be good travellers but vastly underachieving back at home. A late Zvonimir Boban winner at home to that same Bosnia and Herzegovina team perhaps bucked that trend, leaving Croatia with a chance to top the group going into their final match. Arguably their hardest matches were yet to come, away in Copenhagen and in Ljubljana. Croatia capitulated, shipping 3 goals in the first 40 minutes against the Danes. It left them in an unenviable position of being unable to qualify automatically, and now they needed favours from Athens. Denmark were thankfully just 3 points ahead of Greece, and goal difference stated that they needed to get a point to confirm qualification. Meanwhile, Croatia trailed Greece by a point and poorer goal difference, which left them needing to go to Slovenia and win, but also hoping that Denmark might get that point they needed. Thankfully, there was only static coming from Athens, inferring the 0-0 draw. That, when coupled with Croatia's heroic 3-1 win in Ljubljana, was a perfect concoction to gift Croatia a spot in the playoffs against Ukraine. They won comfortably in Zagreb via the goals from Slavan Bilic and Goran Vlahovic, but the tie was far from over. This much proven when Andrei Shevchenko took just 5 minutes to score in front of 77,000 of his compatriots in Kyiv. This was the epitome of the cliché, next goal is vital. If Ukraine scored it, we would be going to extra time, but if Croatia scored it, Ukraine would need 3 in response. Who do you think scored it, since we're talking about Croatia at the 1998 World Cup? Of course it was them, via Alen Boksic. Ukraine hadn't given up at that point, but did when Vitaly Kozovsky was denied a legal goal for offside. 3-1 aggregate winners, Croatia were going to the World Cup. As one as 4 debutants for the tournament, Croatia received some almighty luck when they were paired off with 2 fellow debutants in Jamaica and Japan. Being handed the seed of Argentina didn't seem like a good thing, but when you take into account that it inextricably meant that Croatia would avoid the heavier hitters of Chile, Colombia and Paraguay from pot 3, the nation could accept they'd got a decent draw once again. That luck unfortunately didn't extend to the front line. Alen Boksic was ruled out of the tournament through injury, and Davor Suker was in a rut, scoring just 5 goals all season for Real Madrid. Croatia were one of the last teams to start their tournament. Whilst Yugoslavia had stuttered through their first game against Iran hours previous, Croatia burst into life against Jamaica in Lens. Robert Prosinecki had a hand in the first before scoring the second to become the first player to score goals for 2 different teams at World Cups. Own goals excluded, you nutter. Davor Suker finished the game off, confirming a 3-1 win with 5 days to prepare for another debutant in Nantes. A win would confirm a spot in the knockouts a round early yet again. If Croatia blew Jamaica away, they were stifled in their next game against more difficult opponents in Japan, but against more vastly difficult conditions in the midday Breton sun. Yet it remains a cliched mark of a good team, win when you're not doing well, and Davor Suker's 77th minute goal confirmed that. After 5 goals for Real in 27 matches all season, the forward had hit 2 in 2. Blažević wasn't about to throw away the third match like he might have done with his multiple changes in 1996. Here there were just 2, in came Zvonimir Boban and Silvio Maric. Goal difference stated that Croatia needed to win to top the group, but the match was played in a tame manner, as Argentina changed half their outfield and were still capable of claiming the 1-0 victory. Both attempted to avoid suspensions by playing a light game, but because the referee was feeling a little bit anal, Zvonimir Soldo would miss the last 16 match thanks to a yellow card. Not that the result mattered much either way, the possible opponents of Romania or England were all but equals, and Croatia had maintained their momentum. Meeting them in the last 16 were 11 dorks with bleached blonde hair who looked like they had pitched up in Bordeaux, as a stag do. Psychologically, Zvonimir Boban summed it up when he said, "If you do this for just passing around, it told me they weren't expecting anything more, that they were already celebrating." And so it played out. Romania were inferior in every department, were exactly the kind of passive team that Boban predicted. Bizarre really, when this was a team that had only been eliminated from the World Cup in the 90s on penalties at the last 16 faced to Ireland and the quarter-final stage to Sweden. And it was a penalty that took them out of France 98, won after the softest of collisions between Georgi Popescu and Asanovic. Davor Suker, who else, scored his third goal in 4 games after a retake. After 11 minutes of the second half, the match was effectively won when Georgi Hagi was adamant he wanted to be sent off, and was. Croatia should have won by more, but there was a thrashing coming down the tracks for one team. Hello Germany in the quarter-finals, again. Somehow, champions in 1996 and even more diminished from that trophy 2 years prior, Blažević knew he was going to beat Germany this time. "I convinced my players we were the best team in the world, and they accepted it. We were packed with confidence. We destroyed the German machine 3-0 in the quarter-final, and we showed them how Croatians play football." Even though watering their legs with holy water from Lourdes had become a tradition in the Croatian camp, it was obvious they didn't need God's help. A drab first half exploded into life, and Christian Vorns was sent off, and Germany's newfound vulnerability was punished via a late first half Robert Jani goal. Goran Vlahovic and, of course, Davor Suker wrapped up the game late on in a 3-0 whitewash. Whilst Bertie Votes moaned like a little bitch about the red card that was, Croatians could point to the one that wasn't, Oliver Bierhoff escaping punishment for a brazen elbow on Zvonimir Soldo. Either way, Croatia were far and away the better team and dished out Germany's worst World Cup defeat since 1954. We laughed before like it was a joke, now we are not laughing. We are not saying we are the best, but we deserve to be in the last 4. The words of Slavan Bilic ahead of a trip to the Stade de France to meet the hosts in the semi-final. The winner would meet the Brazil of Ronaldo, Rivaldo and Roberto Carlos. The loser would play for bronze against the Netherlands of Bergkamp, Overmars and Davids. Much like the prior round, the first half was drab, only with no opposition red card and no Croatian sucker punch goal. Within 2 minutes of the second half, we had 2 strikes. Davor Suker scored his 5th goal, equaling his entire tally for the previous season, before Lilian Thuram netted his first international goal shortly after. The ball was gifted to him by Zvonimir Boban, who fought an illness to play, but by the 65th minute, he could hardly go on any further. 5 minutes later, Croatia surrendered the lead when Lilian Thuram scored his 2nd international goal. A 23-minute aberration, he would not score in another one of his 141 matches for Le Bleu. Croatia attempted to carve out a route back into the game when Slavan Bilic went down like he had been shot after a flimsy Laurent Blanc palm to the chest. The Frenchman got a red card for his troubles, was suspended for the final, but ultimately Croatia couldn't capitalise. They'd become the 5th straight European team to win bronze, a record that has continued from 1982 to this very day. Davor Suker grabbed his goal, the winner, and for the Golden Boot no less. It could scarcely have gone better for Croatia outside of pumping both France and Brazil. The foundations for success were perfect, the springboard for the 21st century, but for a country as small as Croatia in a region so hotly contested as Europe, it wasn't always that easy. The Croatia of 1996 and 1998 was a country and a football team still inventing itself and realising what they truly were. This was a Croatian public who still had the deep scars that gaining their independence gave them. A Croatian team that gained that extra slice of momentum whenever their national anthem was played. If 1996 was a ride of nationalism, 1998 was Croatia in their true potential, simply being another footballing nation at the forefront of the game. Gone was the rest of the Republic's finest players, but also gone was the infighting that helped put an end to that particular republic. Croatia was a small, tight-knit team, almost a club itself, all pulling towards the same thing, and with players of a certain quality, the overachievement was possible. After reaching a quarter-final and a semi-final, Croatia wouldn't play another knockout game for another decade. But when a generation of player comes along, Croatia has to squeeze every last drop out of it. The class of Modric, Perisic, Rakitic, Lovren and Mandzukic eclipsed even the great inaugural generation of Suker, Prosinecki and Boban by reaching their first ever World Cup final in 2018. Speaking of nations with small populations who overachieve, click on this video about Wales, except it's about the time before they got good. Italian football has a big three: Juventus, Milan and Inter. One successful back home, the other more so abroad, and the other neither here nor there. This is Inter Milan, a team that can dominate but often prefers to keep its successes brief, with long distances between. However, there was a moment, just one moment, when they might just have been the best Italy had ever seen. And it is when Germany controlled Calcio. Inter Milan, or Internazionale, were formed in 1908 and instantly were quite good at football. Within 2 years they had won their first league title and bagged 10 goals against AC Milan in the process. Renowned for being an international club, hence the name Thick O's, their beliefs were quickly quashed by fascism. Their merger with little local club Ambrosiana led them to take on their name for 20 years, because being called international really didn't wash with a fascist dictator hell-bent on making Italy Italian. Nonetheless, they'd enjoy a wave of success whilst Mussolini presided over the country thanks to the imperious Giuseppe Meazza through the 30s. Another generation would pass before Inter was successful again. After reverting to their original name, moving in with their pals into the San Siro, they finally won the Serie A title again in the 1950s. Their coach Alfredo Foni was the precursor to mainstream Catenaccio in a society still picking up the pieces from World War II and a sport still picking up the pieces from the Superga air disaster. Wedged in between Il Grande Torino and Il Trio Magico, Inter carved out a niche for themselves by winning consecutive Scudetti in 1953 and 54. The best was yet to come when Helenio Herrera was signed as Foni's successor from Barcelona. Ultimately, he'd fancy a bit of that sweet Catenaccio, but only after the bitter taste of defeat to both Juve and Milan in his first seasons. Deciding if you can't beat them, you should probably join them, Herrera transformed an attacking team into a stern defensive unit that conceded just 20 goals on the way to the title in 1963. Following in the footsteps from Italy's first ever European champions Milan, Herrera went one better by claiming successive European Cups. Football's epicentre was Milan, if only for a brief slither of time. Helenio Herrera departed after losing the European Cup final of 1967 to Celtic in Lisbon, and Milanese football plunged into the murky world of the 1970s and 80s. Whilst Milan were busy being demoted for their part in the Totonero scandal, Inter were busy winning the Scudetto in 1980. Ironically, for a team called Internazionale, they would be the last team to feature only Italian players to win the championship. Nonetheless, they'd attempt to go back to their roots in the 80s, to little avail. Rules about foreign players had finally relaxed in Italy by the decade, and with most clubs armed with the belief that you should select a group of players from the same country, Inter went for the smart option: Germany. West Germany were the national team of the decade. They won the 80s first Euros in Italy, no less, and would appear in 3 World Cup finals on the bounce. Therefore, the signings of Hansi Müller and Karl-Heinz Rummenigge made sense. Not that it went well. Hansi Müller tried his best to be despised by absolutely everyone at the club and quickly left. Meanwhile, Karl-Heinz Rummenigge was seen as the more surefire bet, having recently won the Ballon d'Or. Except he was the wrong side of 30, and whilst he was a scorer of great goals, his deadlier goal-scoring streak had deserted him. He transformed overnight from 3 Bundesliga golden boots to a career south of the Alps, wrecked by injuries. It almost felt like Inter had been cursed when it came to foreign talent. From the Brazilian Joare, Belgian Ludo Kocek, and even Irishman Liam Brady, none really stuck about and made an impact. Meanwhile, Zico, Diego Maradona, Preben Elkjær, Falcao and Michel Platini were some of the league's best stars in this time. This was a time of economic boom in Italy. The country's football clubs almost felt untouchable and were more than happy to buy players by the bucket load and shuffle the deck until they got the right combination that stuck, either with a Scudetto or in Europe. As George Orwell predicted, things changed in 1984, but in more serene Milanese times, particularly for Inter. Ernesto Pellegrini was a hospitality businessman who had worked with the Agnelli family of Juventus fame, and he decided he fancied a piece of the same pie, so he bought Inter. Umberto Agnelli is said to have remarked, "Look, our cook has bought Inter, presumably to widespread hilarity, and it is from here where we pick up Inter." Maybe it was because of that little dig by Agnelli that Pellegrini went for the one who had delivered constant success at some of Inter's biggest rivals, Giovanni Trapattoni. As a player, Trapattoni was a hard-nosed, mean midfielder brought up in a tough suburb of Milan where he worked in a bakery as a teenager. Whilst at the San Siro in a playing capacity, he was part of the great Nerio Rocco teams that won all there was to win, Scudetti, European Cups, the lot. He shot to fame and lives on in myth and legend for his exploits against world-class goalscorers of his day. He will be forever eulogised for his man-marking job on Pelé at international level, even if this was for 23 minutes when Pelé was injured. It should be the job he did on Benfica's Eusebio in the 1963 European Cup final that we praise the most, as Trapattoni and Milan broke the Iberian spell over the continent by becoming the first Italian team to win the big prize. His playing career was good, for sure, but nothing compared to what was going to come. As a manager, his most successful body of work wouldn't be in Milan, but in Turin. His caretaker spells in charge of the Rossoneri in the early to mid-1970s really didn't amount to much of anything, so he shuttled across to Turin to find his next job. Torino had surprisingly won Serie A in 1976, and their neighbours Juventus could not be having that. They had to make a bold move and did so with their left-field managerial decision as Giovanni Trapattoni was hired right from under the noses of Atalanta. A 35-year-old successful former player for another club but largely unproven in the dugout, it'd be a bit like Chelsea taking a punt on Steven Gerrard today. Juventus were arguably the most successful club in Italian football, but their one weakness was on the continent where both Milan clubs had thrived. Il Trap inherited a god-awful setup. Pietro Anastasi had left for Inter, Jose Altafini was busy retiring, and Fabio Capello was utterly crocked. With hindsight, it was probably for the best that Trapattoni received such a transitional Juve. Foundationally, Trapattoni plumped for experience in Roberto Boninsegna and Romeo Benetti before crucially bringing in a young fullback by the name of Antonio Cabrini. In his first season, he captured the UEFA Cup and Serie A double and followed that up with another Scudetto in 1978. 4 more would arrive in the 80s, signalling Juve's return to prominence, but there was still that nagging feeling that the old lady could not do it abroad on the biggest stage. They'd had a European Cup final in the palm of their hands in 1978, but chucked it away against Club Brugge before they were pitifully dumped out at the first hurdle a season later to Rangers. Even when Italy were riding the crest of a wave as world champions with a large Juve contingent, they would be scuppered in a European Cup final by Hamburger SV. A lot of the players lifting that trophy had been on the receiving end of that 1982 World Cup final defeat by a Juve-inspired Italy. Trapattoni, however, would break the spell over the subsequent 2 years, leading Juventus to the springboard of the Cup Winners' Cup in 1984 before the European Cup 12 months on. However, such was the backdrop of that later triumph, many Juventus fans could only truly celebrate a European Cup well after Giovanni Trapattoni had departed. Regardless, in the space of one managerial tenure, Trapp had taken Juventus from European trophy virgins to claiming a complete set of UEFA silverware, something that only 4 clubs have replicated since. The cloud of hazel hung heavy in Turin, and within 12 months, Trapattoni had left. Again, he found himself with a project of transition and the turning around of an enormous club on his hands. Inter weren't a club as used to the hordes of trophies and instant successes like Juventus, but they were still one of the big 3 of Italian football. Whilst Juventus folded upon the retirement of Michel Platini and the resignation of Giovanni Trapattoni, their place wouldn't be taken by Inter. The Nerazzurri's main threat as the 80s gave way for the 90s was Milan. Silvio Berlusconi had gotten a head start in the San Siro, and it was obvious that they were in the clear, with signings like Marco van Basten, Frank Rijkaard and Ruud Gullit. With rules now allowing for 3 foreign players in a Serie A team and the brightest Dutch stars occupying the rival team across town, Inter went for the next best thing. Netherlands might have won the European Championships in 1988, but the next best thing, West Germany, were crammed full of talent, and Inter desperately opened their chequebook. But what were Inter buying for their money? In Lothar Matthäus, the headline, the star attraction, quite possibly the greatest German footballer of all time. If not the best, certainly in the conversation, and definitely number 1 since Franz Beckenbauer graced the field. In a way, Matthäus was similar to De Keyser. For one, he governed any team that he played in, and in his peak he could play as a 6, 8 or a 10. He had an offer to go to Serie A year prior in a very clandestine, probably illegal and incredibly direct manner when Diego Maradona personally sent him a suitcase full of cash. We don't know what Matthäus did with the kind donation from the Argentine, but what we do know is Matthäus never played for Napoli. He came to Inter just like his club teammate and national teammate Andreas Bremer. Now, the press weren't exactly kind to the former Bayern Munich player when he moved south to Milan. When comparing Matthäus and Bremer, the former was said to be the rich, succulent steak, whilst Bremer was the bone attached with all the excess fat on it. Bremer, however, was multi-tooled like that aforementioned bone. He was a left-back in all but name, and whilst it is certainly the least glamorous position on the football pitch, Bremer made it his own. In West Germany at the time, every club followed the mantra of a 5-man defence, which made Bremer incredibly valuable as a left wing-back who was the epitome of versatility. 2-footed and deadly from set pieces, Inter really couldn't have asked for a better player down the left. One man Inter couldn't get a hold of right away, however, was Stuttgart forward Jürgen Klinsmann. Born in Göppingen, almost 50 kilometres east of Stuttgart, it was in the neighbouring city where the striker found fame. Starting life off at Stuttgarter Kickers, it wasn't long before it became blindingly obvious that Klinsmann was going to outgrow them. He was a starter at Kickers before he was an adult, and by the time he entered his 20s, it was time for him to enter the Bundesliga across town with VfB. Even then, he was a big fish in a moderately sized pond, as he maintained a record of a goal every other game in league competition whilst being the envy of the rest of the Bundesliga. In truth, given the state of the league at that time, Klinsmann was close to eclipsing it. By 1988, after an unfortunate run to the semi-finals of a home Euros, the striker was all set to depart for Serie A and Inter, only for admin to get in the way of all of that. Not that Klinsmann particularly minded scoring 19 goals in the subsequent 1988-89 season, just as he had done in the previous 2 campaigns. Added to that another top 5 finish and a UEFA Cup final, he was finding success. Just not as much as his West Germany teammates south of the border in Milan. Bayern Munich had won the Bundesliga in 1988. They were challenging for European Cups alongside some great teams like Milan, Real Madrid, PSV and Steaua Bucharest. It didn't mean that they were immune from some also-ran Serie A team coming along and poaching their players. Again, this was a great financial time for Italy and its football clubs, and in football, money talks. Bayern were the biggest fish in West German football at the time. This made them a comparative minnow to Inter, a club with a decent enough history in a wealthier league. This had been the case for a while. For example, when Bayern last did business with Inter, selling Karl-Heinz Rummenigge to Inter for 8 million Deutschmarks, it had effectively saved the Germans from bankruptcy. It was the European footballing food chain. Inter funded Bayern's glorious team of the 1980s, and now with the signings of Andy Bremer and Lothar Matthäus priming the Germans to build another squad, as Inter attempted to do the same. Germany this, Germany that, let's actually look at some other signings, shall we? Most importantly, in came Nicola Berti and Ramon Diaz in another double swoop, this time from Fiorentina. In the off-season, Trapp had gotten some pretty hefty players off the books as well, in Enzo Scifo to Bordeaux, Daniel Passarella back home to River Plate, as well as Alessandro Altobelli to Juventus. The transition was complete, not that there wasn't a spine of true integrates still running through the team. Walter Zenga, an Inter fan at heart, still kept goal. Beppe Bergomi was halfway through his 20-year odyssey with the Nerazzurri at the heart of the defence, and Aldo Serena was about to score a bucket load up front. Not that you'd be able to guess from their poor 1987-88 campaign. It finished with Inter a distant fifth, a full 15 points off the pace set by their roommates Milan, who were also starting something wildly special under Arrigo Sacchi. They'd have to put that on ice, at least domestically however, when it became apparent that this Inter was a little different. Aldo Serena had been transformed by the arrival of Lothar Matthäus. He went from a jobbing 16 goals in 2 seasons kind of forward to one that was lifting the Capo Cannonieri thanks to 22 strikes across 32 league fixtures in 1988-89. Quite incredibly, in a league so vastly polluted with big sharks, Inter didn't lose a game until February '89, and it is Aldo Serena and his goals in the biggest of matches. In the 1-0 win against Milan and in a 1-1 draw at home to Juventus. Even when the invincibility streak wore pale on the Inter shirts, the margins were slender. Aldo Serena, who else, bagged himself a brace in Florence on February the 12th as Inter led 3-2 deep into the second half, only for Fiorentina to turn the game on its head. Across 90 late winter minutes, Inter had almost conceded as many goals as they had done in the 16 games that preceded it. The true barometer for any successful team has always been Inter both points at home to Napoli, which confirmed the title. They had waited 9 years, not just to win the league, but to win any trophy of any description whatsoever. In dropping just 11 points all season, they deserve to be ranked amongst the greatest Italian teams in Serie A history. Think of the incredible teams of Calcio history pre-1988, and there's Trapattoni's Juventus, Sacchi's Milan, Il Grande Torino of course, the Milanese dominance in the 1960s on both sides of the tracks, and we shouldn't forget about the Juve team that won 5 in a row in the 30s. None of them had won a title quite like this. Inter dropped so few points and in such a competitive league too. 58 points was a record for the 2-point era, and not only that, they had comfortably both the best attack and defence, conceding just 19 times all season. Milan, a team we think of as so influential and so domineering in this time, were not even close, 12 points back. Now the question was, could Inter cut it in Europe and continue their rich vein of form? After all, they hadn't proven their mettle on the continent the prior season, and it was Bayern Munich of all teams who had eliminated them from the earlier rounds of the UEFA Cup. In quite miraculous circumstances, Inter won comfortably in Munich, only to go down by away goals when a young Bayern team pitched up fearlessly in the San Siro and scored 3 times. Smelling blood, Inter snatched a third German, as tradition stated, and brought perhaps the best marksman in football of his time, Jürgen Klinsmann. It meant one thing though, a foreign player had to leave the squad, and it just wasn't going to be the big money signings of the prior summer in Bremer or Matthäus. So despite a good goal return in his only season at Inter, Ramon Diaz was moved on to Monaco to allow Klinsmann to slot in up front. How did these record breakers do in the European Cup? Was there an all-Milan final? Were the great tussles with the magnificent teams of their day? Not exactly. They lost to Malmo in the first round. Then they had to go home and face the music of the greatest league on earth. Whilst Juventus weren't up to much, they were still one of the great rivals and could perform. Diego Maradona's spite was driving a Napoli side in one of his final seasons in Italy. Of course, Arrigo Sacchi was still getting a tune out of Milan as they won a second European Cup in succession. And that's without mentioning the likes of Fiorentina, who had a capable side, as well as Sampdoria, who had done everything on a cup scale, both in Europe and back home, unlike Inter, and were led by the ferocious tandem of Mancini and Vialli. It's easy to see how they could fall away, and in finishing third, 7 points off the Neapolitan pace, that's exactly what they did. But the three Germans' time in Italy wasn't up. They led the way back home for so much of the campaign as Lothar Matthäus scooped up the Ballon d'Or and had his best season statistically in his entire career. But for a 3-week spell across April and May, Inter would have had a great sequel to '89. First, they were held to a goalless draw in Florence before a great Sampdoria team pitched up at San Siro. A win for Inter and they would be firm favourites to capture the league. A red card for Beppe Bergomi, a missed penalty for Lothar Matthäus and 2 second-half strikes for Samp later, and they had just stitched the Scudetto onto their title rivals' shirts. Inter had to settle for success on the continent for the first time in nearly 3 decades. The Germans, still presumably riding a high from winning the World Cup in Italy that summer, nearly didn't get their silverware in Milan. They slugged through the autumnal fights of Rapid Vienna and Aston Villa before coming out of it on the other side well. They drew their away legs against Partizan Belgrade, Atalanta and Sporting before turning up the heat back at the San Siro. As Milan fell away to floodlight failure and embarrassment in the European Cup, Lothar Matthäus and co were romping to the UEFA Cup. Matthäus scored 5 in Inter's run to the trophy, most importantly from the spot in the first leg of the final back home as the Nerazzurri dispatched of Roma. All in all, Matthäus scored 23 goals, which is just an incredible record, but his enjoying of a personal best season didn't bring about the best team record. Contrastingly, Jurgen Klinsmann didn't score until December. Reports that he wasn't happy with Trapattoni effectively told us the beginning of the end. Trapp would be gone by the end of the season and his Germans wouldn't be too far behind. All 3 left in '92 after Corrado Aricho steered Inter to mid-table with a dull defensive brand of football where they scored just 28 goals and drew exactly half of their fixtures. Andy Bremer moved to La Liga and to Real Zaragoza. Lothar Matthäus returned home to see out his European career at Bayern, whilst Jurgen Klinsmann departed for Monaco. But hold on right there. There was just one last German, Matthias Sammer, but he wouldn't stay for too long either. The token German, as Inter limped through 90s culture, was the ugliest of the Seven Sisters, only gaining success with the UEFA Cup win of 1998. A rather sad end to what could have been a monumental period for one of the world's most famous football clubs. Inter ultimately were overshadowed in a big league with enormous talent. They can be pinpointed thanks to their great record for one season of running the UEFA Cup and their novel recruitment strategy. They don't leave a lasting legacy outside of that, however. Milan had Sacchi, Naples has Maradona, and not even Trapattoni is Inter's. As a player, he belongs to the other Milan club. As a manager, he's more associated with Juventus. It is Juventus and Milan, the other names of Italy's big 3, that were more successful either side of the Inter flash in the pan. When looking back through them rose-tinted spectacles, it's easy to feel a bigger pang of nostalgia for a Sampdoria and that fearsome strike force of Mancini and Vialli, for Fiorentina and Roberto Baggio, for Parma. As for Inter, they wouldn't win the league again until it was literally handed to them in 2006 because of Calciopoli. Incredible talent would come and go, Bergkamp, Seedorf, Pirlo of course, Ronaldo, as the curse of the foreign player continued. Angelo Moratti took over the club in 1995 and, as was Italian tradition at the time, splashed enough cash, but the success never came. They would have a longer time to sunbathe as the 21st century got going when they won 5 Scudetti on the spin, when they became the only Italian team to win the treble in 2010. But it could always be argued that this was only allowed off the back of Juve's demotion to Serie B in 2006. For 1 year, Inter managed to shine above all else in the greatest league ever assembled anywhere, before or since. And yet, the three Germans' era of Inter are a bit of a myth. They ruled Italy with one of their members missing, Klinsmann late on arrival. When they did become a trident, they never returned to their peak domestically. It is hard to say that the Inter of Klinsmann, Bremer and Matthias as a three underachieved, given the quality of their opposition. But they burned a little too briefly. Trapattoni unable to resurrect a trophy-laden sequel out of his coaching playbook, and Inter's three Germans, the right people, at the wrong time in history. Some say Milan is the Italian capital of football. These stories out of Turin argue otherwise. Il Grande Torino or Il Trio Magico. Which one will you watch first? Regardless of where they might lie in the English football pyramid, Leeds United are a big football club. This is the objective truth no matter your club allegiances in the year of 2024. Rewind 70 years, they were nothing. They weren't even as good as Huddersfield Town, and even Bradford City had won an FA Cup, and that's in their West Yorkshire boundaries. Then Don Revie turned up. This is the birth of Leeds. Leeds is slow on the uptake, from the fact that they are still the biggest city in Europe not to have a tram system, to the fact that football took a long time to pitch up and be a big deal. Let's start with the start. Boxing Day 1877, when football was first officially played in Leeds, with two teams from Sheffield strictly playing in an exhibition. Teams from Hunslet tried to get off the ground but didn't. Leeds City was formed in 1904 and moved to a ground called Elland Road, and could even boast Herbert Chapman as a manager in their formative years. By 1919 they were no more. Charlie Copeland blackmailed the club that he'd go to the FA to reveal that they had made illegal payments to players during the war. When they gave him a free transfer to Coventry, he just went and did it anyway. They would be expelled from the league that autumn. 2 weeks after all Leeds City players were auctioned off, Leeds United were formed and took City's reserve spot in the Midland League and took over Elland Road, amid rumours of a merger between Huddersfield Town and Leeds United. 5 years later, Leeds were promoted for the first time and retained a status as a yo-yo club under the management of a lad called Dick Ray. Division 1 stability gave way for the onset of who else but World War II, and when sport returned, Leeds' momentum nosedived. Relegated in 1947, Sam Bolton was announced as chairman the following year, and one of the best moves he made was to introduce Harry Reynolds to the club, ultimately his successor in 1961. In the meantime, the early 1950s had seen talent such as Jack Charlton and John Charles edge Leeds closer and closer to Division 1, before promotion was finally sealed in '56. Just when you thought Leeds United would make a spark, the West Stand caught fire, which plunged Leeds into financial uncertainty, leaving the sale of their prized asset John Charles to Juventus the following year a financial imperative. Bill Lambton was the man tasked with taking Leeds United back. Fair enough if you don't know him, even if you're a Leeds fan. He was promoted temporarily to manage the club and would last just 33 matches, but he arguably carried out the most important pieces of club business. First, he reenacted the policy from his predecessor, Major Frank Buckley, in reviving the youth development system. Then in November 1958, he signed a certain Don Revie. What now? But before we answer that, I need to tell you about how I watch every single Premier League match completely legally, which means it's VPN time! A VPN hides your IP address, which lets you safeguard your internet connection. So, the absolute opposite of what the Manchester United defence would do. Am I right? No? Okay. And for those who haven't skipped this YouTube advert because you bloody love a bargain, here's why you should choose private internet access, today's video sponsor. 1. They're offering you an insane 83% VPN discounts and 4, count them, 1, 2, 3, 4 months completely free. See it like Manchester City buying Citigroup players for a knockdown price. 2. You can protect an unlimited amount of devices at the same time. Chelsea's transfer strategy for 1. You want 783 devices protected, just buy them all up and protect them. 3. You can access region-restricted content from all over the world 365 days a year. Good news for Spurs fans whose passports are usually back in that cupboard by December. That is private internet access. Links to the discount in the description. Don Revie's playing career was postponed because of the Second World War, like many of his contemporaries, because that's what the word contemporary means. He would become the celebrated, tactically innovative player who won the FA Cup in 1956 and won the Footballer of the Year award during his time playing up front with Manchester City, but it could have gone so differently. If he listened to the doctor who told him he'd never play again after breaking his ankle in 3 places, mere weeks into his professional career, so much would have been different about life in general. He'd find inspiration from Hungary when they pitched up at Wembley in 1953 and taught England a footballing lesson. In taking a little from Nandor Hidaguti, the Revi plan was using him as a withdrawn forward. As aforementioned, it took him 2 years to find great success, lifting the FA Cup trophy in a match more famous for their goalkeeper breaking his own neck. Fast forward to the November of 1958, and Revi made his playing debut for Leeds United at Elland Road against Newcastle. Within 6 weeks he was named club captain, but in his first full season couldn't stop the club sinking to the second division. He could, however, do something about their return. In the business end of their first season back in the second division, Don Revie was starting to ponder life after playing. He wasn't getting any younger, nobody is, because of how time works for humans, and when Bournemouth advertised their need for a new manager, Revie contemplated applying for the post. He asked new chairman Harry Reynolds for advice, and his advice was, become our manager instead. Jack Taylor had hardly set Leeds aflame as their manager and was freshly sacked, with the club being the dictionary definition of languishing. Revie took the post on and took on both Sid Owen and Les Cocker to assist with the coaching. Aesthetically, the new manager made his mark and simultaneously signalled his intent by dressing up Leeds United all in white. They looked like Real Madrid, but they played more like Male Madrid. An inconsistent 1961-62 season gave way for an utterly disastrous run of results in the second half of the season, which prompted the soul-searching of Revie to end his playing career. A 2-1 loss to Huddersfield on March 3, 1962 was the last time he stepped over the white line in the white kit. Revie's inside right shirt went to the new signing Bobby Collins, who was supposed to be drinking in Last Chance Saloon in his career. It would prove anything but. The Huddersfield defeat was Leeds' second to last, but with 11 matches to go, don't go thinking that it meant they powered through until the end of the season. Home wins against Swansea, Luton and Middlesbrough kept Leeds in the drop zone with 6 games remaining, and then they proceeded to inch forward. A draw at Preston left them safe on goal average, a draw at Walsall had them a point ahead, a point at Bury now 2 points ahead. A point at home to Derby was matched by Brighton, but another point at home to Bury left Leeds in need of a result on the final day. It left a trip to St James's Park as the most important game in Leeds United history. Meanwhile, their relegation rivals Bristol Rovers and Brighton both travelled on the final day, and Swansea hosted Liverpool. Swansea slipped 4 past their opponents, whilst Leeds reserved their 3rd away win of the league season in a 3-goal triumph on the Tyne. Both survived to tell the tale. Given another chance, it gave Revie a chance to look at a squad. It reads like a who's who of Leeds United history, almost all of which Leeds can boast came from the academy, thanks to their new youth recruitment drive. Their first victory on this front was Jack Charlton, whose early Leeds career flitted from one abrasive decision to another. That is until Don Revie made him realise his quality by telling him he could win an England cap. He was right, and Charlton filled the void left behind by John Charles. Billy Bremner was pointed in the direction of England by his father, wishing for him to avoid the sectarianism of the old firm. When Leeds came calling, he was urged to answer. He'd strike up a great partnership on the pitch with Don Revie, which evolved into a blossoming relationship with the coach as the 1960s raged on. Norman Hunter was spotted playing for Berkeley Juniors and was told by Revie's predecessor that he would never become a professional. Revie, however, nurtured him and his homesickness with a potential contract and thrust him into the starting 11. Gary Sprake felt the same when he was abruptly handed the number 1 jersey from a young age, diverted from a reserve game in March 1962 to play Southampton in a Division 2 fixture. He'd be the starting goalkeeper by the end of the following season. Willie Bell was the only member that couldn't be said to have come through the Leeds ranks, having signed from Queen's Park in 1960, but he would become the permanent left-back for 7 years and drew acclaim from Jairzinho, of all players. Paul Reaney alternatively was signed as an apprentice the following year after being spotted playing for Middleton Parkside Juniors, Peter Lorimer too from a very early age, after playing for Stobswell School in Dundee. Lorimer had become a nationwide sensation and chose Leeds' £800 signing-on fee instead of the thousands thrown at him by Manchester United. Eddie Gray was signed in 1963 after representing Glasgow schools and would be followed by brother Thranke, and both will become far more relevant in tomorrow's episode. The older Gray was brought on as an amateur because Leeds had been so prolific in their youth recruitment that they had used up all of their apprentice quota. He would be joined by Terry Cooper, a local lad from just outside Castlefield, whilst Paul Madeley and Jimmy Greenough were both coming through the system as well. Leeds began the 1962-63 season ballooned with an insufferable amount of hubris, feeling confident enough to bring back the aged John Charles from Juventus for a record £53,000. He lasted 11 matches before returning to Roma amidst an entire transfer scandal where Leeds had to chase Roma for the transfer money for an elongated time. Regardless, Leeds somehow turned a profit. Billy Bremner found his wide partner in Bobby Collins and they dovetailed perfectly, just as Revie had done with Bremner previously. 5'4" and 32 years of age, Collins had no right to be playing so well, but he was just about the most influential player in Revie's early years. Not all was so well, however. Leeds spunked £135,000 on Jim Storey, which helped to spiral the club's debt to over £200,000. It left the club bereft of ideas to recoup the money, and they went for the lazy option, hike up them ticket prices for the peasants, proving that price gouging was not entirely a new phenomenon. As a result, the first home game against Rotherham United drew just 14,000 when they'd got 21,482 for their last home game of the prior season. Needless to say, the hierarchy backpedaled and 28,000 went through the door for the September match against Bury. The man who helped cause all that debt, Storey, helped himself and the club massively by smashing in 27 goals. Nobody had scored more for Leeds in a single season since John Charles in his pomp in 1956-57. Leeds got the addition of Storey, but they had the subtraction of Eric Smith, who broke his leg against Chelsea in mid-September, which ultimately ended his Elland Road career. The club was changing fast. The week prior they visited Swansea Town and Revie took the likes of Hunter, Reaney, Sprake and Rod Johnson down, presumably to give them a taste of travelling with the first team, only to spring it on them 90 minutes before kick-off that they would all be starting. Leeds won 2-0. By the end of the month, Peter Lorimer was handed his debut as a 15-year-old against Southampton. Only in for Bremner, Lorimer would have to wait for his full-time opportunity, even more so when he broke his leg in a reserve cup game against Sheffield United. A 5th place finish revealed the truth of an inconsistent start, whilst their strong end to 1962 was curtailed by one of the coldest winters in history, known as the Big Freeze. Leeds didn't play a football match between December the 22nd and March the 2nd. Yet still they were on the cusp of promotion until they wilted with defeats against Middlesbrough, Huddersfield and Southampton. The momentum was there though. Momentum that only sped up when Johnny Giles swapped FA Cup holders Manchester United for Division 1 wannabes Leeds. Giles was deeply unhappy with manager Matt Busby over his positioning on the wing whilst he was truly a midfielder. Their loss was Leeds' gain as he snuck over the Pennines. The club lost only one league match before Christmas, away at Main Road in September, before the same club put them out of the League Cup. However, a win over local rivals Huddersfield in October put them top, and Leeds wouldn't look back. A further boost was that rare thing of generosity from on high, when club directors covered the club's £84,000 overdraft and took the club out of debt. It took a replay for the reigning English champions Everton to dispatch of them in the FA Cup, which was an indicator that Leeds were ready to go up once and for all. The only downer was the reputation that the club was perceived to have. Front and centre to the bad boy culture was Billy Bremner, who was given a formal warning by the FA. Leeds were further dunked into the hot water after their home tie against Cardiff, where Les Cocker was alleged to have elbowed one of the Cardiff players in the ribs. 4 days later, happier news was on the horizon, and it was the signing that would push Leeds over the line and into the First Division. Alan Peacock had been signed from Middlesbrough for £50,000. Leeds were in that last promotion place ahead of Preston with 14 matches to go, and the suspension that was coming Bremner's way was finally handed down to him. A ludicrous 3 matches that led directly into a trip to Deepdale in early March, which resulted in a Preston win. Revy's side simply shook that off, defeating Southampton and Middlesbrough before finishing the season undefeated. They were helped along with an Easter double over Newcastle United, and a point was needed away at Swansea Town, and Leeds grabbed both thanks to 2 goals from Peacock. An away win at Charlton on the final day sealed the championship as Leeds broke all kinds of records. Nobody had gone up with so many points since Tottenham in 1920. Nobody had gone up having conceded so little since Birmingham in 1948. 30,000 were cramming into Elland Road every other Saturday, and the groundwork was officially done. Don Revie had matured as a coach, and his young players were in the process of doing the same, now with the carrot of First Division football in their short-term futures. The prep began instantaneously when Leeds toured East Germany post-season before heading to Northern Ireland upon their return to pre-season. Whilst over the Irish Sea, the FA formally reported that Leeds United were being monitored for disciplinary reasons. Now under the Division 1 microscope, the tag of Dirty Leeds could be created, and that maturity the players needed to lean on needed to be achieved in double quick time, no matter how unfair the tag might be. August was perfect in eradicating nerves, dispatching of Aston Villa, Liverpool and Wolves, but come September, Liverpool would get quickfire revenge as Leeds also disappointed against Blackpool, Chelsea, Nottingham Forest and Fulham before the ultimate hammer blow. Don Revie was being courted by Sunderland, a supremely successful club of the past, close to Revie's home, and they were in for the Leeds manager. At exactly the same time as Revie was attempting to haggle his own contract at Leeds from 3 years to 5 years with the club's directors. Thankfully for all involved, he got the chairman on side and he would be granted 5 more years at the club. League form picked up in the autumn as a result, despite an early League Cup exit to Aston Villa, but they'd have much more joy in the FA Cup. They ought to have been lauded by keeping up the pace alongside Manchester United in the league, but then came the game known as the Battle of Goodison in November, which further tarnished reputations. 1-0 winners, that part is much forgotten about Leeds' trip to face Everton. Sandy Brown was sent off for the Toffees after landing a sharp left hook on Johnny Giles, whilst the officials were pelted by coins and debris. Enough so that the match would be suspended. The referees thought the best idea was to leave the supporters to stew on their bad behaviour, but obviously it only served to wind them up further. They returned into a more bubbling cauldron, and the referees simply got on with the match in a much more tempestuous atmosphere. All it did was accentuate the idea of dirty Leeds, despite Everton committing almost double the amount of fouls, and it gave Everton the idea to court Revie as their new manager as well. Revie, of course, would rebuff such a manic idea as Leeds kept the 4-point gap to Manchester United through the halfway mark of the season and even closed the gap in advance of 1965. Central to the campaign was Leeds' magnificent and foggy December win at Old Trafford, which tightened up the title race even further, allowing the third wheel of Chelsea to close in on what was shaping up to be a battle for the ages. After 25 matches, the Uniteds of Manchester and Leeds could not be split, whilst Chelsea sat 2 points back with a game in hand, with an identical goal average to Man United. Whilst Leeds snuck ahead of both clubs in January, Chelsea overtook them in February given their games in hand, with 11 matches remaining. In the meantime of February, Leeds are dispatched of Southport, Shrewsbury and Everton in the FA Cup, the latter after 2 much better behaved games. March marked the trip to Selhurst Park and Crystal Palace in the quarter-final of the Cup, but it also marked the return of Alan Peacock from injury. Naturally, the forward bagged twice, leaving Leeds on the precipice of a trip to Wembley. The only team standing in their way, none other than title rivals Manchester United. Unfortunately, the first game was ruined by an erratic referee in a goalless draw at Hillsborough before the biggest success in Leeds history yet. Billy Bremner bundling in a late winner at the City Ground in a much more fluid encounter, which Revie labelled as his proudest moment yet. However, in picking up his 4th booking of the season in the replay, Billy Bremner would be suspended for 7 days, which ensured he'd miss a trip to the Hawthorns as well as the crucial visit of Manchester United, which was a title showdown by this point. April began with the 3 teams split by 2 points, only with Leeds now holding that game in hand, as the filling in a Chelsea-Manchester United sandwich. All teams picked up the points on April the 3rd, whilst Leeds topped the table 2 days later, victorious in their game in hand at home to Stoke on the same day that Chelsea lifted the League Cup. Chelsea's hangover extended to a loss at Upton Park, whilst both Leeds and Man United claimed crucial victories. Sooner or later, Easter was on the doorstep as Chelsea thrashed Liverpool on Good Friday to keep the pressure up, only to throw away all that good work with a draw at home to West Brom the very next day. That day it was time for the biggest match of the season when Man United turned up at Elland Road. John Connolly scored the winner, curtailing Leeds' 25-match unbeaten streak, and yet still Leeds had the title in their hands, a point back on Chelsea with a game in hand, the same position as Man United but with a better goal average. 2 days later, the loss of Billy Bremner told at Hillsborough, Sheffield Wednesday running in 3 goals without reply as Manchester United went top of the table with a 4-2 win at Birmingham City. Leeds grabbed themselves some revenge over the Owls the very next day as they topped the table, albeit a point ahead of Man United, who had that crucial game in hand. Another trip to Sheffield was successful 4 days on as Chelsea were officially out of the title race when they got slapped for 6 by Burnley at Turf Moor. Unfortunately for Leeds, Liverpool couldn't do themselves the same favour as they went down by 3 at Old Trafford. And so to April 26th in what was Leeds' final game of the season at St Andrews to play Birmingham, whilst Man United hosted Arsenal, a day in which the title could be sealed. A nervy Leeds found themselves behind on more than one occasion, but Jack Charlton salvaged a late goal for the Whites. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough, as a 3-3 draw combined with Manchester United's 3-1 win over Arsenal left the title all but heading to Old Trafford. Leeds needed Aston Villa to beat the Reds by 19 goals. Of course they didn't, only winning by 1. Still, an incredible achievement to finish second in their first season back. Furthermore, they recorded 4 more points than what it took Liverpool to win the title the prior season, and had the distinction of earning the most points ever for a second-place team, which, of course, was little consolation. But what wasn't consolation was Leeds' first trip to Wembley to meet Liverpool in the FA Cup final. Again, nerves got the better of Leeds as a stodgy, goalless 90 minutes lapsed into a manic extra time period that saw Liverpool bag instantly through Roger Hunt. Leeds being Leeds, they had to make it interesting, and Billy Bremner's 100th minute equaliser was salvation for only 17 minutes when Ian St John scored the winner of a tight final late on in the day. And with that, Leeds United were officially created as a big football club. The work before the work had previously been done by the likes of Bill Lambton and, before him, Major Frank Buckley, when they enacted the youth policy that would go on to serve Don Revie so faithfully in the 1960s and early 70s. Revie was handed a tight-knit coaching unit to boot, and the manager owed a lot in the early days to Bobby Collins, who proved to be one of the most important transfers in club history. His experience and quality allowed for the abundance of youth to mesh with the team. In essence, Collins was Don Revie's successor on the inside right, both in his partnership with Bremner and in his role as the team's guiding voice. Ultimately, the peak years of Leeds United would have to be without Collins, who broke his leg in Leeds' first ever European tie against Torino in September 1965. Appearing in Europe from where they were marooned in the lower reaches of the second division has its springboard on four things: Don Revie's appointment, Bobby Collins' signing, the realisation from Revie that he had to retire as a player, and the club's subsequent survival on the final day of the 1961-62 season. You can also count the prudence of cutting their losses or making a profit, as it were, by selling John Charles on what would have been an otherwise overindulgent return. Also see the rarest of generosities by the board to prop up the club financially when they were saddled with thousands upon thousands of debt. Signings were few and far between, but for Revie almost all of them worked. Alan Peacock was the one who inched Leeds back over the line and back into the top flight, which neared the inevitability that Don Revie's Leeds would be great. The man himself believed that he had fostered the success to come on three things: team spirit, family spirit and team psychology. His legacy would be completed in the coming years, and to find out about that, the glory years of Leeds United from 1965 to 1974, you'll have to return to the channel tomorrow. But if you can't wait for that content, take a look at the two videos we've started this issue with on Ipswich Town, of their 1962 championship winning squad under Alf Ramsey and of the European days under Bobby Robson. If you watched yesterday's video, you'll know how Don Revie built the foundations of Leeds United. They were back in the big time, they'd got their first shot across the bow with a title challenge and an FA Cup final, and now they'd built up a reputation. Dirty Leeds were here, and they just might have been the best team in England. Leeds were big leagues now, so entered the 1965-66 season with big ideas. Unfortunately, those ideas led them down the path of Blackpool's Alan Ball, who would ultimately reject the club after a year of the 1965 version of a transfer saga. As a fallback, Revie leaned on the academy to give Peter Lorimer and Paul Madeley senior team promotions. If you watched yesterday's video, you'll know the club's first European campaign was sullied by the broken thigh of Bobby Collins as Leeds lost their most influential player. However, they dug in to win their first European tie with a dogged 0-0 draw in Turin. Back home, Leeds were flying once again, thanks to the midfield of Johnny Giles and Billy Bremner clicking in the middle of the park. They topped the league in autumn, but only their 4 games in hand kept them from the top by the time of a double header with the league leaders on December 27th and 28th. So yeah, the FA have always had batshit scheduling. A win apiece kept things as they were heading into 66, well in the mix of a title race, alongside Liverpool, Burnley, Man United, Stoke and Chelsea. Injuries continued to pile up as Alan Peacock's season was ended in a meek defeat up at Roker Park, whilst Chelsea continued to be a thorn in Revie's side when the Londoners eliminated Leeds from the FA Cup 4th round. League form understandably slumped as Leeds learned all about fighting on a continental front. Eddie Gray made his debut in a 1-1 draw at home to Valencia before something which was becoming a typical Revie performance away in Europe. They inflicted Valencia's first home European defeat at the Mestalla, whilst Hungary's Újpest came more quietly despite a prolonged pitch invasion from a dog. It took 3 legs for Real Zaragoza to get rid of them in the semi-final. The Elland Road replay, after Don Revie enlisted the local fire brigade to waterlog the pitch, did little to stifle the Spaniards as they won out 3-1. Maybe it was a good job the Fairs Cup provided a distraction, as Shankly's Liverpool simply romped to the league and would have been an almighty effort from Leeds to go the distance domestically. And yet the poor league form lurched to the disastrous at the start of the 1966-67 campaign, where Leeds won just 4 league matches before November. A 7-0 pumping off West Ham in the League Cup hardly helped, magnified by the fact that Revie actually put a full-strength squad out now the carrot of a Wembley final was dangled in front of them. If that wasn't bad, they went to Liverpool and took a 5-0 tonking, and that was their last defeat in 1966, a run which recovered Leeds to 6th. A mere wobble, Bremner was now captain, Lorimer had ended a goal drought as Leeds got better and better. They beat Valencia at the Mestalla again, were infinitely more fortunate to call blue on a coin toss to defeat Bologna in a quarter-final as they drew Kilmarnock in the final 4. 3 games were needed to dispatch off Sunderland at Brewferry Park in the FA Cup, by no means the last time the Black Cats would claw at Revy. A squeezing beyond Manchester City in the 6th round meant an outside chance of a treble. As the scheduling got worse, Leeds got better and moved up to 4th with games in hand despite winning 4 matches inside of 1 calendar week. Of all places, it was a goalless draw at Filbert Street that killed the title dream, and thankfully, after FWA Footballer of the Year Jack Charlton was ruled out for the rest of the season, Europe was already confirmed. Charlton would be missed as Leeds controversially lost to Chelsea in the FA Cup semi-final, not helped by Peter Lorimer's free kick being disallowed because the defensive wall didn't retreat 10 yards. Thankfully, Leeds weren't punished for scoring the goal that the opposition made harder in the Fairs Cup semi-final, where Kilmarnock were dispatched. And because of the quirky Fairs Cup scheduling, Jack Charlton would be back for the final against Dynamo Zagreb, as it would be played at the start of the 67-68 campaign. The promise of a major cup final in August weighed heavily on Leeds as they succumbed to a poor league start again, and it didn't come to fruition anyways. Dynamo taught them a lesson back in Zagreb, and Leeds were frozen with fear of shipping away goals at Elland Road, confirming a 2-0 aggregate defeat. Squad turnover came from the academy again. Goalkeeper David Harvey received a promotion, whilst Terry Hibbett and Mick Bates edged closer to the senior team. In Revy terms, it was a hectic summer of movement as Mick Jones was brought in from Sheffield United for £100,000, whilst both Willie Bell and Alan Peacock departed. Fairs Cup disappointment led to an angry Leeds, slinking into a title race with the highlight of a 7-0 thrashing over a managerless Chelsea. A resilient Leeds kept up with leaders Manchester United despite being hampered by injuries to Jones and Giles, as well as a 28-day suspension for Billy Bremner for just a singular red card against Fulham. It appears Leeds' reputation preceded them. The League Cup was rarely a plus point, but once Leeds put Derby out of their misery with 3 wins in a short space of time, they became favourites to lift the cup. The Cup trilogy would later be sensationalised in the Damn United as Revy met Clough for the first time. More on him a bit later. When Terry Cooper slammed a volley into the roof of the Wembley net against Arsenal, Don Revy and Leeds had their first trophy. Riding the crest of the wave, Leeds took apart the Fairs Cup once again, and Leeds being Leeds, this obviously meant that league form suffered. And yet they'd combined numerous fronts with an unbeaten start to 1968, winning 9 of 14 matches to go top of the league on goal average. A year after Celtic had won the seemingly unrepeatable quadruple, Leeds had it in their hands as well. The Fairs Cup was turned into a quasi-Scottish tour as Leeds sunk their 3rd Scottish opponent in Dundee, former European Cup semi-finalists, thanks to an Eddie Gray winner at home. It couldn't get much better, as Peter Dobin proved when he bagged himself a hat-trick for Stoke at the Victoria ground as Leeds were finally defeated. And then the quadruple dream unravelled. Everton dispatched of Leeds in a poor Old Trafford FA Cup semi-final, and successive defeats against Liverpool, Arsenal and Burnley left Leeds 4th in a 2-horse race. Of all teams, it was Manchester City who snuck in like a thief in the night, winning the league as their neighbours became the first English team to lift the European Cup. And yet the double was kinda still on as Leeds met Ferencváros in the Fairs Cup final, only at the start of the 68-69 season. That season's first official match was a triumphant 1-0 against the Hungarians at Elland Road. Revy lined up in a 4-1-4-1 despite grumbles from Leeds fans that they were conservative away from home and in Europe. It was that conservatism, however, that clinched Leeds' first European trophy when Ferencváros were held to a typical Revy goalless draw in Budapest. Europe could be said to be conquered, and Leeds were buoyed by such success, going undefeated in the first 11 games with 9 wins as Revy leaned on the entertaining football that the fans craved. Losses at Main Road and Turf Moor either side of 3 goalless draws as autumn became winter felt like a derailment, but then Leeds went the season undefeated. Yep, no drama to be seen here, no dramatic paragraphs can be sculptured by me. Here, Leeds absolutely romped their first league title. A return to the defensive mode confirmed the title with a point at Anfield, pulling the league away from their rivals. 6 points of difference doesn't sound like a lot, but would be an 8-point difference these days, with Leeds claiming 94 points, with the 3 points for a win rule being in place in 1969. The rest ultimately was sacrifice, which only proved just how good Leeds were if the schedules were a little bit lighter. Ujpres knocked them out of Europe, and teams like Crystal Palace and Sheffield Wednesday dumped Leeds out of the domestic cups. But Leeds had finally won the league, and winning the league in 1969 means the European Cup, and the question now was, would they be able to compete at the highest of high levels? But before we answer that, I need to tell you about how I watch every single Premier League match completely legally, which means it's VPN time! A VPN hides your IP address, which lets you safeguard your internet connection. So, the absolute opposite of what the Manchester United defence would do. Am I right? No? Okay. And for those who haven't skipped this YouTube advert because you bloody love a bargain, here's why you should choose private internet access, today's video sponsor. 1. They're offering you an insane 83% VPN discounts and 4, count them, 1, 2, 3, 4 months completely free. See it like Manchester City buying Citigroup players for a knockdown price. 2. You can protect an unlimited amount of devices at the same time. Chelsea's transfer strategy for 1. You want 783 devices protected? Just buy them all up and protect them. 3. You can access region-restricted content from all over the world 365 days a year. Good news for Spurs fans whose passports are usually back in that cupboard by December. That is private internet access. Links to the discount in the description. Don Revie's Leeds United were competitive in Europe, but they hadn't met the European Cup yet. And the European Cup meant a rare splurge on the transfer market when Alan Clark was plucked from Leicester for £165,000. But Leeds were never going to get too distracted by their first ever European Cup tie, winning an almost record 16-0 over Lyn Oslo, just too short of Benfica's record against Stade Dudelange 4 years prior. They were a little draw heavy as their 34-match unbeaten run was finally ended at Goodison Park on August the 30th. Their League Cup elimination at the hands of who else but Chelsea was quickly soothed by progression against a Ferencváros team who were now missing Florian Albert and Julia Rakosi in the European Cup. In the meantime, league form picked up as Leeds joined Everton in what was a two-horse race despite drawing 10 of their first 25 matches. Revenge over the Toffees came before New Year, only tightening their grip on the title race further by grabbing 5 goals at Stamford Bridge to kickstart 1970. A kind draw was busy taking Leeds to the brink of the FA Cup and tentatively to a potential treble, but they would be met with Manchester United in the domestic cup, while Standard Liège proved tricky on the road to a Battle of Britain with Celtic in Europe. They were unfortunate to need a replay to dispose of Man United in the cup after Paul Madeley's late disallowed goal, but Billy Bremner's 9th minute strike in the third match ended 219 goalless minutes between the pair. Leeds were in the cup final once more. 5 days later, they had the visit of Celtic. But first, the throwing away of the league after they shipped 7 goals in 2 games against Southampton and Derby because the FA wanted the domestic season wrapped up by April the 21st thanks to the World Cup. Yet another brilliant scheme. Revie had to sacrifice the league for a shot at the ultimate glory, and thanks to the other semi-final pitting Feyenoord with Legia Warsaw, Leeds vs Celtic was truly the final before the final. George Connolly's away goal in Yorkshire was equalised by Billy Bremner back on his personal home soil at Hampden in front of a still European Cup record crowd of 136,000 supporters. A lot of water had passed under the bridge in the 2 weeks between the legs though. First off, Everton won the league thanks to their win over West Brom. Secondly, Leeds were bizarrely fined by the FA for fielding a weakened team in the league against Derby. You know, that Monday League fixture after the Saturday League fixture and before the European Cup fixture on Wednesday. Jurgen Klopp and Pep Guardiola would have heart palpitations. Pressured into fielding a strong team the day after the first leg of a European Cup semi-final resulted in a meaningless 2-2 draw with West Ham and a meaningful injury to Paul Reaney, who broke his leg. 4 days before the second leg in Glasgow, the small matter of an FA Cup final played on a Wembley turf ruined by the Horse of the Year show. A ruinous pitch replicated in a good old scrap which fairly generated a replay at Old Trafford. Back to Glasgow with the teams deadlocked on one away goal apiece and 3/4 into the tie. The European Cup was hanging in the balance, but Leeds wilted inside of 6 second-half minutes thanks to John Hughes' glanced header and Bobby Murdoch sealing the deal. The FA Cup final could not be described as a consolation prize as long as Leeds hadn't won it, and in front of 28.49 million on the telly and 62,000 in the ground, Dave Webb bundled in the 104th minute winner to continue Chelsea's good form against Leeds. In the somehow trophyless season, Don Revie claimed the Manager of the Year award, small consolation as it was. It was quickly forgotten about after rattling to wins in their first 5 matches of the subsequent season, and they only lost in the remainder of 1970 away to Stoke again, and in the League Cup at Bramall Lane whilst Leeds returned to the damp squib known as the Fairs Cup. Despite Leeds' magnificent form, Arsenal were still in the conversation, creeping up on them. So when Leeds were handed yet another FA charge for Jack Charlton's quip about having a little black book of names he wished to exact revenge on, it could have been a wobble. And yet the FA's scheduling was this time kind enough for Leeds to go on a run only dented by a home loss to Liverpool in the league and, most shockingly of all, away to Colchester United in the 5th round of the Cup. At least they could focus on league matters now, keeping hold of that 3-point advantage over the Gunners with a game in hand. Vitória Setúbal were more difficult than they had any right to be in the Fairs Cup quarter-final as Peter Lorimer dumped them out to continue his rich vein of form. It confirmed a semi-final spot against Liverpool, a needlessly high-tension match at a time when the league would be wrapping up. A loss at Stamford Bridge wasn't ideal, neither were draws at St James's Park and Leeds Road, just as Peter Lorimer's season was in its pomp though. His season was ended by injury. Bloody Easter again, that little chocolate bunny celebration, has stuck another spanner in Leeds' plans as Arsenal kept winning and winning and winning. They had 3 matches in hand because of their marathon FA Cup run and suddenly were only 4 points behind ahead of an April 26th showdown between the two at Elland Road in between Fairs Cup legs. The match was decided by a sole goal with an archetypal Revie performance thanks to Bremner's away goal at Anfield and a goalless draw at home. A 3rd European final for Leeds was confirmed. Leeds were flying high as 2 days prior they had salvaged an outside chance of winning the league. They thought they had blown it after a shocking home defeat to West Brom, shocking for its scoreline and shocking for its winning Baggies goal that was 3 times offside with a pinch of refereeing shambles in stopping and restarting the play. This mess combined with 2 1-0 wins through Charlie George for Arsenal seemingly put the title beyond Leeds' reach until Kingmakers West Brom took a point off the Gunners and Jack Charlton's winner at home to Arsenal somehow left Leeds top of the table by a point, albeit having played a game more. Leeds' domestic season ended at home to Forest whilst Arsenal's were due to climax days later at White Hart Lane of all places. An eerily comfortable Leeds triumph put the pressure on Arsenal, who ground out yet another 1-0 home win, this time with an Eddie Kelly goal keeping the Gunners in the driving seat. A point behind the goal average played havoc with the final day in North London. A win would leave the title in no doubt for Arsenal. Meanwhile, a goalless draw would also be enough, but should Arsenal dare to complete a score draw, and the title would be handed to Leeds. In today's money, Leeds' 1 superior goal difference would be a simple measure of Arsenal needing a win. Ray Kennedy's late winner put the title beyond doubt, and 5 days later they completed the traditional League and Cup double that ought to have been Leeds on so many occasions that had only been completed twice in the 20th century. Leeds claimed 64 points, which would have won them the title in 8 of the previous 10 seasons. In June, Leeds got what Arsenal didn't have: 2 European titles, after a couple of draws over Juventus. 2 goals in a twice-delayed first leg due to wet weather in Turin was ultimately enough. Away goals to consign Juventus to the silver medal despite their unbeaten status in the competition. If Leeds were prolific in the Fairs Cup, the UEFA Cup proved bizarrely more difficult. Lierse of all teams got a 4-0 win at Elland Road in one of the weirdest humblings an English team has had to take in Europe. The club hadn't made a great start, primarily because Elland Road didn't come into play until September the 18th. In the meantime, Leeds toured Huddersfield, Hull and Sheffield to complete their early games because of an emergency renovation to their home ground. 3 league defeats before October and a League Cup elimination left a potentially disastrous campaign ahead for Revie. But if there was one thing we could take from history, when Leeds' schedule gets lighter, the form quickly follows, and in a wide-open title fight that featured upwards of 6 clubs, Leeds' mid-season recovery didn't need to be too outrageous to be back in the conversation. By the start of 1972, Leeds were typically atop the table. It could have been a tumultuous start to the year though, as Paul Reaney had submitted a transfer request and Revie's desired transfer for this 3-year period was Asa Hartford. Whilst Reaney rode back on his foolish decision, Hartford's medical revealed a hole in the heart and Revie didn't take the risk. Thankfully, the FA Cup brought wins over Liverpool and Spurs and a kind semi-final draw against lower league Birmingham as Peter Lorimer returned to immaculate form. Leeds really put the cat amongst the pigeons by slapping 5 beyond a poor Manchester United and went even better with a 7-star performance against Southampton. Now this 1971-72 title race has been covered by myself far better in its own special video. Go check out the archives. Here's the Cliff Notes version. April Fool's Day, Leeds surrender their spot at the top of the table thanks to a loss at the baseball ground to now top Derby. Every team trips over themselves to win the title, leaving a ridiculously low points tally of the mid-50s after 40 matches as Easter closes in. Leeds rallied after Terry Cooper broke his leg against Stoke City and after Don Revie made the belated switch from Gary Sprake in net. As the Whites confirmed their FA Cup final spot, they sat 4th with 4 matches to play, 1 behind Liverpool with a game in hand, 2 behind Manchester City with 2 games in hand, and 3 behind Derby with those same 2 games in hand. A loss at St James's Park on April the 19th finally took the title out of Leeds' hands officially before controversy stayed away from the Hawthorns 3 days later in a nervy 1-0 win. April the 22nd was unique in its reading of the league table. Manchester City topped the standings on 57 points, playing their full allotment of fixtures, but they were certain of not winning the league. As Derby and Liverpool prepared to meet in the Midlands, City's goal average was just not good enough to countenance a draw and further slip-ups. Derby got the home win to give them half a chance, as Leeds maintained their own hopes against a potentially tricky Chelsea. 7 days later, as Derby sunned themselves in Mallorca awaiting news, Leeds travelled to Molineux and Leeds to Highbury. Leeds would win the title if they avoided defeat, Liverpool would win the title if Leeds lost and they got a win, Derby won the title if Leeds lost and Liverpool failed to win, Manchester City, well, they can't win the title. All this 2 days after the FA Cup final at Wembley between 2 key figures of the final day, Leeds and Arsenal. The Wembley showpiece event was won by a combination of a Paul Reaney goal line clearance and an Alan Clark second half winner. Revie had completed the set of English trophies, now the matter of becoming the 3rd English team to win a 20th century double. News from Highbury was radio silence. No news as far as Leeds fans were concerned was good news. For as much as Leeds ran an FA Cup hangover, their Molineux opponents had a UEFA Cup final later that week, so everything was on as level a playing field as possible. Of course, there had to be controversy attached. Alan Clark's goal-bound shot was handled on the line, but not seen by the referee. When Wolves tottered up a 2-goal lead, Billy Bremner's late goal was not enough. The second title-winning goal wouldn't arrive, and Don Revie begrudgingly handed the league championship to Brian Clough. And if you thought that was agonising, watch this attempt at a treble. 1972-73 began with a failed attempt of replacing Jack Charlton, whilst Terry Cooper's long-term injury weakened defence. Revie's signings of Trevor Cherry and Gordon McQueen was a relative splurge on the market as Leeds flopped to a 4-0 defeat on the opening day at Stamford Bridge. A pumping of champions Derby 5-0 reignited the season as Leeds kept within touching distance of Liverpool as 72 became 73. As the Clough-Revie rivalry threatened to spill over at Yorkshire Television Awards dinner, Leeds maintained their steely focus on the pitch. Their first appearance in the Cup Winners' Cup dispatched them to Turkey, East Germany and Romania before the trademark Revie performance away in Hajduk Split confirmed the one-off final with Milan. Whilst Norwich needed 3 whole games to be dislodged from the FA Cup, Plymouth and West Brom came cleaner before a sweet quarter-final triumph away to Clough's Derby. Jack Charlton's springtime return from the brink of retirement steadied league nerves in a 1-0 win at Highfield Road, whilst cup progress was made against Wolves at Main Road. Easter was around the corner, 2 cup finals were to come in May and Leeds' title fate firmly in their own hands. But them fucking chocolate bunnies, man. Dropped points at Upton Park, a home defeat to a poor Manchester United before a crucial loss at Anfield, ripped the title from Ellen Road and hand-delivered it to Anfield. Gut-wrenching, but Leeds United had a momentous cup double to come, surely. Nobody had returned the FA Cup since Newcastle in 1952, and somehow the lower league Sunderland ensured that Leeds wouldn't be that team, thanks to Ian Porterfield's 31st minute winner. Leeds had chances, Trevor Cherry's disallowed goal for a blatant foul, and Peter Lorimer's ferocious shot that produced quite possibly the greatest Wembley Cup final save from Jim Montgomery. League gone, FA Cup gone, Milan in Salonika for the Cup Winners' Cup was all that was left. The situation was dire. Facing the European Cup champions of 4 years prior, Leeds were without Bremner, Clark, Giles and Gray. Milan themselves were going for the same treble and got that endeavour on tracks with a 3rd minute winner in Greece, leaving Leeds bereft. A cup double for Milan, a treble of near misses for Leeds. With the feeling that Revy's time was coming to a natural end, he made sure that his reign wouldn't end sourly. He built an Elland Road for the future off the back of a world record fee for goalkeeper Gary Sprake, and despite Jack Charlton's retirement, Leeds began their league season impeccably and improved from there. You'll not be surprised to learn that early exits in the domestic cups to Ipswich Town and Bristol City, as well as an equally shocking UEFA Cup exit to Vitória Setúbal, them again, created a procession-like atmosphere to the First Division. At their peak, Leeds were 9 clear of Liverpool, but did have each of the top 5 to play. Losses at the Victoria Ground and Upton Park, either side of a double feature defeats at Anfield and at home to Burnley, did not help. Suddenly the easing off to a second league title had become a bit more difficult. Somehow the fate of the title was in Liverpool hands, 4 points behind but with 3 games in hand, thanks to Liverpool's run to the FA Cup final. Thankfully for Leeds, the pendulum didn't take long to swing back in their favour. Liverpool was stunned at Bramall Lane. Even though Easter didn't shine favourably on Leeds yet again thanks to a pair of goalless draws, Liverpool didn't capitalise either. Once all the kids up and down the country wiped the residue of cheap chocolate eggs from their gobs, the title hinged on Liverpool's 2 games in hand and a 4-point deficit. April the 20th all but decided the title. A dramatic Merseyside derby was happening over the Pennines whilst Leeds scraped a nerve-shredding win over Ipswich thanks to Alan Clark's thunderous finish. News from Merseyside was good news. Everton had thwarted their City pals' title bid with a draw. Before Leeds could play again, Liverpool had delivered them the title. Ray Kennedy, who had previously scored a goal that tore the league title away from Leeds in 1971, this time scored the goal that handed them the title back 3 years later in a 1-0 win for Arsenal at Anfield. ITV timed it to utter perfection. They broadcasted an episode of This Is Your Life on title-winning evening, whose subject was none other than Don Revie. Don Revie stands alongside only Kenny Dalglish as the men to have won the Football Writers' Player of the Year and to have won an English League title as manager. And he did so in one of the biggest booms of English football. Liverpool had been similarly built up with Bill Shankly, Matt Busby was rebuilding Manchester United after Munich, and that's without mentioning Arsenal, Tottenham, Chelsea, Everton and others. Revie's Leeds could match each and every one of them. In the 10 years he shared with Shankly in the top tier, Revie won 1 more trophy than his Liverpool opponent. Finished higher in the league 7 times, they won a huge 100 more points than Manchester United in the same time frame as well. Of course, Revie was the first Leeds manager to win all the domestic trophies in England and so far the only Leeds manager to win the club silverware in Europe. And yet the 10-year boom period almost stands alone as an island in the history called Leeds United's success. Don Revie was appointed by England as they failed to qualify for the 1974 World Cup, and he was succeeded by the last person the club and the manager wanted, Brian Clough. A terrific manager there was no doubt, but the wrong personality at the wrong club. His 44 days have since been immortalised in the book and film Damn United, the story of which deserves its own video. Then Jimmy Armfield was dropped into the mess and took the club to its only European Cup final, where they were robbed by Bayern Munich, which also deserves its own video. Then the whole club blew up. Gary Sprake sold a story to the Daily Mirror about Don Revie offering backhanders to opposition to go easy on the team. Revie then burned his bridges with his calamitous England tenure, his subsequent exile in the desert, and he remains underappreciated in this country as a result. Then the exodus came. Terry Cooper, Mick Jones and Johnny Giles left in 1975, Terry Yorath, Mick Bates, Billy Bremner and Norman Hunter were gone the year after, Joe Jordan and Gordon McQueen both crossed the Pennines to Manchester United in 77, whilst Paul Reaney, Peter Lorimer and Alan Clark all departed in 1978. Not even Jock Stein could save them, also lasting 44 days, weirdly enough. Jimmy Adamson improved them, but could only manage 5th place and a League Cup semi-final. In the end, only one of Revie's former acolytes would win the European Cup. Frankie Ray did so after signing for Brian Clough's Nottingham Forest in the 1979-80 season. A new tactic emerged at the club in the 1980s, and that was reigniting the Don Revie golden era by placing former players who had played under the manager and made them manager. It didn't work with Alan Clark, who took the club down in 1982. It didn't work with Eddie Gray, who kept them mid-table in Division 2, and whilst Billy Bremner returned the club to the top flight, Leeds were in obscurity in a now Merseyside-dominated division. Peter Lorimer did have a second stint as a player, and his final match came on October the 27th, 1985, in an inauspicious 3-0 loss to Barnsley. That date's significant because it was the last time a Don Revie player played for Leeds. Another date that's significant is October the 10th, 1988, when Howard Wilkinson succeeded Bremner as manager. Only then was the Revie era finally over, and the club could heal again. If you missed the Leeds United origin story, you probably should have watched that first, you silly sausage. Go and click on it now. From Batman to The Undertaker, every great story needs a compelling origin tale. Leicester City's championship winning season is no different. From the yo-yo years of the early 21st century to the third tier embarrassment and finally to Nigel Pearson, this is a story behind the story of Leicester's title winners.
The Sky Bet Football League trophy. They are the champions for the 2013-14 season.
Leicester City had been able to persuade Martin O'Neill to stay at the club in the latter weeks of 1998. 18 months later, after 2 more League Cup finals and 2 more top half finishes, they were not so fortunate as he fled north to Celtic. The next 5 years couldn't have gone in more different directions for O'Neill and Leicester. Whilst the manager had reached a European final, won domestic trebles and dominated the SPL, Leicester were scraping the bottom of the barrel. In hindsight, the malaise began instantly with a decision to replace Martin O'Neill, a PKH football manager, with one who just wasn't. Peter Taylor was hired, and if that wasn't a downgrade to make your head spin, the transfer market would do so for Leicester supporters in what were the final years at Filbert Street. Emile Heskey was already long gone and starring in a cup treble for Liverpool. His replacement, goal machine himself, Adi Akinbaye. The midfield was completely gutted out as both Theo Zagorakis and Neil Lennon left in the summer, as did the vast experience of Steve Walsh and Tony Cottee. The replacements, they just weren't up to it. Gary Rowett, anyone? Callum Davidson, Richard Creswell, here's one, Trevor Benjamin, Dean Sturridge. Alright, I'm taking the piss here, but then you had the start to the season, the like of which Leicester City had just never seen before.
A bit of history. It was also his first Premiership goal since his £3 million move from Norwich. £5 million striker, and Akinbaye's first goal for the club came after 55 minutes of the game. Multinational millionaires at Stamford Bridge was just as daunting. It was Chelsea's first game since the departure of them. It inspired Red Star, who forced City back and started creating.
In an age of peak Manchester United and Arsenal going at each other's throats, Leicester City were the ones leading the league table as we heralded October 2000's arrival. And whilst their unbeaten run obviously would fade with the challenges of Man United and Liverpool, Leicester still turned out regular victories and against big teams too, like Leeds United, who were enjoying a heyday. Third on Christmas Day, level with Arsenal as United coasted to a third championship on the spin. Leicester's arse fell out of the season, beginning with 6 of the best at Highbury before only 13 points from their final 19 games. Not even the weird loan signing of Roberto Mancini could save them now. It meant a first bottom half finish since their promotion to the Premier League back in '96. The following campaign, it could have started better.
Years to return to the top flight, Bolton wasted no time announcing their arrival. Leicester blown away in an amazing first half at Filbert Street. Encouraged by that, Bolton mounted attack after attack. Michael Ricketts ploughed through Gary Rowett's challenge better than Wanderers had dared to hope. But it was the Leicester defence in dreamland, as no Franson had been an inspiration in midfield. And the goal he deserved came on the stroke of half-time. But not much else changed. The home team still dismal, and another Franson free kick with 8 minutes.
As I produce this video, there's a lot of conclusions being jumped to in the early part of a season off the back of scant evidence, but it was clear just 90 minutes into the 01-02 season that Leicester just weren't going to amount to anything. They'd already binned off 3 of their big signings from the prior season in Sturridge, Rowett and Akinbaye, whilst also selling off Steve Guppy to Martin O'Neill up north. The incomings continued to flummox as Dennis Wise, Ian Walker and James Scowcroft were the big names through the door that summer. After 5 goals were shipped to Bolton, which was followed by just 6 points from their first 11, Leicester were in big trouble. This the last campaign before the big old move to the Walker Stadium. Leicester had their 3rd manager in the revolving hot seat by October the 10th when Dave Bassett took over. Bassett made Leicester hard to beat at first, then 2002 arrived like a freight train and kept the Foxes rooted to the dirt of the relegation zone. Just one win from December 1st onwards was formed that'd even get you relegated in these heady days of 2025 from the top flight. Ultimately, 28 points required, a heavy 12 points off the 40, which had been enough to keep Sunderland up in 17th place. Mickey Adams had been in place as a club's manager since April, earning a promotion from assistant to manager. In foreshadowing to a more modern, colder footballing world, Leicester managed to recoup enough money from a single sale, that being Matt Piper, whilst not needing to refresh their squad, whilst so obviously being a cut above the rest of the division.
Dickoff finds Scowcroft. Scowcroft! Oh, finds the net! Lost his feet momentarily. Dickoff! 1-0! To take the free kick, he's picked out Paul Dickoff! Clever header! Walker can't get there!
Eventually, Portsmouth, Leicester and Wolves were promoted. If you told someone in the summer of 03 that 2 of these clubs would immediately go back down and the other would have a fruitful time of it for the next 8 years, you'd have banked money on that club being Leicester. The plan appeared obvious, fill the team with experienced names to weather the Premier League storm. In came Les Ferdinand, Keith Gillespie, Steve Guppy had another crack at the East Midlands, while Steve Howe and Ricardo Scamecca also arrived.
Corner kick. And Ferdinand again with a header! Actually again perhaps. Wolves can't clear. Shimika's shot! There's an opportunity here perhaps. And it goes low, it goes, and the shot is in! Important. And he's done it! And it goes. Heads up, oh it's there!
After an unbeaten November, it appeared that Leicester might just hold their own this time. 3 wins in that month became 2 wins for the rest of the season. All 3 relegated clubs have been cut adrift for a long old time. On this occasion, Leicester would not be so quick to return.
Prodigious throw, and it's gone in! Jody Morris will claim it!
Followed by 5 steps back, and a 2-0 home defeat by Reading.
Harper drove it low, and a brilliant goal from Dave Brammer!
The 04-05 season was a fucking mess. Mickey Adams was gone by October, his old boss Dave Bassett parachuted in before the grand reveal of Craig Levein and 15th place in what was now called the Championship.
The Foxes had the better of it, and Ian Hume struck the opening goal in the first half to wait. But Reading dug out a result. 5 minutes from time, James Harper's corner was flicked on by Ivar Ingemarson, and
campaign after even more dreariness followed, as Craig Levein just about managed one go around the sun, only to leave in January 06 for Rob Kelly. Anyone remember him? No, didn't think so.
To score his first of the game. Doing this kind of thing in practice during the week. Even he didn't expect them to reproduce, and they did more than enough to leave with all 3 points, thanks to 2 more
This was supposed to be a whole new era for Leicester. Shiny new stadium, more money coming into the club, and a new set of eyeballs via the Premier League. Instead, they were finishing 19th in the Championship. New chairman Milan Mandaric sacked Rob Kelly. Anyone remember him yet? Nope, didn't think so. Just 6 weeks after becoming involved with the club.
Driven in by Elliot Ward. Has best completed a very good day's work for the new boss.
And finally, the wheel of fortune derailed with one of the all-time shoot-yourselves-in-the-foot seasons. Martin Allen was hired, but then instantly ran into Milan Mandaric-shaped problems when he wouldn't sign the ill-fitting forwards for the team. Gary Megson was seen as a steady hand, hired in September, lasting 41 days. Ian Holloway was next, and he turned a team who had been hard to beat but not prolific in terms of victories into one that was being routinely beaten, transforming another mundane bottom half season into one of relegation. Leicester City hadn't given manager a full season in the job for ages, and now with this scorched earth lunatic as chairman, they found themselves in the 3rd tier for the first time ever. They called it free fall. Nigel Pearson, a man who would crawl shirtless through broken glass to cut off his nipples just to get 3 points on a Saturday. This one was going to be over by September, or it was going to flourish. He had spent his post-playing career largely as a number 2, working underneath such luminaries as Glenn Roeder, Stuart Pearce and Brian Robson. Invaluable Premier League experience. His recent managerial exploits had seen him drag Southampton out of the mire, at Leicester City's expense no less. No prizes for seeing the inspiration for his acquisition at what was still the Walkers Stadium.
It is Pulp Fiction.
It's Bryant. Well, Dye takes it quickly. Here's Oakley. And finished off by Howard.
Here. This is Oakley. Great goal from...
For August.
Eva Mendes. Nice.
It was an indomitable August that earned Pearson Manager of the Month. If my assumption was to be held as gospel, this would be a re-flourishing of Leicester City. The manager surrounded himself with people he knew best, reuniting with assistant Craig Shakespeare and Steve Walsh, not the former Leicester player there. Whilst the loss at home to Millwall was a hiccup, and the whole month of October pretty much, Pearson's Leicester went on to the League One warpath for the remainder of the campaign.
2 comes to Bryant. Good stop. Will it go in? Will it go in? Yes, it will.
Batman.
But he continues and plays it through to Bryant, who takes it in his stride. And gives...
I don't know, I'm always saying mate. All right, mate.
Dyer lets it run nicely and finds the net to give Leicester the lead.
Lloyd Dyer.
Hey, Dyer again. Andy King, what a goal!
I think the Goodfellas, yeah.
Great stuff again from Davis. Back to Howard for Leicester, 1-0.
Clay pigeon shooting.
Little chip towards Andy King. Oh, it's a terrific goal.
I like the smell of coffee, fresh coffee.
Into the left foot and floated in, and Steve Howard.
It's Hong Kong Fooey, is he a superhero?
Good defence. Leicester could be in here. Howard, yes.
Thanks for your support in 08-09, and keep it going through the championship season, and I'm sure one day we'll get back into the Prem. Ciao.
Promotion was secured with an April win at Southend, and with a club record points tally of 96, they were slingshot back into the 2nd tier, now with all the momentum in the world. Pearson continued to update his coaching staff, adding former Charlton and England defender Chris Powell to the ranks. Meanwhile, Martin Wagon would be added on loan from Sunderland and wound up top scoring for the Foxes in the Championship. The longest unbeaten home form in the country ended in September against Preston, but it would be the Foxes' run at the Walker Stadium which kept them in the hunt for the playoffs the more the season wore on.
Took a real hit there. The referee's way play on because Bryant has it, and it
Flag stays down. And Gesson here for Leicester. Smart finish. Leicester take the lead.
Since a win on the Sunshine Coast of Blackpool in February, Leicester had occupied a playoff spot, and whilst form wouldn't always be as rosy as painted in Pearson's Manager of the Month for February, they entered the playoffs with the best form in the division. A losing streak as March became April was quickly packed away and transformed into 5-1 on the spin as the Foxes confirmed 5th with wins over Watford, Preston and Middlesbrough. It meant Cardiff in the playoffs and a chance at a first trip to a new Wembley Stadium.
The cluster of 5 yellow shirts in that box. Whittingham! Oh, it's brilliant! Peter Whittingham! Oh, it's come to Chopra! Chopra! Howard, oh, it's on to Bryant! And he trickles it! Just a bit back. Here's Howard. That's deflected, that's it! That's into the danger area. Oh, that's brilliant!
Bruce thinks the goalkeeper's there. Chopra nips in, and Alex Bruce
Peter Whittingham scores! Steps up for the East Midlanders.
That marked the end of Nigel Pearson at Leicester. Having been invited by Milan Mandaric to the Cardiff City Stadium second leg, Paulo Sousa took over the management of the club, whilst Pearson was allowed to talk to the recently relegated Hull. What had been building towards something pretty special at the Walkers was now in danger of being derailed.
Lee gets the touch, what a chance!
Graham Alexander with a chance to make it 3-0, and Burnley's
shoots, tricking his way through, it's Michael Brown! Can he find the finish? Yes, he can!
Milan. And he wasn't looking at goal, but he's found it!
Paulo Sousa, a Champions League winner in his playing days, won just one game before being sacked at the start of October. From playoff hopefuls to propping up the division, the onset of spooky season prompted Mandaric to change the course of the club forever. Sven-Göran Eriksson was the next man tasked with steering Leicester City, and the brief was now to avoid relegation back to League One. The club's form instantly took a turn for the better.
Now, Wellens, who started the game promisingly, lovely ball in, and crashed.
Gallagher again to try and deliver something. The header is off the line. Morrison with it.
He's in, surely. Waiting to bounce. Yakubu making another glimpse of goal here. That is terrific.
In the midst of a run that had earned Leicester City 22 points from 8 matches and their dredging from the bottom half and back into the playoff picture, the club was taken over by Vichai Srihad Hanaprabha. However, only 4 wins from their remaining 16 matches stunted the club to 10th. Vichai had a dream, but it did not include being sat about in mid-table of the second tier of English football. So after a 3-0 home defeat to Millwall left the club in a middling 13th position in late October 2011, Vichai pulled the trigger. Sven was gone. Meet the new manager, same as the old one. Nigel Pearson was back at the Walkers. Now it's called the King Power. What he found there was the beginning of a new dawn in the East Midlands. Names like Kasper Schmeichel, Paul Konchesky, David Nugent had started to be acquired ahead of the new campaign. That winter, 2 more key names were added for a combined £2 million. Danny Drinkwater and Wes Morgan. I'm not going to try use the word bargain over the next 5 or so minutes this video still got left to run.
Come to David Nugent. Nugent will shoot, and Nugent will score. A spectacular.
Now he turns, and now he finishes. Emphatic.
Well, Dyer knows he's got the beating of Green. Tees it up for Dance. 1-0.
Pearson stabilised the club into 9th place in what could be excused as a manager being dropped into an unideal situation partway through a season. That summer, few waves were made, with probably more column inches applied to the loan market of youngsters with potential in Harry Kane, Jesse Lingard and Michael Keane. Anthony Knocker and in January Chris Wood were probably the standout permanent signings, bargains, whilst Richie Delat and Matty James would also become useful. Then there's the acquisition of some non-league striker, I think he goes by the name of Jamie Vardy, hope he becomes important soon. Also, you could argue that the signing of James Pearson, I wonder how they negotiated that particular fucking deal, would become to be equally as important as Vardy's signature. For very different reasons, unmonetisable reasons.
He was added again today, 5 minutes later.
After a slow start, this were more like it. A club who could be inconsistent on their day but could have 5 or 6 weeks of obliterating all competition in sight. It's this kind of form that took Leicester into the automatics come February 2013 as Pearson cuddled onto that Manager of the Month trophy in bed, presumably. The back nine of the campaign was a bit of a nightmare though, with a win needed on the final day at the City Ground of all places to keep the Foxes in the hunt for a playoff spot. In the end, Leicester survived by goal difference effectively based on good, solid defensive football, the numbers of which only champions Cardiff and fellow playoff team Brighton could better. And with their spot in 6th place, Leicester were paired off with Watford in the playoffs, and yeah, pretty much everyone underneath the sun has seen the conclusion to this one. Leicester fans, look away, you've been warned. For everything that would be said about that chaotic ending, Watford wound up in the same position as Leicester come the end. They weren't going up to the Premier League either, and when Leicester thrashed Watford upon their Vicarage Road return to begin November, it was clear to see that the Foxes were on the charge again. Occupying the automatics with Burnley, there had been opening up a 10-point gap to Watford, who resided just shy of the playoff spots. Only then did Leicester exert their true force.
Taylor Fletcher against Ford, Nugent.
He's found Vardy here, can he finish it? Oh yes!
With injuries recently, here's Moore, here's Phillips, he leaves it to Nugent. It's Nugent, and Leicester City have their goal.
Form after Christmas blew away all competition as Leicester confirmed promotion with a home win over Sheffield Wednesday on April the 4th. By this point, the Foxes had still yet to be beaten since early December. That January, however, Leicester chanced a look at Riyad Mahrez while scouting somebody else. Mahrez, who believed Leicester to be a rugby club, signed for 450 grand anyway. The rest goes down as history. 102 points the tally come the end of the campaign, another club record bulldozed down by Pearson, and even in a world of parachute payments, it was a commanding statement that said that Leicester might just be alright in the top flight. Key experience would be added to the squad in the form of Matty Upson and none other than Esteban Cambiasso. Big money also spunked out on Leonardo Joa and Andre Kramaric, but it would be the more inexpensive names, Mark Albrighton, Robert Hoof, Danny Simpson, who cost just £2 million between them, who would become the real club legends.
Oh, might break for King, surely well for Wood! Face to face with Flamini, aimed at Ochoa! And there's
So far so good, even if we didn't know the extent of just how shambolic Man United were and just how much the FA Cups were masking a bigger problem over at Arsenal. It still meant a 7th place after 5 games with only 1 defeat, and that was away to the eventual champions Chelsea. Then the honeymoon violently cancelled, thrown down the toilet, and Leicester boarded a flight back to reality. 2 points from their next 13 matches condemned them to the dreaded tag of bottom by Christmas. Only 2 clubs had survived from this position before. Let's analyse that one. There had been 22 Premier League seasons and only twice had the bottom club on Christmas Day survived. The first of which, West Brom in 04, who had 10 points after playing 1 more game than Leicester had, but had 1 fewer point to make up in order to survive. The second happened just 12 months before this attempt by Leicester, this time being Sunderland, who again had 10 points but with only 4 points to make up. Therefore, Leicester were entering uncharted territory in terms of their recovery. Brief respite meant scraping wins over the similarly doomed clubs in Hull and Aston Villa, whilst a trip to Anfield was a profitable one. Still bottom, they had nearly halved their deficit. Was it the beginning of a revival? Not quite. Entering April, Leicester could quite easily have been doomed to relegation, picking up 2 points from the next 5 games after what had been a superb start to 2015. Instead, they found themselves no further away from their goal than they had done at Christmas. In reality, 7 points was the headline figure, but the Foxes still had a game in hand, and in truth, they had never truly been dominated. They'd also added to the team, Robert Hoof coming in on loan, and once the international break was over, Leicester welcomed West Ham to the King Power. Things changed.
Cannoned off, Collins, Cambiasso!
Vardy with Newton in support, this is Jamie Vardy!
Leicester, good look, but his look was not in, Leicester's was, that's all Brighton, and that could be an own goal!
If you don't know the answer to that question, then I think you are an ostrich.
A back three was deployed and Leicester kept winning and winning and winning, 4 in a row. Never before in Premier League history had the Foxes done that, not even in Martin O'Neill's age. In fact, you'd have to go back to September and October of 1966 for the last time Leicester City had won 4 top-flight league games in a row. Their latest win at Turf Moor against Burnley had not only significantly weakened a relegation rival, but it had dredged Leicester out of the drop zone for the first time in months. Fate was in their hands despite Sunderland's game in hand, as they travelled up to the Stadium of Light in the penultimate weekend.
From Reed and Davis, superbly played, what a magnificent goal!
Finisce qui, il Leicester City è salvo, per il Sunderland invece ci sarà ancora da soffrire.
Sluggers put one in, and Rob Bryant.
And yep, there are 5,000 to 1 reasons why you should click on this playlist. Do it.
Luis Suarez! Tunnel! Magical! Genius! It's 5. What a rout to Tottenham. What a performance from Liverpool.
It's Liverpool 4, Everton 0. Have you ever seen anything like this in the Premier League?
Really does lift Liverpool hopes that this could be their year.
Liverpool lengthen their lead in the title race. What celebrations here. They have just cleared a massive hurdle.
This is when the Kop went again and dared to dream in the 2013-14 season, the most heartbreaking campaign, where Liverpool went so achingly close to ending 24 years of hurt without a league title. Fenway Sports Group had sunk their claws into Liverpool, and despite their best efforts, they hadn't made great strides on the pitch, even though they had swooped in and rescued the club from the threat of administration after the previous American owners took Liverpool into a financial tailspin. And that's a story for another time. The story here, though, begins in the summer of 2012 with the recruitment of Brendan Rodgers and a pathway to a keen eye on an organic revolution at the Kop, instead of leaning on big names and favourites from the past. Instantly, players like 17-year-old Raheem Sterling were given more of a fair crack at life in the first team. The average age was consistently whittled down to under 25, first off in a Europa League qualifier against Hearts. And the Reds couldn't have made a worse start in the league, getting done 3-0 at the Hawthorns. It wouldn't be until September 29th until first Brendan Rodgers' Liverpool Premier League win is acquired, and it is thanks to the ever charitable Norwich City who run in fear of Luis Suarez, who nets 3 and assists 1 of Liverpool's 5. Admittedly, Liverpool had played 3 of the top 4 in both Manchester clubs and Arsenal in a horrendous act by the fixture list. Now their aim of joining the top 4 was already at an outside shot despite a 2-month, 8-match unbeaten run that had relied too heavily on draws. By February 2013, Liverpool had only the league left thanks to an uncharacteristic error from Jamie Carragher in his 150th and final European game, still the most by an English player. Prior to that away goals defeat to 2008 champions Zenit St Petersburg, Liverpool had long surrendered their spots in the domestic cup competitions. Oldham Athletic embarrassingly dumped the Reds out of the 4th round of the FA Cup, whilst Rodgers' former club Swansea City dispatched of him at the same stage on the way to lifting the League Cup. Only when Liverpool and Swansea met in the 3rd time that year did Rodgers finally get one over his former club, as the Reds clicked into something resembling a good gear in a 5-0 victory. Daniel Sturridge had signed for the club and his goals had helped Liverpool over the line somewhat. One loss from the final 12 in the league, as FA Cup winners Wigan shipped 4, a handy Europa League outfit in Newcastle were pumped by 6, and Champions League contenders Spurs were beaten 3-2. In and amongst, though, the inconsistencies still plagued the team, as needless draws to West Ham, Reading and at home in the Anfield derby ended the club's chances at qualifying for Europe. The most important of the final draws came on April the 21st, 2-2 against Chelsea, which would have ramifications well into the subsequent season for Liverpool. In a match between 3rd and 7th between two clubs long since diminished since those incredible European nights of the noughties, not much was riding on a late season league clash. Then Luis Suarez got bored and sunk his gnashers into Branislav Ivanovic's shoulder. Banned for 10 matches, he wouldn't be back until the League Cup 3rd round in September 2013. Liverpool finished 7th as questions continued to swirl around the Kop about whether Brendan Rodgers was the right man. 7th though, which would prove a blessing in disguise. The Cups were won by outsiders Swansea City and Wigan Athletic, leaving Liverpool 11 points off the one and only Europa League position. Had Chelsea won the League Cup and Manchester City won the FA Cup, as they were tipped to do, Liverpool would have found themselves schlepping away to Malmo in August. But they could struggle to name themselves as the 5th best team in England. Arsenal under Arsene Wenger were crushingly sensible and consistent in their top 4 position. Tottenham Hotspur were still a little wet behind the ears, but were exciting enough, and both they and, demoralisingly, Everton had finished ahead of Liverpool in each of the past 2 seasons. Chelsea had long overtaken the Reds. Manchester City, thanks to their Premier League title and an infinite well of money, had overtaken Liverpool too, and Manchester United had just waltzed to a 20th English League title, opening the wound up further. But the summer of 2013 was a radical overhaul for them. Jose Mourinho returned to Stamford Bridge, Manuel Pellegrini was parachuted in at the Etihad, and most importantly of all, the tyrannical reign of Sir Alex Ferguson was over at Old Trafford, and in his place, David Moyes. So there was a little window open for Liverpool to sneak through. The Premier League had definitively gone into a new realm, and in the shake-up there was certainly a place for the Reds. Arsenal was just one of the few cathedrals of elite-level English football that hadn't changed over the summer, but the question was, just what were they smoking down at the Emirates? That was a question very literally posed by owner John W. Henry after Arsenal tabled a bid of £40 million plus another pound, with rumours swirling that Liverpool had to accept offers in excess of £40 million owing to a clause in Luis Suarez's contract. Suarez had been undeniably, alongside Steven Gerrard, Liverpool's best and favourite player since signing in 2011, and doing a little bit better at succeeding Fernando Torres than Andy Carroll did. But Suarez's head was swayed, and it was Gerrard who pulled him back from the cliff edge of torching his reputation on Merseyside. Gerrard knew that Suarez was about to have the season of his life in the Premier League, and if he really did want to leave, why leave for fucking Arsenal? Leave at the top of your game and for a club like Barcelona or Real Madrid. So Suarez was coaxed back, and we wouldn't hear or see from him for another 2 months. It overshadowed the rest of the business Liverpool did in the summer transfer window because, let's be real, it wasn't all that exciting. Luis Alberto, Iago Aspas, Thiago Ilori would fill the squad out and would probably rarely play. Kolo Touré on a free from City was probably past it. Meanwhile, Simon Mignolet was a good shot-stopper but improving at the level that Liverpool wanted to get to, and Mamadou Sakho was a young unknown in from PSG on deadline day, which represented the club's biggest single outlay at £15 million. In the meantime, football resumed, and naturally Anfield optimism returned with it. When the league kicked off on August 17th, they hadn't played in the Champions League for 1,347 days. The aim was to put an end to that. Liverpool hadn't won their opening day fixture since 2008 and hadn't won on the opening day in front of the Kop since 2001, not since a Michael Owen double against a Paulo Di Canio-led West Ham. This time it was Stoke City, a team that Liverpool had beaten just twice in 10 league outings since the Potters returned to the top flight in 08. Simon Mignolet saved a penalty and Daniel Sturridge also helped brighten that record up with the only goal in a 1-0 win, before doing the same a week later at Villa Park. Just as a cop whispered Louis who, the big one came around. Manchester United pitched up at Anfield. Three games, 3 wins, 3 1-0s, 3 Sturridge winners, and Liverpool headed into the first international break in a cushy position, top of the league, and Suarez hadn't even been unleashed yet. Then came the wobble that deep down many at Anfield predicted. Swansea got something out of Brendan Rodgers yet again in a match bizarrely governed by John Joe Shelvey of all people, before Southampton turned up at Anfield and defeated the Reds yet again. Things would get better when Suarez returned, they said, but his rusty first match back was an emotional third round of the League Cup at Old Trafford, which also ended in defeat. Still, it was the league that really mattered, and Liverpool returned to form, sinking each of Sunderland, Crystal Palace, West Brom and Fulham in a run of 4 wins from 6 games, a run of form that marched the Reds back into the title conversation again, a run of form though that was tinged with one crucial defeat. To end November, Liverpool were incredibly fortunate to scrape a point out of another nerve-shredding Goodison Park Merseyside derby. Everton had retooled in the summer, bringing FA Cup winner Roberto Martinez in as David Moyes' replacement. What had been a rough and tumble, scabby Everton side that could battle a team like Liverpool in hostile environments had now turned into one that could be described as Liverpool's equals.
Superb start for the Reds. Scudetto can't get it away, and it's turned in by Kevin Mirallas. Suarez has curled it around and curled it in. Pulled back for Lukaku. He stands on the move. Lukaku is first in line. Unbelievable. And it's flicked in. Liverpool are level.
Only reinforcing that point was the low ebb of the season thus far. A demoralising 3-1 loss at Hull City of all places. Then with Christmas trees going up all around the city, Liverpool showed some festive cheer on the pitch, beginning with Norwich City, aka Luis Suarez's favourite club.
Magical! Genius! He scores against Norwich City again! It's spectacular again! It's stunning!
The large wins continued at home to West Ham before Liverpool's biggest test in a while, pre-Christmas back in North London, and they'd have to go there without the injured Steven Gerrard and Daniel Sturridge. Had Liverpool improved enough since their last visit, a shoddy defeat at Arsenal? Could they cope with the loss of 2 key names?
Luis Suarez still going brilliant. Loris denied and Suarez follows up. Loris gets ahead to it. Henderson scores. Suarez from Henderson's back heel. It's in by Flanagan. Here's Suarez. He's not going to miss that. It's 4. It's going to be a bigger margin. Sterling, it's 5.
Emphatically, yes, as Raheem Sterling put himself forward in a dazzling display. Also, Luis Suarez's brace meant he had scored more than Tottenham in the league, 17-15, and he hadn't shown up until September the 29th. Cardiff were taught a similar lesson 6 days later. Liverpool were for real. A routine win, but one that put Liverpool top of the tree for Christmas, a far cry from their position of 8th and 18 points off the pace of 12 months prior. In fact, Liverpool hadn't led English football at this stage since 2008, hadn't even been in the top 5 at Christmas since then. A position that Liverpool had only ever been in at this time in the calendar twice previously in Premier League history. And whilst we all know what happened to Liverpool in the 1996-97 and 2008-2009 seasons, the Cop was hoping for third time lucky in what was quickly becoming a solid title bid. They were long past the days of Andy Carroll, Jay Spearing and Charlie Adams stinking up the joint. This was a fresh Liverpool team, filled with youthful exuberance and experience in key places to get over the line. What better test than a Christmas doubleheader both away against 2 key title rivals.
City threatened during it, and Navas has found Negredo here. Alvaro Negredo! It's in! City snatched the lead in first half stoppage time.
Spilicueta's done well. Oscar wasn't asking for a penalty, he would have had a good view of it.
Popped in by Scudetto.
And with that, consider a pin popped in the Liverpool title party balloon. From top of the Christmas tree to strewn in fifth with the rest of the discarded and unloved presents behind even Everton, and now 6 points off the pace set by Arsenal. Liverpool needed a shot in the arm. The FA Cup would provide that with a couple of tune-up matches against EFL sides and a little slice of revenge for Oldham Athletic in the third round. So too for Hull City, who comfortably fell in an archetypal 2-0 win of champions, a goal either side of the break. Then came the fixture everyone in the Premier League dreaded, Stoke City away. It didn't matter that they had changed their manager from Tony Pulis to Mark Hughes. Everyone feared them and their infamous blustering 90 minutes at the Britannia. This Liverpool team though was special, and they were able to do special things like being the first away side to score 5 at the Britannia in the Premier League. Kicked off with a helpful Ryan Shawcross own goal, the machine kept whirring. Suarez 2, a Gerrard penalty as Sturridge returned from injury at the end to tie things in a neat little bow. 5-3 it was, not incredible in the backline, but with an attack like Liverpool's, who needed a defence. 6 days later they had to show fight to come from 2 behind at home to an Aston Villa side led by Christian Benteke, who continued to be a thorn in the Reds' side. It was the first time Liverpool had so much as dropped points at Anfield since September, just in time for the Merseyside derby to rock up at the ground 10 days later.
Room in front of him. That space is attacked, and attacked quite brilliantly by Steven Gerrard. And Daniel Sturridge is through here. Sturridge beats Howard. Toure. Flag down. Sturridge had a look. Howard's a long way out. Sturridge is going to beat him and keeps on running. Suarez versus Howard. No contest. Just like the game as a whole.
The ignition was officially on. If anyone doubted Steven Gerrard, the performance here shook that from them. Daniel Sturridge put the game to bed before the half-time break and really should have gotten himself a hat-trick, but never mind. West Brom next was supposed to offer up a chance at another 3 points in what was quickly becoming a rich vein of form to kick off 2014. Then Victor Anichebe capitalised on a lapsed defence to get an undeserved point. Then a game of absolute paramount importance came next. Arsenal and Anfield with the gap to the Gunners now 7 points. Liverpool in 4th with both Manchester City and Chelsea wedged between the pair. The Reds simply had to win to stay in the race. Giving up a 10-point gap with just 13 to play would have eliminated the Reds from the equation. There would be a downward spiral for one club. That began at Anfield on February the 8th, 2014. And it wouldn't be Liverpool.
Have you ever seen anything like this in the Premier League? It's the most destructive opening 20 minutes that any side has ever come up with. Sturridge for 4. Sterling's got it. 5-0.
4 up against the league leaders inside of 20 minutes. That portion of football ranks alongside anything that Liverpool had achieved previously in front of the Kop. Name a more destructive Liverpool performance. Nottingham Forest in '88 might do it, Real Madrid in 2009 maybe. Either way, the Reds were back in the title race, the gap now down to 6 after Chelsea's win at home to Newcastle. The Arsenal match felt seismic. If Liverpool could do that to Arsenal, they could do it to anybody. Just ignore the FA Cup exit a week later to that same Arsenal down at the Emirates. Then to end the month, they felt it necessary to showcase another side to themselves, a tribute handed out to only champions and the elite, grit and the ability to win when not playing at your best. Liverpool travelled to Craven Cottage, not their happiest of hunting grounds, and captain Steven Gerrard dug the club out of a hole with a last-minute penalty in a 3-2 win. 11 days later, a similar result as Jordan Henderson bagged the Reds a late winner at home to Swansea in a 4-3 victory. Henderson, an enormous pillar of just how Liverpool had improved, a reliable midfielder in a system that absolutely needed one. His 2 goals at home to Swansea were just as important as all of the incessant energy both he and the whole team were now providing on a weekly basis. An energy that eventually laid waste to Southampton the following week. And with Old Trafford on the horizon again, Liverpool were confident they could close the gap further to pole position in the Premier League. They'd only beaten United 4 times in the Premier League era at Old Trafford, but all those were when Sir Alex Ferguson stalked the opposition bench. Now, opposing Liverpool was a true footballing genius by the name of David Moyes.
Gerrard, ice cool as ever. Well, he got it pitch perfect in the first half, did Steven Gerrard. And Gerrard does it again. He evades
This was a team entering its final form. Brendan Rodgers had finally settled on a system that suited all of his best players. They'd tried a 3-4-1-2 when Suarez returned from his ban and it didn't really work. They transitioned into a 4-4-2, a flat midfield with Gerrard running everywhere and Henderson either right or central, depending on Lucas Leiva's availability, and whilst it gave Liverpool firepower, the midfield was a bit of a mess. With the continued integration of Raheem Sterling into a front line seeping with goal-scoring ability in Daniel Sturridge, Luis Suarez started to trust his teammates a lot more and, consequently, bagged incessantly. And we've not even mentioned Felipe Coutinho yet, who was the tactical unicorn all season. Played from the left, he was now drifting more centrally than ever in what was now quickly being described as a diamond. Now Steven Gerrard sat, dictated, and everyone else did the running for him. They'd now won the last 5 games, scratched that 6 games after slapping Cardiff City 6-3 in the Welsh capital, and had gone from a potential 10 points behind the pack to just a point behind Chelsea after Sunderland also fell. To end March, Tottenham came to Anfield, an underrated result in what was quickly becoming a magical season.
Here's Ben Johnson well forward. The ball couldn't stop Suarez. Dawson desperately trying to get back. Time for the party tricks again with Coutinho. Yes! Tries it in low. Goal!
Liverpool had officially gone top. They led Chelsea by 2 points with 6 matches to play, and although Manchester City were only 4 points back with 2 games in hand, their turn to get ruined in front of the Kop was fast approaching. In other words, fate was in Liverpool's hands again for the first time since Christmas. They were going for the jugular in what looked more like a suicidal 4-2-4 formation, but it was clearly working. And after 2 Steven Gerrard penalties won the day at Upton Park a week later, Liverpool would be going into the crucial home match with Manchester City on a balmy 9-match winning run, still with that 4-point hold over their upcoming opponents. Anfield didn't need any further emotion dripped onto the occasion, but their last home match before the 25th anniversary of Hillsborough provided more. All that was left was a momentous 90 minutes in front of the Kop to play out.
Holds off, completion, it's a lovely ball for Raheem Sterling. Can he finish it? He can! That's brilliant! He takes the next corner. Scudetto! Fernandinho, back for Milner again. Chance for Manchester City, and a goal. David Silva. Still, deflecting it. It's 2-2. Company. Coutinho! Liverpool lead again!
Now everybody believed Liverpool. 7 points back, City had to believe them. Chelsea still desperately clutching onto that 2-point deficit against the harsh barrage of Liverpool goals, 93 of them in 34 league matches up to this point, believed. Liverpool were going to win the league, only reaffirmed when the next victim was lined up, Norwich City. And I shouldn't even need to tell you the outcome. Of course, Norwich rolled over, no matter how much people told you that Liverpool would miss Jordan Henderson after his red card against Manchester City. And after City burned through one of their games in hand, only getting a point out of Sunderland, and Chelsea went down to the Black Cats as well, Liverpool could really drive Jose Mourinho out of the title race next. The Kop raised a toast to Sunderland. For the beach ball goal, all was forgiven. Chelsea were next, and a title foe was due to be wiped out of the race. Even more delicious that it would be Jose Mourinho the victim. And, in the immortal words of Steven Gerrard,
this weekend in particular. Oh, and Gerrard slipped, and Demba Ba's in here. Out comes Mignolet, but Ba. It's Willian who can walk it in and wrap it up for Jose Mourinho.
Desolation, pure desolation. Now even Chelsea believed they could win the league. 2 points back with 2 matches to play. That little fantasy ended for good when they couldn't even score past Norwich at Stamford Bridge. That was nearly 24 hours removed from Liverpool's biggest fears being played at Goodison Park. Their closest geographical rivals had dropped a bollock against their closest competitive rivals. 3-2 winners, Manchester City led the league by 9 goals. Both Liverpool and City had scored 96, but the Reds had shipped 46 as opposed to City's 37. All those needless concessions in victories, 3 at Stoke, 3 at Cardiff, 3 at Swansea, 2 at Fulham and even 2 at Norwich, all coming home to roost. Now Liverpool had to tot up the goals against newly promoted Crystal Palace, a team they had once beaten 9-0. Only a repeat or better would take Liverpool back to the top of the league now.
Gerrard's corner, and it's headed in. We shoot again here, deflection. Sterling for Suarez, 3. Delaney deflected and in. Gale in the middle, Murray in the middle. Here's Gale.
A 1-point lead at the top going into the final week, Liverpool fans would have bitten all your limbs off and ripped your organs out for that scenario the prior August. Now it was the slow, dull pain of inevitable heartache. Aston Villa couldn't cure it, shipping 4 goals without response in City's final game in hand, which meant that 12th place West Ham needed to go to the Etihad and win for Liverpool to stand any chance. Of course they wouldn't win, and 24 years continued. The end to the incessant torment showed no signs of slowing. Liverpool had gone close before, that this was closer and worse than ever. All the emotion of the 25th anniversary of Hillsborough, the club's most legendary player in Steven Gerrard combining with perhaps the world's informed player in Luis Suarez, and a mix of the young and energetic. Still, it wasn't enough. Just when would it be? Any chance Liverpool had at an immediate riposte in the league or a challenge in the Champions League was snuffed out in Natal in Brazil on June 24th, 2014. That was the day Luis Suarez bit another player, this time Giorgio Chiellini of Italy. His nation wouldn't be long in departing after Suarez 4 days later. And before the Jules Rimet Trophy was lifted by its new owner, Liverpool were removed from their best player thanks to a fee of £75 million and Barcelona. Any player is replaceable, but when you remove the most potent goalscorer on planet Earth for a triumvirate of an over-the-hill Ricky Lambert, an unpredictable Mario Balotelli and a young Divock Origi, it was clear Liverpool weren't coming back anytime soon. Liverpool went for the smart and sensible bids, cherry-picking the best talent in Adam Lallana and Dejan Lovren from a club ahead of the curve in Southampton, before adding Emre Can, Lazar Markovic and Alberto Moreno. It could be argued that Liverpool in the 2013-14 season weren't a club built for numerous fronts, both at home and in Europe. So, with a lesser squad and 15 more matches, the club regressed in the league by 4 positions and 22 points, only just about scraping a return to the Europa League. Nonsensical decisions such as leaving Steven Gerrard, Jordan Henderson and Raheem Sterling all on the bench in the Bernabeu whilst fielding Joe Allen, Lazar Markovic and Fabio Borini instead put them out of the Champions League. In Suarez, Liverpool lost 31 goals, but they were 37 worse off, but a staggering 1.31 goals behind the pace they set the prior season. Combined with an improvement of just 0.07 goals conceded per game in the defensive side, Liverpool were doomed. Not even the Cups could quench the thirst for success, and because it's Liverpool they had to go close. Even when they pushed the eventual league winners Chelsea into second leg extra time in a League Cup semi-final, they lost. And 3 months later the Reds were pushed over the edge when the worst Aston Villa side in 25 years eliminated them from the same stage of the FA Cup at Wembley. Making things worse was a turgid denouement left for Steven Gerrard. Firstly, he played his final competitive match at Anfield in a sloppy defeat to Crystal Palace, which ended slim hopes of a Liverpool return to the Champions League. Then, unforgivably, this slumped to a mind-melting 6-1 loss at Stoke in what will forever be known as Steven Gerrard's last match for Liverpool Football Club. Liverpool didn't take long to bite the bullet on October the 4th, 2015 after a limp point in the Goodison Park Merseyside derby.
Some big breaking news from the Premier League breaking right now. Brendan Rodgers has left Liverpool. Brendan Rodgers is no longer the Liverpool manager.
4 days later, in would come a man remembered infinitely more fondly, Jurgen Klopp. They say it's always darkest before the dawn, and Klopp was undoubtedly that new dawn at Anfield, but that phrase betrays the balmy 3 years in which Brendan Rodgers and Liverpool were intertwined. When he was hired in the summer of 2012, Liverpool were finally in possession of a stable and sensible ownership, and for the first time since the mid-2000s, the club had an owner and a manager in complete synchronicity. This wasn't a win-now strategy, but a development that bubbled under the surface. The 2013-14 season will be remembered for the high-octane victories and incessant attacking and energetic football that Brendan Rodgers' team played. More forgotten is the digging deep for 3 points at places like Craven Cottage and Upton Park, where previous Liverpool teams would have come unstuck. Overlooked is the sheer knack of the Reds getting in front via a set piece, which allowed them to become more fluid and rarely attack their opponents. Sure, the football was chaotic, it was flawed and wouldn't be marked with any kind of material success, but it produced excitement for the first time in years on the Kop, some brilliant moments to boot, and an incredible batch of legendary players. It will forever remain a time at Anfield which was loved by the fans, but ultimately a time in which they came close, so close to glory. But to relive more glorious times on the Kop, you've got a selection, 2001 or 2005.
I'm sure they can hardly stand the tension. I know I can't. And there it is, Manchester City are the champions.
Manchester City didn't just sprout up out of nothing in 2008 when they got a bit of cash in their bank balance. They were actually a big club way before that, and this is how they were built, under the management of Joe Mercer and Malcolm Allison.
Alright, here's the 4-1-1, folks.
Quick history of Manchester City, let's go. The club got their first shot in the arm not by a sheikh, but by their latest captain, Billy Meredith, who almost led the Blues to the first League and Cup double of 20th century English football in 1904. Having never previously gotten past round 2 of the FA Cup, they went all the way, dispatching of Bolton in the final. That, coupled with a silver medal in the league, made City the most sought-after football club in Britain. Temporarily. A lack of success in the intervening generation created a stagnant club only revitalised in 1923 with the move from their ground at Hyde Road and into a plot of land in South Manchester that would quickly become known as Main Road. Either side of the Second World War, City developed the positive habit of recoiling immediately from cup heartache at Wembley. In the 1930s, they rebounded from a 3-0 defeat against Everton in the 33 final by simply coming back the following year to beat Portsmouth under the management of Wilf Wilde. A generation on, with Les McDowell now shepherding the team from the sideline, they would appear at Wembley again in the 1955 final, famously losing the tie but quickly rebounding to claim the cup 12 months later against Birmingham City. Yes, that final of Bert Trautmann fame, where the German keeper broke his neck and City lifted silverware again. Les McDowell's time, though, would come to an end with the club's relegation in 1963. He hadn't got with the new wave of coaches that English football now provided. City needed to modernise, so what did they do? They promoted from within, as McDowell's assistant George Poyser was hired ahead of the 1963-64 season. Normally it would be prudent for the club's long lineage to stay in-house. In 1963 the club needed something different, so it was no surprise that City floundered in the second division under Poyser. After the 6th place in 1964 came the ultimate indignity of simply being furniture the following campaign, finishing 11th with more losses than wins. With the fans turning away in their droves, only 8,015 turned up to Main Road in the defeat to Swindon, so City bit the bullet that Easter. They hired Joe Mercer, and it turned out to be one of the best decisions the club had ever made. From Merseyside, Mercer had won the First Division title with Everton before moving south to Arsenal to do so again, twice more. Mercer got his managerial experience first at Sheffield United, where he couldn't stave off relegation for the Blades, and then at Aston Villa, where he led a bold and attacking blueprint that claimed promotion and the first edition of the League Cup. Such an undertaking had encroached on Mercer's health, and by the mid-60s he was forced to take a year out of the game. Refreshed and rebalanced, Manchester City were the ones profiting. To ease the strain, Mercer needed a young and hungry coach to share the workload, so he got hold of former West Ham player Malcolm Allison, who he had met at a few FA coaching sessions. From there, the pair and the club hit it off. First came promotion to the top flight in the duo's first campaign at Main Road, waltzing to the big time ahead of Southampton, Coventry and Huddersfield. Teamed with a good run to the FA Cup quarter-final where Everton needed 3 games to dispatch of them, City were in good stead for a berth back into the First Division. The subsequent years saw a return to the same stage in the Cup, only bowing out to Don Revie's Leeds United. They proved they were back where they belonged right from the off, sinking the reigning champions of England, Bill Shankly's Liverpool, 2-1 in their first home game back. And whilst the form remained a touch inconsistent, City built a firm foundation for themselves.
And 4.
Aldrich putting the visitors ahead, but Bluebirds skipper Gareth Williams pulling one back to level the score.
Big names like Leeds and Everton also fell as City went some way to avenging their prior cup eliminations. And whilst the history books will note City's 15th place finish in their first season back, there was plenty of optimism ahead of the 67-68 campaign, although nobody would have been able to tell you just how well it would go. The campaign started in bunches and not particularly well as they returned from trips to both Southampton and Stoke empty-handed after a goalless draw at home to Liverpool. When City did retrieve both points from a game, they went on quite the run, sinking the likes of Southampton, Nottingham Forest, Newcastle United, Coventry City and Sheffield United. But quickly they found themselves on the wrong end of the result just as quickly at Highbury, guttingly at home in the derby and at Roker Park. They were the dictionary definition of streaky, and that came as a positive in the build-up to the visit of Tottenham Hotspur at the beginning of December. The highlights were dispatching of Don Revie's Leeds by a goal to end October, a 6-goal thrashing of Leicester City on Remembrance Day whilst Foz was stuck beyond both Fulham and Burnley. It left a pretty crucial tie against 5th place Spurs, safe in the knowledge that a win would put clear daylight between the two. And not only that, they'd go level on points with United after 20 matches.
Venables, Greaves, and it's 1-0 for Tottenham. Sowerby, Lee, Mallory, Bell, after Sowerby, Mallory, a lovely goal by Sowerby. Great football, and it's in the post to goal. Coleman, the chance for Bell, and the goal by number 10 Young.
City had inched closer to their neighbours, with Spurs still cast aside in 5th, and soon enough Europe would return to distract United again to make the title race interesting. Combined with not much to shout about in the cup competitions, going down thanks to the odd goal in 7 against Leicester in the FA Cup and early in the League Cup against Fulham, City were fresh entering the second half of the campaign. In fact, they dropped just 1 point in the first 7 fixtures of 1968, sticking 3 beyond Forest, Sheffield United and Coventry, winning by the odd goal in successive rounds against Sunderland and Burnley before humbling Fulham 5-1. The only blemish was an acceptable one, a draw at home to Bertie Mee's Arsenal. The Manchester clubs were officially embroiled in a title race. 11 matches remained and the pair could not be split. Furthermore, Revie's Leeds and Shankly's Liverpool were the calibre of teams breathing down their neck. What a time to be alive and witnessing English football. Also, what a time to be travelling across to the Pennines to meet Leeds with a potential chance of eliminating a title rival. Shuttling down to 3rd, City's title fate was still in their own hands, particularly ahead of a perfect chance to retaliate at Old Trafford. Shockingly, there's no footage of the game available online, so you just have to trust me that George HELPP, Francis Lee and Colin Bell were the heroes of the day as City stuck a spanner in the United's title bid with a 3-1 win. United had a Wembley date on their hands, not in the FA Cup but against Benfica, with a chance of becoming England's first ever European champions. City, however, still had a chance of making a dent in their season thanks to 3 won on the spin ahead of the final day. First, an own goal sunk Sheffield Wednesday when they visited Main Road on April 25th. On the other side of the weekend, Tony Buck got the ball rolling in a 2-0 triumph over the 63 champions Everton, which left City needing another win in their penultimate game to keep them in the driving seat ahead of a final day trip up to St James's Park and Newcastle. Their opponents could barely have been harder. Tottenham Hotspur, the reigning cup champions, who were still under the control of Bill Nicholson. Colin Bell's double and another from Mike Summerby capped off one of the season's finer afternoons as City led United going into the final day. Both Manchester clubs level on points. United played Sunderland and City needed to equal their neighbours' result to win the league. Now that sounds familiar.
Got it, and he's crossed it. It's a great chance, and there is a goal! By Garling, and a real turn for United. And Best missed an open goal. George Best hangs his head, and he could have scored within the first half minute.
Keane is up there as well. It goes to Keane, it goes to Bridges, a goal! A goal!
It was quickly apparent that the title was not going to be defended, admittedly in a time where it didn't get defended between 1959 and 1977. But unlike names such as Man United, Leeds, Liverpool, Arsenal, Spurs and even Derby County, who had become besotted with a European Cup, that would not be a pleasure City would have for too long.
And a great appeal for a penalty, this is Young, and it hits me right on the line. Young.
Sol kafa sert bir şut gol. O gün vurdu bunu Paris'i ve Koymun'un işte çok kötü bir dakika bu. Olmak üzere oldu. Evet 46. dakikada Abdullah beraberliği kaydetti. Sağ taraftan yapılan ortaya Abdullah tam ceza çizgisi üzerinde yakaladı.
This goal inly after Malcolm Allison sent out the rallying cry that the club would terrify all of Europe. Apparently this news hadn't reached as far as Istanbul and Fenerbahce. There was one thing City could rely on though, the FA Cup, after they were safe in the knowledge of a drab mid-table finish. Whilst they could still put on a show, as the likes of West Brom and Burnley found out in the build-up to Christmas, as they shipped 12 goals between them across 2 games, typically they could frustrate in equal measure when City turned up to those same Burnley and West Brom sides and got beat at Turf Moor and the Hawthorns respectively in the spring. So by January, City were now living for the cup outings. The 1969 cup run all began with a lumbering home win to third-tier Luton Town, a match won 1-0 by Francis Lee. The fourth round provided a trip to Newcastle United and St James's, a ground in which the title had been sewn up 7 months prior. The welcome return of captain Tony Buck aided City ahead of a replay won by 2 goals. It was the second of 4 cup games in a row. Due to poor weather, much of the league competition was abandoned, and when football resumed, City sunk second-tier Blackburn 4-1 and dispatched of the cup team of their day, Spurs, in the quarter-final. After securing bragging rights over a United team distracted by a semi-final themselves in the European Cup, City were posted away to Villa Park for the semi-final of the FA Cup against Everton.
Here comes the corner. Doyle going for it. Summerby! Booth! A goal!
35 days separated semi-final from final, and yet the destruction left behind by the wintry months of January and February ensured that City had 8 league fixtures to cram in. With such a quick turnaround of a high fixture volume, it was no surprise that City were inconsistent, winning only 3 and losing 5 of these fixtures. Whilst they would wind up in 13th, nobody cared. The trip down to Wembley was all the fans wanted to know about. Their opponents, Leicester City, a team who had yet to win the cup and were in their 3rd attempt that decade to win the final, a team that had traded wins with City in the league that year.
Summerby moved inside. It's Bullock with him. Summerby back to Young. It's back. Scored by Young. Made by Summerby.
It was about time City kicked on and challenged for the league again. Their early season form stated otherwise. First, they were beaten by Don Revy's Leeds in the Charity Shield, before a cruel fixture computer spat out the reigning champions of the Fairs Cup Newcastle United at St James Park and Bill Shankly's Liverpool both home and away. City would lose all 3 fixtures. It'd take the club until October to turn their noses up, going 2 months unbeaten in the league throughout the entirety of October and most of November, a run that included this mesmeric performance at home to United.
And it's there! What a kick! Lee! Burns has come back to make the 4th one. Bell! And it's there! Fine goal by Bell! Lee in the middle. Roya, own goal! An own goal by Sadler!
Unbelievably, that was City's first home win over United in the 60s at the last possible opportunity to have done so. A Christmas collapse of just 1 league win from 12 between November the 15th and February the 21st as 69 became 70 saw City tumble from 4th, already 8 points behind a great Harry Catterick Everton side, to 12th. As relegation was closer than any kind of title race, City was safe from either. In the midst of that run came a salivating FA Cup 4th round tie at Old Trafford and another chance to embarrass their neighbours.
And there it is! Booth, flag was up, Kidd! Dipper's got the cup to cover, Oakes is in pursuit. It's in!
City were dumped out comprehensively from the FA Cup, however their season was far from over. We need to rewind to the autumn and to the League Cup where City effectively won a heat of Masters football, remember that, beating others in the North West. Considering that Southport is just about classed as Merseyside, the Blues eliminated not just the big 2 Merseyside giants but their northern minnows from the early rounds of the competition, and it left City 1 win away from a tantalising 2-legged tie with United.
And it's there by Bell! At the moment, as you would expect, Bell going right through Bell! Number 2! Now this may come through to Francis Lee. Still Lee! And number 7, Summerby!
With QPR out of the way, the real competition could begin, a Manchester derby to provide a League Cup finalist. This was a United team that were there for the taking. Sir Matt Busby was gone, the empire soon to decay, and City had the chance to take the first wrecking ball to it.
Red shirts are bobbing around there. Bell! A goal! Colin Bell! Charlton coming up as well. And on the far side it's Aston. Straight into the path of Charlton! Serious lead to take to the second leg. He has 2-1. Wide is Jordan. Boyer. And the goal! Number 8, Ferrer. Forward the leg with the back. He's in there. Boyer coming back with him. Best with his perfect balance. And then over the long goal. Oh no, he's not going to have a shot at goal. Oh, it's a goal by Summerby.
So City were Wembley bound once again, but it was precisely the first half of the story of City's great 1970. And that's because of the Cup Winners' Cup, a competition City occupied because of this incredible cup prowess. It had begun emphatically in Bilbao, a team from Manchester scoring 3 at San Mamés. Who would have thought it? This despite Tommy Booth's tonsillitis, this despite a journey from hell to Bilbao that involved multiple planes and multiple coaches just to get to the stadium. Unfortunately for City, the Spaniards hit 3 of their own in a pulsating match, which made things nervy coming back to Main Road for the second leg.
Trying one, and again! Flicking it through now for Summerby. And Irabon out very quickly, but straight to Young, he must score! Saved on the line, Bell! Foot of Neil Young, Bell in the middle, and it's there from Boyer!
Belgian outfit Lierse were easier in the second round as City put 8 beyond them in a series of matches sadly not broadcast for television. Meanwhile, a trip out to Coimbra for the quarter-final in early March was a steely goalless draw, a mere 3 days out from the League Cup final. A League Cup final, of course, played out on a disgraceful piece of grass, ruined by the Horse of the Year show. Their opponents, West Brom, had been smashed 3-0 in a routine contest 5 weeks beforehand by City in a league game, but this is City, the final at Wembley. Never going to be easy.
As far as Ray Wilson. And here's another high one to look for Aston, going in! Somerby to flick it on in spite of the pain. And it's down! Leading well to get it over. Bell flicking it on. Pardo!
For the first time the League Cup had come to the Northwest. It meant more silverware in the pocket for the third successive season. A cup double became more of a reality 11 days later with a win over Academica at Main Road, courtesy of a Tony Towers strike. Preparations for a semi-final in Gelsenkirchen hit a snag with 3 defeats from 4 in the league. The one victory they did have in the build-up was another sweet piece of business against United.
Against Walker. Lee, and he scored. Lee waiting on the far wing, but Doyle bursting through here. Good goal! Good goal!
Aside from the goals scored by Mike Doyle and Francis Lee, City's form in front of goal had become rotten. They went down to Schalke 1-0, a score which would be replicated twice before the second leg. Even when they didn't lose, they still failed to score, being held at the Dell a week before Schalke were due to Main Road. With the club's first European final on the line, Manchester derby aside, City hadn't scored since they were hammered 5-1 at home to West Ham. And speaking of 5-1 at home, here's Schalke and a Cup Winners' Cup semi-final.
Forward and out. This is Young. Oh, left foot. This is Doyle. Lee to his left. And Lee going straight in to Young. Bell. And the flick was just enough to go. Van Haren coming in. Paul Schmidt there. Earlhoff. In comes the Buda.
If Academica in the quarter-final was a surprising slog that was settled late in the day, City's fears that a similar tussle in the subsequent round after a defeat in West Germany were quickly put to one side in the second leg 2 weeks later. They had avoided Roma and Górnik Zabrze in the semi-final, and they would only be retrieved the latter Polish side for the final in Vienna after 3 draws and a coin toss. Criminally, as nearly 30 million people sat down all over Britain to watch a cup final between Chelsea and Leeds, played in Manchester no less, City supporters would only be able to see the game live if they were watching in the flesh.
He's trying to tee himself up. Good save by Koska. Young! Neil Young takes the penalty. With a good fast bowler's run up. The rain absolutely teeming down. A bit lucky, the power took it through the legs. Goldishink to take it. Levansky, nice play by him. Osislo! 2-1.
Manchester City had done it, not only becoming one of an exclusive band of British clubs to have won a European trophy, but they had become only the second English team to have won European and domestic silverware in the same campaign.
This is Alan Oakes. 20 minutes gone and it's... What a goal! Oh, it's a beautiful goal! A great goal by O'Hare!
Man did very well there. Lee, his hat-trick! You can only push it away. Doyle, a beautiful goal!
Manchester City were embroiled in a civil war. Malcolm Allison was pushing for a takeover from double glazing merchant Joe Smith, and given he had made his fortune in windows, it was a pretty transparent attempt from Allison at a power grab. In the end, the football took a back seat. The League Cup was surrendered almost immediately away to Carlisle United in September. The Cup Winners' Cup a little later on in the day to the new winners to hail from England, Chelsea in the semi-finals, as City finished a pretty languid 11th place after all was said and done in the league. A few weeks into the subsequent 71-72 campaign, the power struggle was over and Malcolm Allison was announced as Manchester City's new manager. Before the turbulence of a managerial change altered City's season and perhaps their immediate future, the club had only faltered to defeat at home to Revy's Leeds and away to a decent Wolves outfit. While City struggled to early defeats in the Cup in such a competitive league, they were among the frontrunners through the autumn, the winter and indeed to the birth of spring.
And now Lee, hitting one across there, and it's there!
Very lucky. Booth can't get there, but Lee might. Davis! Lee in the middle, and that's an own goal!
Francis Lee was banging in the goals, joined in that respect by Wyn Davies whilst Colin Bell was back from injury. It was a rise timed to absolute perfection, with Malcolm Allison being all but deified as the club entered spring. Bell put both goals beyond West Brom on the first day of March as Arsenal, Everton and Chelsea all joined them in falling to the mighty Blues. City were 5 clear of Derby, who admittedly had 2 games in hand, and a full 6 ahead of Leeds, who also had games in hand, 3. Then, as Malcolm Allison cycled downhill fast towards a trophy, he grabbed a branch from a nearby tree and stuck it in the spokes of his own wheels with the signing of Rodney Marsh. Malcolm Allison had craved Marsh for 2 full years but had faced pushback by Mercer. Now Allison had full control and, now leading the league, full trust from the board. £200,000 was spent on the frontman. The fluid partnership of Davies and Lee had the Marshy stodge crowbarred in as City failed to score up at Newcastle before falling to both Stoke and Southampton in April. And you could now throw a blanket over the top 4. 2 points splitting them, City were back in third and still a realistic title challenger, but there was a lack of momentum. Of course, they'd hit back and Rodney Marsh was at the heart of it to silence the doubters.
Well taken, underneath! Oh, unlucky Bradley Marsh! Into the middle, so is Lee. Win Davis took it well on his chest. Marsh going in!
And when a trip to Old Trafford generated a second 3-1 triumph in 4 days, City maintained their place joint top with Brian Clough's Derby County. The interlaced nature of the fixture list would provide much of the drama for the remaining weeks of the season. While City would conclude their campaign on April the 22nd, the seasons of both Liverpool and Leeds wouldn't peter out until May the 8th. So as City floundered to a draw against Coventry on April 15th, both Liverpool and Derby twisted the knife in with more comfortable victories against West Ham and Huddersfield respectively. Then with a trip to Portman Road, a place City hadn't won at for an eon, their title bid was effectively torched with another negative result, a 2-1 defeat. With Derby the final visitors to Main Road that season, City needed a win and a whole host of results to go their way. In the end, the win was entirely worthless because of Liverpool's own triumph against Ipswich Town, something City had failed to do 4 days prior. City had finished their 42-game season top of the league, a point ahead of both Liverpool and Derby, but knew they couldn't win the championship. Derby's win over Liverpool in their final game saw to that, and whilst May the 8th saw both Liverpool and Leeds botch their attempts at overtaking Clough's side, Manchester City's players were already on their holidays, completely powerless to it all and on the outside. 1972-73 meant Manchester City without Joe Mercer at the club, not even from the boardroom level after he departed as general manager. Malcolm Allison now had what he had desired all along, total and complete control of Main Road. If Joe Mercer was a steadying handbrake, Allison was cutting the brakes with a grin dripping with charisma that told you not to worry. Not that the new chairman Peter Swales wasn't worried in the first place, he got Allison in place for what was supposed to be a fresh start in a new technicolor age. But it still meant a Manchester City playing in black and white. The club might have ludicrously qualified for and won the Charity Shield against the even more ludicrously qualified 3rd Division champions Aston Villa, but league form was utterly shocking. Of their first 6 matches, City chalked up just 2 points, thrashing Norwich from the comfort of their own home, and whilst the fixture list did throw up a stinker of Liverpool, Everton, Derby and Chelsea, City did slump to an away defeat against Crystal Palace. That was the defeat that left the club rooted to the bottom of the 1st Division, hardly a good look when the might of Valencia were creeping up on the horizon in the UEFA Cup first round. Obviously City would bow out to the Spaniards after a 2-1 defeat at the Mestalla second leg. By which point City's league form hadn't been corrected. Okay, there were home wins over Leicester and Spurs, but there was also the small matter of getting pumped 5-1 by Stoke 4 days before their European exit, or 4-1 at Birmingham in early September. A defeat to Coventry continued City's turgid form on the road. Yes, that's their 7th successive away reverse of the campaign. They wouldn't win on their travels until Remembrance Day, by which point the club form had picked up.
Down well and turned well, and it's in off the hands of the goalkeeper. Good shot. Still Donachie. Chance for him to shoot. And Lee leaving it for Marsh. Good save by Jennings. Marsh on again, England.
The club felt fun and free and fresh again. Losses evaporated in exchange for the present of victory at Christmas time and continued through to the FA Cup elimination of Liverpool in a 4th round replay. The problem was that it was all a bit temporary. Soon enough, the form would dry up, Sunderland would eject them from the next stage of the Cup and go on to win it, and once their season was categorised as over, they laid down for Wolves at Molineux, shipping 5 goals before unforgivably losing 3 on the spin at Main Road. That was the end of Malcolm Allison and Manchester City, for now. But the fun times and crucially silverware weren't over just yet for Manchester City, but that's a story for another day. In the meantime, stay in the 1970s with this playlist.
But now it has. Joe Corrigan falls to the ground. Peter Barnes, the man who scored the first goal, hugs on the bench.
For the longest time, this was the last available footage of Manchester City actually winning a trophy. Now you can't move for them claiming silverware. These are the underrated glory days of Tony Buck's Manchester City. The Manchester City freight train known as Malcolm Allison had been derailed. Now was time for some normalcy. City of course didn't adhere to that demand in the 1973-74 season. Johnny Hart, who took over at the tail end of the poor previous campaign, wouldn't even make it to Halloween. It wasn't even performance-based for the popular member of the former backroom staff. It was due to his ailing health. Therefore, Ron Saunders was plucked from Norwich City after he had taken them into the top flight for the first time in their history. Chairman Peter Swales was adamant that Saunders was the right man for the job. However, his tough demeanour was arguably too tough on the players, who were rumoured to have gone on strike in protest. Consequently, City's form plummeted them down into the bottom half of the table. Despite the downturn in form, Ron Saunders was the man who returned the club to Wembley via the medium of the League Cup, inheriting a 4th round replay at home to York City. 2 ties were needed against Coventry before Plymouth Argyle were dispatched over 2 legs in the semis. Unfortunately, Saunders' men ran into a pretty decent cup team down at Wembley by the name of Wolverhampton Wanderers.
Again. Now is this the moment? Hibbett with a shot! Got it in well. Oh, and this is the chance for Bell! And he's taken it for Sunderland. And now is the chance for Richards! Oh, and he's got it!
Within 6 weeks, Saunders was sacked, perhaps more so for his attitude towards the players than any results out there on the pitch. But hey, at least he presided over the myth of Dennis Law relegating United with a back heel at Old Trafford, as if to wipe them from under his feet. Again, the club were seeking normalcy, and this time they took the right option, finally turning to former captain Tony Buck from a caretaker manager role into a permanent one. Normalcy for City, of course, is City being really good when they're good and being abject when they're not.
Left foot and in! And driven across by Bellamer's pass. Over to it. Oh, what a start! Newton now the chance. And scores superbly.
Francis Lee had shockingly been sold to Derby, and Mike Summerby was on the transfer list ahead of being sold in the summer of '75. It was clear that Tony Buck was taking the City team he was handed by his former managers and hurtling them into a new era. Despite all of this transition after the slew of managers in the prior season and the influential names leaving the club, City were still in the mix for one of the more competitive seasons in the First Division. On New Year's Day, they might have sat 8th behind teams like Burnley, Middlesbrough and Stoke, but City only trailed Bobby Robson's Ipswich by 2 points. This weaker division would be a theme that ran throughout the campaign. Domestically, unfortunately, there wouldn't be any further trips to Wembley. Despite their neighbours languishing in the Second Division, United had their number at Old Trafford in the League Cup. And such was Tony Buck's early Manchester City team. They quickly bowed out of the FA Cup at home to Newcastle United at the first hurdle, only to exact a quick measure of revenge on home soil in the league, downing their Magpie opponents 5-1. At home, City were near unstoppable, with only the recent defeat against the returning Franny Lee and Derby and a goalless draw against Wolves not sliding into the W column. On their travels, however, City were a complete disaster. They had won 1 league game on the road, and typically to the entire club, it was in one of the more gruelling trips away to a decent Spurs. Conversely, they were empty-handed trips to Middlesbrough, Burnley and Birmingham, and poor draws at Coventry, Cardiff and West Ham. This will be a trend that continued right the way through until the end of the campaign.
Made a space for himself. Good attack. That's it. Still Summerby. Bell into the net. Dropping for Jimmy Ryan. It's a good one.
Of course, there are always outliers, for one shockingly going down to Carlisle United at home in their only top-flight visit to City on March 19th, when the title was feasibly still within reach, and then City's second and final away triumph at Chelsea on April the 12th, when there was virtually nothing to play for. It all made for a damp squib of a campaign, finishing in 8th with just 46 points and only 7 back on the eventual title winners Derby. Derby, a team that trailed City on New Year's Day. Tony Buck was still working his way through the sludge at Main Road. Mike Summerby's departure was confirmed in the summer, whilst Kenny Clements was promoted from the reserves and Joe Corrigan was restored as goalkeeper. Crucially, this was a team of a work in progress.
Doyle! Royal! 2-2! There's Doyle! And goal! Yes! 2-2! Now he gets it over. Boulin!
And it was results like that that ensured that Manchester City's league race was run as early as Halloween, something which was increasingly becoming the norm these days. It didn't help that City couldn't get over the line, drawing against teams as lowly as Sheffield United, Burnley and some newly promoted team they were calling Manchester United. If there had been those inflatable Halloween decks pinned to Selfridges on the Arndale in 1975, City fans would have trundled past them with just 5 league wins to their name. They couldn't score, never mind get a win away from home, but that would be partially cured by an October win at Highbury. But let's nip the league season in the bud early, why not? City did, as they finished 17 points off Liverpool's pace and finished 8th. And while Stoke City bundled the Blues at the FA Cup at the 4th round stage in late January, it didn't tell the entirety of City's 1975-76 season.
Donachie with the ball, now Barnes. Royal making the most of others, and this could maybe put the final seal on it as Royal goes through and scores.
When it took 3 games for Manchester City to dispose of Norwich from the second round of the League Cup across 19 days in September 75, nobody would have believed that the Blues were going the distance in the competition. And maybe City got lucky that they caught Brian Clough only 10 months into his life at the City ground with Nottingham Forest in the 3rd round. The manager hadn't been able to coax his long-time assistant Peter Taylor up to Nottingham by that point, and thanks to goals from Colin Bell and Joe Royle, they were through to the last 16. Where Manchester United awaited, and it was exactly here where the belief was gleaned for a tilt towards the Alan Hardacre Trophy. It wasn't just a win, it was a battering. Joe Royle, Asa Hartford and Dennis Stewart's double had demolished the freshly promoted United by 4 goals. That momentum continued predictably through Mansfield Town in the quarter-finals, and thanks to the luck of the draw, they would avoid both Newcastle and Spurs, not that City were counting their lucky stars when Jack Charlton's Middlesbrough defeated them at Ayresome Park. But it was only a matter of time that City would take the tie away from the Borough and go to Wembley, sticking another 4 goals beyond their opponents. At Wembley, Newcastle United awaited.
Yes, they're playing it across there towards Mike Doyle, who got the header in. Might come anywhere. Yes, it's there. Now for McDonald, on with the right foot. Gowling is there. It's Tommy Booth. Oh, and what a goal!
Manchester City had gone to a final, they'd won a trophy, and so far so normal when it comes to the club in the 1970s. Nobody knew that it would be the beginning of the end of the club's glory for quite a long time. 1976 began the tally which would eventually become immortalised in a banner in the Stretford End at Old Trafford. It was not the end of Tony Buck across town at Main Road, however. The one thing the League Cup did provide City with, no matter their mediocrity in the league, was a newfound sense of confidence and a return to European football after 4 years. Back then it was the first round of the UEFA Cup in a harsh draw against Valencia, a team who had recently been proficient in racking up European trophies via the Fairs Cup. In 1976 the draw simply could not have been harder. Juventus were pulled from the hat. And whilst they hadn't won a European trophy like City had done, and they had gone down to English opposition in Wolves, Leeds and Liverpool in the recent past, they could boast players like Dino Zoff, Marco Tardelli, Claudio Gentile and a world-class manager in Giovanni Trapattoni.
Coming up now, the goal from Dennis Stewart's corner, the back header by Royal and Brian Kidd on the mark.
Tony Buck remained buoyant, not willing to say City would win in Turin, but still confident that they would overcome the Italian giants. Guess what happened? Yes, of course, Juve scabbed the 2-goal win needed and went on to win their first European trophy at the end of the season and had collected the full UEFA set by 1985. Back home, the mood was fairly buoyant thanks to acquisitions like Brian Kidd from Arsenal for $100,000. Alas, there was a big hole in the squad after Alan Oak's departure to Chester as player-manager, signing off with a record 669 City appearances. And whilst we've already covered their travails in Europe, things weren't much better in the cup competitions domestically. Instantly they relinquished their League Cup crown to the next winner of the competition away to Aston Villa. Then, after battling through the stern tests of Newcastle and West Brom in the January rounds of the FA Cup, they were unfortunate to be dumped out by Leeds United in the 5th round. The league, however, would be where City found joy for once.
Aston scores. Kidd's cross. Stewart! Beauty! Today, what's the first line? It's Kidd, the next ball!
A usual characteristic of the club around this time was one of inconsistency, and whilst there were plenty of needless draws at home to Stoke in August, QPR in October and away to Middlesbrough in December, they could barely be beaten. In fact, the home loss in the derby at September the 25th was one of the few blemishes on City's season, with only Ipswich able to take both points off the Blues before February. After slaying Leeds at Elland Road after Christmas, they received Liverpool at Main Road in an early pivotal marker for the title. With the Merseyside Reds halfway through their first ever European Cup triumph, City held their own against the league leaders, preserving a 2-point gap heading into 1977. The new year began impeccably, first with a 5-goal haul at home to Leicester City, then with a tricky but successful Stoke away day. That was game number 15 undefeated in the league. Game 16 was this.
It's 2 and he's got a crowded penalty area.
Arsenal were dispatched as Manchester City roared closer towards Liverpool, now trailing the champions of England by 2 places and just a point, but crucially holding 2 games in hand. Then came the inconsistency as City yo-yoed between defeats at Bristol City, Manchester United and West Ham, whilst remaining pristine in front of their own fans against Norwich and Sunderland. After a draw against the previous season's surprise packages in QPR at Loftus Road, Easter came into focus. City entered the period still in 3rd place, still with a game in hand and still with a small deficit over the leaders who now were Ipswich Town. Both they and 2nd place Liverpool were on the horizon for City. And how many times on this channel do I say that Easter is crucial in the 1st Division, and for Manchester City it was pivotal.
Out again by Mills, back in by Booth, Kiddie's going on, he's gone round Corrigan and has scored. Corner from Barnes and a beautiful header! Case puts it back for the 2nd time, Hughes is up there, Keegan! Barnes' cross is a good looking one too, and Booth was there, now Hartford, and off the line and in! Case's shot, oh, hit the bar! Highway! 2-1!
They escaped with 6 points from 4 matches, with home triumphs over Leeds United and Middlesbrough that concertinaed between the footage just shown. It meant that City exited Easter as they entered it, still with a game in hand, still with 3 points to make up. The Midlands teams were the next victims, West Brom and Birmingham slain as City jumped up to 2nd place, almost within tasting distance of the Championship. Then right on cue, PTSD from 1972. Derby County at the baseball ground. Back then it was the Rams ramming City out of the title race, scooping the crown. 5 years on, one of the biggest bottle job performances had City on the ropes, losing 4-0. Tony Buck refused to throw in the towel. City, after all, were still in 2nd place, only 2 points off the Liverpudlian pace. But now it was Bob Paisley's side who held that game in hand. Then City buckled away at Villa Park, only retrieving the point. Spurs were the next visitors to Main Road and simply needed to be beaten if City were to remain in a title race.
Swinging out towards Booth's head. Barnes. That could fall for Stewart. Knocked on by Owen, chased by Barnes. Now can he finish this one? Oh yes! Oh, what a beauty! And Hartford! Kidd, 5-0.
News from the capital was profitable. City had reeled in Liverpool ever so slightly after they could only get a point out of QPR before a similar result came against Coventry. With the chances of reducing the deficit to just a point, City knew they simply had to win at home to Liverpool's greatest enemies, Everton, to continue the fight. Brian Kidd's 25th goal of the season was not enough. Liverpool now needed 1 point from a home match against West Ham and a trip to Bristol City to win the league. Fighting for an unprecedented treble, the Reds weren't about to pass up that opportunity, getting their requisite point against West Ham. Meanwhile, United stopped their treble charge, even if they did become the second English club to win the European Cup 4 days later by beating Borussia Mönchengladbach. It would be a long time before City could think of such feats. The subsequent season marked the long overdue return of Colin Bell. He was finally back at the turn of the year after his long injury ahead of the FA Cup third round, a tournament that Leeds had ended City hopes in the prior year.
Bell. Chance! Threatening number 8. And he somehow saved it, but then it was tucked in.
Revenge was achieved against the Yorkshire club. Surely this was a foundational block of going on another cup run, but this was Manchester City. The league season could be burning around them when they'd still turn up for the cup. Way before Pep Guardiola had even heard of Manchester City and domestic trebles, it was on the cards, and kinda realistic too. 1. Liverpool were in European conquering mode and were busy dealing with that. 2. The recently promoted Nottingham Forest were the ones leading the pack and were expected to drop like a stone. And 3. City was second to them in the league ahead of 2 cup matches in late January, one of which came against the league leaders. 7 days out from that 4th round trip to the City ground, City had to trek to the capital with a spot in the League Cup semi-finals on the line against Arsenal at Highbury. They'd already won both cups in the 70s, why couldn't they do it again but in the same season? First reason, Liam Brady's goal eliminating them from the League Cup. The second reason came a week later in Nottingham.
Here's Robertson. Robertson takes his man, chips it, and he scores!
And there was further news to dampen the mood. Dennis Stewart would follow in the footsteps of Pele and Franz Beckenbauer by moving to New York Cosmos thanks to a lucrative $2,000 a week wage. Not that City could balk at the £250,000 fee they'd receive as well. At that point, with 16 games left in the season, City were still Forest's nearest title rivals. Only 6 points back, and they didn't shit the bed immediately, beating both QPR and Everton to conclude February as Buck with the Manager of the Month award. March, though, was the month that shaped the destiny of the title. After that gut punch, 4 draws on the spin followed against United, Wolves, Borough and Newcastle, which left City 7 points off the Forest pace, having played 2 games more and with time running out. Season well and truly over.
Well, Hamilton, oh, what a brilliant goal!
Hey, too big for Crusher.
This was supposed to be the campaign where Tony Buck delivered a stellar season on all fronts at Main Road. They'd chalked up a trophy, they'd battled in a title race, and now they were to combine all of those assets into a season for the ages. Typically, optimism quickly fucked off. City had found themselves in the lower reaches of the table by New Year's Day, and after embarrassingly tumbling out of the FA Cup's 4th round to Shrewsbury Town and the quarter-final of the League Cup to Southampton, there wasn't much else to shout about except for the return of Europe in the spring.
Spot after pole at handle, Kidd slams it into the back. It's over a lovely chip. Kidd's glancing header again tantalises that Standard Liège defence.
After overcoming a stern first-round test in FC Twente at the first hurdle of the UEFA Cup, a thrashing of Belgian side Standard Liège fed into a third-round tie against Milan. The first leg was played on an unusually looking sunny afternoon due to a thick fog that rolled into the San Siro, postponing the fixture until the afternoon. Unlike Juventus from earlier on, Milan didn't do losses against English opposition. They'd won 6 of 8 matches on home soil against them, but then again, they weren't the force they had been in the 60s and earlier part of the 70s.
Was to City's advantage, and in Kidd getting the first against one of the giants of European football. Tino gone. Same player. It was, though, a notable result. Regrouped sufficiently to record a 2-2 draw. City didn't waste that courageous display in Milan. Boone and Asa Hart for them in the scoring Boys.
Which teed up quite possibly the worst possible opponent in Borussia Mönchengladbach in the quarter-finals come March, a match which would only grow in importance due to City's floundering in the league. The Blues' domestic woes continued at Main Road, first at home to Chelsea in late January, then ignominiously in the February home derby against the eventual cup finalist United. Whilst the losses were stemmed in advance of Europe's return, the league season had long grown irrelevant. The campaign, maybe even Tony Buck's tenure at Main Road, now hinged on the UEFA Cup.
Kulik nicht im Abseits. Tor. Den Haie. 1-0.
Those European nights would remain the memories of Tony Buck's final days in charge at Main Road. He was sacked after the club plopped out a 15th place finish and had no success in the cup competitions back home. His departure, long signposted by the return of a man he used to be captained under, a certain Malcolm Allison. In his usual brash and confident way, he'd gone down to the Big Smoke to declare Crystal Palace the team of the 80s, before flaking out on that challenge, spending a little under a year in Istanbul with Galatasaray before a failed stint at Plymouth Argyle. He was supposed to be the last big push after the silver medal in the league in '77 and decent returns in Europe. He was supposed to be the man to take City to the next level. It never transpired. They were about to begin their spiral down English football. There was no choice. But you have a choice though. You can choose to immerse yourself in football nostalgia from the 70s or the 80s. Oxford United were your everyday Football League club in the early 80s. A fanciful cup run or two, as many promotions as relegations, and some crippling debt to boot. And then Robert Maxwell came along. This is how he changed the club forever. First they were renamed into what we know them as today, Oxford United, and then they received admission into the Football League. The 1960s started as non-league Headington United and ended as Oxford United in the second tier with a FA Cup quarter-final under their belt. The sky seemed the limit. Stable enough in the second division, it quickly became apparent that the 70s was a period of stagnation, then regression, as Oxford started the 80s staring into the abyss of financial turmoil and a return to the 4th division. And if you want to cheat death, get yourself a man who had done it before. His name was Ian Greaves, a fullback for Manchester United who was supposed to be on a plane in February 1958, but an injured elbow prevented his travel for a fateful European Cup quarter-final. Greaves had been out of work for a year and he received an Oxford side on Christmas Eve 1980 who couldn't buy a win at home and was sat in the 3rd division relegation zone. It was a stereotypical in-tray for a new manager, solidify the team, and with that he got some stereotypical results. Gong was getting pumped every week by rabble like Colchester, Carlisle and Chesterfield. Here was a more binary outlook on life, as Oxford dared to score more than once in only 5 of their remaining 21 fixtures. Losing only 3 times in the league, the U's would end the campaign undefeated in 13, albeit with 9 of those games being drawn. They had become the archetypal hard nuts to crack as they rested in the comfort of 14th place that summer. But as alluded to at the top, Oxford's finances were on their arse. In the summer of 81, Greaves was forced into stripping back his playing staff budget. The crisis stopped just about short of players driving themselves to away matches, but did impact the quality of the team coach and pre-match meals. Nonetheless, they made a bright enough start to the league season despite its renovation of 3 points for a win. Oxford even abandoned their fears of playing part-timers in the Cup when they dispatched of Dover, their first win over non-league fodder for 15 years, as they eventually bowed out in the 5th round to top-tier Coventry City, as Everton performed similar duties in dispatching the U's from the League Cup. On the surface, it was great news as Oxford pushed for a promotion spot. Beyond that surface, they were bleeding $3,000 a week and had gone over their overdraft limit. And who says football clubs aren't relatable? They were given 2 weeks to live. Desperate, the club went cap in hand to a publishing magnate by the name of Robert Maxwell. He would underwrite the club's debts, give them half the chance of survival before weeks later going all in. In what was a little sampler, or what Maxwell would probably call hors d'oeuvres, of what the new owner would bring to the club, Brighton refused him helicopter access onto the Goldstone Grounds playing surface ahead of a cup tie in January, so he sulked off back home. Oxford would defeat the First Division opponents by a margin not seen from a lower league club since Scunthorpe dished out a 6-2 battering against Blackpool in 1961. Greaves called it probably the greatest day in my career. 7 days later, he was gone. That footage should give you some idea as to why Oxford's season was a bit stop-start in the winter of 81. With the schedules ravaged, the Manor Ground wouldn't see action between a 3-goal triumph over Preston on November 28th, right up to February the 3rd, where Reading were the victims. In the meantime, Robert Maxwell had wielded his axe. After the life he'd had and was having, football was nothing more than a plaything, that much would become obvious. Born Jan, a Jew in 20th century Europe, holding a Czech passport, he'd escape persecution, amass a small fortune, stand as an MP in Britain, before making a name for himself as a man who would revitalise bankrupt companies. Legitimately or not would be revealed, but not before his claws had been sunk into Oxford United. He'd set the club the goal of gaining promotion by the end of the following season, and himself a goal of getting the local council on side to build a new stadium. One wouldn't be achieved, the other only would happen 10 years after his death. Anyway, back to Ian Greaves. Him and Maxwell quite obviously mixed about as well as oil and custard, so Greaves applied for and got the Wolves job within days of Maxwell arriving. Cut to Valentine's Day. Former Oxford player Ron Atkinson and Birmingham City boss Jim Smith went out for a meal with their respective wives, I should add, and probably no car key swapping went on, but I can't confirm that bit. The wheels were already in motion for Jim Smith's dismissal from St Andrews because Ron Saunders' sudden availability after his resignation from the Villa. It had been resolved at that meal that Smith should take on the Oxford job. They were considerably in better nick now anyway. Whilst they sat 9th in Div 3, they had 3 games in hand on Chesterfield and only 8 points to make up, i.e. promotion was still in their hands. At least it was, until an indifferent March saw 1 win from 7 fixtures and the club's top scorer Keith Cassells, as well as a young prospect Mark Wright, were sold to Southampton in exchange for $150k and Trevor Hebbard. Entering April, they were 3 points closer to promotion, but they'd run out of games in hand. A near-perfect month had them ensconced in the top 3, only for it to be ruined by some scroats called Swindon, who controversially won 3-2 at the county ground. Swindon were fighting for their 3rd division lives, just a shame that their fans' smoke bombs effectively swung the balance of the game, and therefore promotion, as Oxford lost their final 4 fixtures to finish 5th. Meanwhile, Swindon went down anyway. Cassells had been replaced that summer with the signings of Gary Barnett, Mick Vinter and Steve Biggins. Then the season began.
Well to get in the cross. What a header too. He had no way through, and then a beautiful ball to Barnett. Could be a chance here. It's in. Put one more.
From the 4 wins to start the season to a full-scale riot at home to Portsmouth and 4s and 5s stuck beyond Walsall and Orient, Jim Smith's side were in the shake-up for promotion once again. They made signings galore: George Lawrence from Southampton, John Butcher from Blackburn and Neil Watmore from Birmingham, but results continued to be inconsistent, thanks largely to a fractured cheekbone dished out to Trevor Hebbard in the middle of the campaign. They bounced from a 5-1 demolition of Bradford City to shipping 3s against Exeter, Sheffield United and Newport within a month, and that last defeat was the death knell for the U's, as they would have to be content with another 5th place. And yet the finances were now in order, thanks to a healthy dose of redundancies and a tighter knit squad of just 17 players, only for a summer distraction thanks to Robert Maxwell's continued interest in Reading, which manifested itself in this: a batshit sane idea.
Millionaire publisher Robert Maxwell unveiled detailed plans today about the proposed merger of Oxford and Reading football clubs. But the scheme's attracted more criticism, and one opponent has taken out a court order to try to stop it.
They'd be called Thames Valley Royals. Fortunately, Maxwell wouldn't get the board support over at Reading that he was promised, but in the first snowflake that would become a 21st century avalanche, he was allowed to maintain a financial interest on both clubs. His later purchasing of Derby County only snowballed this as the 80s wore on. Smith added further names, Crystal Palace's Paul Hinshelwood and free agent Bobby McDonald. Instantly, it was obvious that this season would be better.
Again, the instigator, Brock on the left here, and as he goes through, Neil Watmore, back from injury, is very thankful to put the ball in the net and Oxford in front.
Venter saw Kevin Brock moving in behind him and he hit his shot with such force that David Harvey in the Leeds goal never even moved.
When Oxford won a free kick and Brock buried it in Bailey's net with a lovely ball. Biggins! And it's now!
Oh, and McDonald! 1-0 to Oxford!
The league form wasn't too bad either, dropping only 4 points from their first 9 league fixtures as they shouldered the responsibility of both a deep League Cup run and a promotion push, commanding an 8-point advantage over 4th place by Boxing Day. It was only natural that the elimination of names like Newcastle and Leeds, as well as 3 high-profile games against Manchester United, as well as an upcoming replay at Goodison Park, offered a distraction from league competition. It had been totally taking the town by storm.
31,000, easily the best of the season, braved a snowstorm to see Everton open the scoring after 7 minutes. Oxford's amazing run of cup success began to look doomed when the trusty left-footed Kevin Sheedy made it 2-0 after 33 minutes. Forced this replay, and Heath made it 4 goals in 5 games when he got number 3 early in the second half, their most emphatic win of the season. As first, Paul Hinshelwood 4-1 back for Oxford, scorer, and Everton now play Aston Villa in the semi-final.
Once that pipe dream and another in the FA Cup 3 weeks later was put to bed, they'd lose only one of their remaining 19 fixtures to storm to the title. Colin Todd had been signed for just 12 matches, but his experience was invaluable in getting the U's over the line. Finally, after 19 cup games and 46 league outings, Oxford could put their feet up, safe in the knowledge they were second tier again. And yet the summer was spent with Maxwell throwing his considerable weight around in the public eye, threatening to pull funding if the proposed new stadium wasn't built. Like most of his musings, it was an empty threat, as names had continued to pour into the Manor Ground over the 83-84 campaign, Newport's John Aldridge being the headline name, whilst Chelsea's Peter Rhodes-Brown followed. But of course, it wouldn't be the summer without a piece of Robert Maxwell's sensationalism. This time he went for the very top, launching a £10 million bid for Manchester United with the plan to pass little old Oxford on to one of his sons. It of course wouldn't transpire when United chief Martin Edwards raised the price last minute to £15 million and would ultimately not sell the club until 2005 when it was gifted to the Glazers. Lesser of two evils, we'll never know. Distraction wasn't too far around the corner as Maxwell attempted to sink some more money into Derby County before making his daughter the first female director in English football. And if you think I'm making a graphic to represent her to go in this video, you gotta be ill. Oh yeah, and he also bought the Daily Mirror, which would become handy in getting his point across. Let's get back to the football. Oxford further prepared for life in Div 2 by acquiring Dave Langan and Billy Hamilton as the bookies slapped a 10-1 price on United for promotion. It'd prove a bargain.
He gave Oxford the lead in 6 minutes.
3 of their 4 goals came in a 5-minute spell just after half-time. Billy Hamilton hit the first from 10 yards.
Full-back David Langan made the opening, and Aldridge finished it off in superb style.
Pulled the crossbar, and before Tim Flowers could compose himself, Gary Briggs was there with the header.
Minutes gone when Brian Cox fumbled a shot from John Turek, and Bobby McDonald scored in his 5th goal of the season.
And did 1-2 with Trevor Hebbard to beat offside, and Oxford were ahead.
They burst into life in a new division, only going down to defeat when they had to travel to Main Road at the beginning of October. The fact that they simply moved back into gear, slapping 5 beyond Sheffield United, Leeds, Charlton and Crystal Palace by the end of the year was proof enough that Oxford belonged. John Aldridge was smashing in the goals, Kevin Brock was troubling England's selection, and in both Dave Langan and Billy Hamilton, two bona fide Irish internationals. Whilst Hamilton's knee ligament injury would test Oxford's depth, they'd managed just fine, helped along by the acquisition of QPR's Jeremy Charles, nephew of John and son of Mel. Oxford had been imperious on their own patch, dropping just 7 points from 21 fixtures whilst maintaining a capable enough record of 7 wins and 7 defeats away from home. It all merged into a 10-point advantage over the chasing pack for a promotion, ultimately confirmed in spite of a loss at Elland Road on April the 27th. Oh yeah, and they also had time to do this in the League Cup.
Hamilton. Lawrence takes over. A good-looking ball. Hamilton there. No, it's Aldridge. It's gone in. Good overlap. Hamilton came to meet it. Brilliant goal. Shaw Langdon on the right. Oh, it's gone in.
Whilst this League Cup campaign would sit equidistant between two far more memorable tilts at the trophy, Arsenal went to bed on Halloween '94, thoroughly spooked by their defeat. Oxford would go on to be rather uncharacteristically eliminated from both cups under the radar to Ipswich and Blackburn, as opposed to the glamorous defeats they had recently been subjected to. Nonetheless, Oxford had earned the right to call themselves one of the better teams in the country and would have a chance to prove that fact in the following season.
But it's the moves at Robert Maxwell's Oxford that have caused more of a stir. Jim Smith, who's managed them from the third to the first divisions in 2 seasons, today joined Queen's Park Rangers. Maurice Evans, who joined Oxford from managing Reading, becomes caretaker manager.
But Jim Smith wouldn't, at least not at the Manor Ground, after a difference of opinion on his wage packet festered in the summer of '85, combined with an impending TV blackout and Maxwell's acquisition of Brian Dalton to be Oxford's managing director. Smith decided it was time to go. The owner had been holding out off just $3,000 as Jim Smith got his desired $50k a year elsewhere at QPR. Desperately scrabbling around for a successor, Maxwell offered the job to Maurice Evans. He said no, but he'd be leading them into the new season as caretaker anyway. Hardly the finest preparation for a first ever season in top flight English football.
Rose Brown. Hammered! Yes! For Ipswich to hold on. Langham again with the cross. It's there! It's the fullback Slatter!
And with one cursory glance at the league table after their latest win, Oxford United were quite clearly holding their own in the top flight, despite all the tumult that summer. Just a shame that there wasn't any live or highlighted footage available to the public until the turn of the year. Whilst the circus the club endured during the summer meant only one name in Neil Slatter was acquired for the team, Maxwell had been busy behind the scenes. He'd vetoed a deal for Adidas to manufacture the club's latest kit, going with Umbro instead, before the unfortunate sponsor of Wang Computers would adorn the strip with $300,000 pouring into the club. It wasn't long before the club were bolstered by the arrival of Ray Horton into the midfield. Beginning with Northampton, Oxford made it a mission to eliminate all the ends, Newcastle and Norwich going down in the autumn before a League Cup quarter-final draw tossed out a favourable tie against Portsmouth. They say in football that one trophy leads to another, and who was to say that the Daily Express five-a-side tournament trophy won ahead of Arsenal wasn't going to be the catalyst for greater things. Whilst injury had stunted the U's progression out of an FA Cup third-round tie against Spurs, Portsmouth wouldn't be granted the same satisfaction in the League Cup, as Oxford ran in 3 goals to confirm a semi-final against Villa, 2 little games away from Wembley.
Now, Aldridge working in the middle. Oh, sweetly done. Oxford have got some big fellas at the back. Burt for the shot. Oh, yes! Evans was up there. Scramble. And has the goal been given? It has. The goal's been given. 2-2. Evans. Aldridge.
Oxford were Wembley bound in what was quickly becoming their competition. Of course, it had to be only one team and one man waiting for them in the capital. Jim Smith and his QPR would provide the opposition to Oxford's first ever trophy. The cliched dress rehearsal had taken place 3 weeks prior and had drawn out a 6-goal thriller, splitting the sides evenly. The final would never be able to live up to that hype, but it could grant this Oxford United team immortality nonetheless. Oxford United could not rest on their laurels one bit. They were enveloped in a relegation dogfight and hadn't won a league game since just after their semi-final win over Villa. Fate was in their hands thanks to games in hand, but they did occupy the drop zone with 4 matches remaining. Anybody up to Villa in 16th was still looking over their shoulder. A 6-pointer at Portman Road was a great reality check for the U's, but in defeat it became quickly apparent that this would be one of the greatest one-season wonders of all time. They had 3 matches to play, all at home, but the opposition could scarcely have been more difficult. First, the reigning champions Everton on a run of 1 defeat in 26.
Given time to set up Philip. Oxford United have a goal that could mean First Division survival.
The result had a massive impact on both ends of the table, as it not only kept Oxford within a chance of a survival shout, it derailed the Toffees title bid. Nottingham Forest were next and a win would seal survival, except this was Forest under Brian Clough, former European champions and in the process of building another great team. The loss was no embarrassment, but Leicester's 2-0 win over Newcastle plunged the U's back into the bottom 3. The story was simple, everyone around them had finished their season and Oxford needed to win their final match. The small matter of Arsenal.
A goal up after just 3 minutes. Penalty. Icing on the cake. Billy Hamilton scores number 3 and the celebrations begin.
Oxford had lived to fight another day. It was clear it had been taking a lot out of the club in adjusting to a huge league with a change of manager, but the highlights were there to see. Outside the League Cup triumph, there were wins at Stamford Bridge and Main Road as some of the best of the country had to offer in Everton and Arsenal had been beaten. That summer came the solidifying news that Maurice Evans was finally taking Maxwell up on his offer 10 months after he had offered it. Alternatively, things were made less clear by Liverpool's selling of Ian Rush to Juventus. I only bring this up because they wanted to replace him with his ringer, Oxford's John Aldridge. Thankfully, Italy's 2-foreigner rule meant that Rush wouldn't be immediately signed by the Turin club. Surviving the top flight was made harder in the 86-87 season by the introduction of the playoffs. This would initially place the 4th worst Division 1 team against the highest 3 outfits from Division 2 not already promoted automatically.
14 league goals would make him the champion top scorer.
Regis was there and it's Regis!
Defensively, it was obvious that Oxford hadn't improved to the requisite standard, but they were still capable of providing enough quality to succeed, as teams like Manchester United in Alex Ferguson's managerial debut, Nottingham Forest and Sheffield Wednesday found out upon their visits to the Manor. And whilst visits to Villa Park and Upton Park were also highlights, 4 points gained against Charlton Athletic left Oxford with the chance to seal their survival a match day earlier than the prior season at Luton. Effectively, John Aldridge's goal-scoring prowess has coaxed enough form out of the club before he departed for Liverpool in January for £750,000. It left the club on rocky foundations ahead of the 87-88 campaign as Liverpool swept to one of their all-time great seasons, Aldridge banging in 29 goals. Meanwhile, Dean Saunders took up the Aldridge mantle at the Manor Ground as Robert Maxwell's attention continued to be taken up by matters at the baseball ground and Derby when he resigned from the Oxford board in '87. Whilst the league campaign was an unmitigated disaster, prompting Oxford's relegation, as Mark Lawrenson replaced Maurice Evans in the campaign's later months, they did come within a whisker of Wembley once again.
Steen coming in. Oh, brilliant goal! Brian Steen with the left foot. It was. Oh, it's in!
We're currently on a tour of Britain through football. Go follow where we've been and maybe even a cheeky subscribe after. What a wanker I am. Wales, the red-headed stepchild of British football. They could never have the glory or the expectation of England. They couldn't even lay claim to the history or moments of hope that belonged to Scotland. When England were winning the World Cup, when Scotland were going to major tournaments, Wales watched them on the telly. They spent a literal lifetime in the wilderness between 1958 and 2016. This is a film about those times. It was in 1876 that the first rumblings of Welsh football began when Rwabans Llewellyn Kendrick posted a notice asking for players for Wales' first official international match against Scotland. After a series of lock-ins in Wrexham pubs, the FAW was established, although not everyone would get on board, with the rugby playing south and football playing north factions extending the bitter divide for decades to come. Upon the establishment of the Home Championships, four-team tournament between England, Wales, Ireland and Scotland, Wales would nick the odd one and largely be the third best team on the Isles. Coinciding with the best era for Welsh club football in the 20s and 30s with a Cardiff City FA Cup winning team and a decent Swansea Town outfit, Wales scooped up 7 championships before the Second World War. They wouldn't win another one after that, but were saved by the British FAs deciding that actually trying to play in this thing called the FIFA World Cup might actually be a good idea. With the Home Championships doubling up as qualification for the 1950 and 54 editions, the Welsh were shit out of luck. They did have a decent calibre of player coming through, however: John Charles, Ivor Allchurch and Trevor Ford. In advance of a third attempt at World Cup qualification, the FAW hired Jimmy Murphy and even ceded some selection issues to the coach, who split his time between Wales and being Matt Busby's assistant at Manchester United. In at first, Wales were handed opposition from foreign lands and were competitive, securing wins against both East Germany and Czechoslovakia. The difference between qualifying and not was Czechoslovakia gaining the only away win in East Germany. With that, Wales wouldn't be at the 1958 World Cup. Only you know that's not true. December 1957, and Wales profit from both Turkey and Indonesia taking a look at Israel and going, "Nah, I don't think we will play them at football actually." And FIFA couldn't exactly have Israel qualify by default. There was to be a draw of lucky losers for the chance to play Israel for the final spot in Sweden. Uruguay and Italy refused the chance to be placed into the Jules Rimet Trophy. Wales waited on tenterhooks. Would their name be pulled from the hat that featured 8 other names? No, out came Belgium. Wales would not be going to the 1958 World Cup after all. But you know they would. And it's because Belgium also refused the match after their name got called out, which begs a question: why waste everyone's time, lads? Anyway, Wales are the next team drawn. They spank Israel twice and move to Sweden for the World Cup, being drawn the hosts as well as Hungary and Mexico in a draw that the FAW was saying could not have gone any better if we arranged it ourselves. They typically would go on to win none of their 3 matches in the groups. Firstly, the FAW were involved in a tug-of-war with Juventus over John Charles' availability because it was 1958 and FIFA didn't decide to ironclad the right for international teams to call up their players. Then the FAW thought it'd be a grand idea to select just 18 players when they could have taken 22. And yet, despite Wales completing the group stage winless, they had yet another chance in a series of lucky loser opportunities to reach the knockouts. After 3 draws, they tied Hungary for 3 points and therefore needed a further match to decide who would face Brazil. Such was the faith the FAW had in the Welsh team, the selectors had their return flight to catch before the playoff was even played. They would hastily be back in Sweden once Ivor Allchurch and Terry Medwin scored in the 2-1 win to book Wales a spot in the quarter-final with Brazil. Brazil, featuring a teenager by the name of Pelé. Brazil, who were incredibly fortunate to not be facing John Charles after he was ruled out injured. And that Brazilian teenager wound up scoring. Brazil won the whole tournament, and Wales would have to wait seemingly forever to play another tournament match. The more the 1960s wore on, the more it was obvious that the John Charles generation was over. There wasn't anybody to take on their mantle, and the FAW had a big problem with English clubs not releasing Welsh players for internationals. Wales constantly performed with one hand tied behind their back, bowing out of the 1962 World Cup qualifying because Juventus wouldn't release John Charles. When he moved back to Leeds United so he could be picked for his national team, he and Wales faced the same problems as Don Revie refused Charles' request to play in Wales' Euro 1964 qualifiers with Hungary, which they predictably lost. Wales overhauled themselves, youthened up their squad and hired a new coach in Dave Bowen for the second half of the decade. They'd lose to an amateur Denmark and draw in Belfast to confirm a 1960s completely devoid of tournament football. Before the 1970s were allowed to pitch up, it was obvious that Wales wouldn't be at the 1970 World Cup either, given that they would draw on Italy, East Germany and only one nation would go through. Their fate was sealed at the draw. They achieved 0 points and were therefore ranked 26th out of the 32 European nations who attempted to qualify for Euro 72. At this point, Wales were still sharing Dave Bowen with 4th tier Northampton Town. Hardly a look that screams, we're going to rule the world, or even, let's try to even qualify for something, shall we? Euro 1972 meant grabbing a couple of wins over Finland, performing admirably at home to Romania and Czechoslovakia before being ultimately found out away from home. The 1974 World Cup meant going to Wembley and actually getting a point, but losing in Poland as both home nations stayed at home. Under all adversity though, it was promising, so the FAW stuck their neck out to renew Dave Bowen's contract as a full-time manager. However, the man who had coached 11 wins out of his 56 matches in charge turned them down. Ouch. Nonetheless, the FAW had their backup in company man Mike Smith, who previously headed up the association's youth coaching. He knew the players progressing through the system, he actually analysed opponents, and he actually had time to perform his job full time. They had to cure their problem of going to the continent and floundering. Whilst they led in Vienna, they ultimately lost 2-1 in the second half. After securing the points at home against Luxembourg and Hungary, a trip to the latter in April 1975 was arguably the most crucial game left. It was a night of Welsh maturity as Terry Yorath commanded the match as captain and Johns Toshak and Mahoney scored the goals in a 2-1 win. The formalities away in Luxembourg left an all-or-nothing tie at the racecourse ground at home to Austria. A point and Wales would be through to the quarter-final playoffs. Funny what a bit of success can do, as Wrexham's ground was sold out and Wales had a full allotment of players to choose from. Arthur Griffith's goal was enough, and in Wales' centenary year no less, they would draw on Yugoslavia for a spot at Euro 76. Second leg at home, the plan in Zagreb's first leg was to sit tight and play defensively. That plan shot out the window like a bullet inside 45 seconds as Wales went down 2-0. They were only in the tie thanks to the miraculous string of saves from Di Davies, but 19 minutes into the second leg, the dream was over yet again. Yugoslavia won and converted a hotly contested penalty, which left Wales needing 4 goals in 71 minutes. Ian Evans found one, Terry Yorath had a penalty to find another, but missed. No qualification, but finally a slice of optimism, even if UEFA did insist on Wales playing future UEFA fixtures 200 kilometres away from Cardiff after crowd trouble in the playoff. You couldn't get enough optimism around this time though, as Wales eliminated England from UEFA's Under-18s Championship, and coach Mike Smith was cultivating a culture in the squad that was built around frontman John Toshak. Drawn Czechoslovakia and Scotland in 1978's World Cup qualifying, Wales were given the perfect opportunity to show how much they had matured. Even without Toshak, they sunk the European champions. Czechoslovakia, that is, not Scotland, you absolute lunatic. In probably Wales' finest display of the 20th century, in a 3-0 win. It would be Wales' only points of the campaign. Outside of the obviously insane idea to contest the Scotland-Wales match at neutral Anfield on the grounds of safety, Wales were left smarting on the field after a late penalty was awarded to Scotland. With scores levelled 12 minutes from time and a Wales win perfect preparation for a trip to Prague, Scotland won a penalty for a handball that clearly was performed by a man in a long-sleeved blue shirt. Nonetheless, good news came back from UEFA. The Euros were being doubled in size, so Wales actually stood half a chance of making it. Qualification for Euro 1980 started with 8 goals without reply across 2 games, the perfect start, until you realise that 7 of those goals were scored against Malta and the other one against a bad Turkey team. All going well in a 4-team group until the other team made themselves known, West Germany. But this was a German team there for the taking after their harsh transition from world and European champions. Still, they got brushed aside in Wrexham in May and twatted in Cologne that October, and with that, the 70s was put to bed. But before we answer that, I need to tell you about how I watch every single Premier League match completely legally, which means it's VPN time! A VPN hides your IP address, which lets you safeguard your internet connection. So, the absolute opposite of what the Manchester United defence would do. Am I right? No? Okay. And for those who haven't skipped this YouTube advert because you bloody love a bargain, here's why you should choose private internet access, today's video sponsor. 1. They're offering you an insane 83% VPN discounts and 4, count them, 1, 2, 3, 4 months completely free. See it like Manchester City buying City Group players for a knockdown price. 2. You can protect an unlimited amount of devices at the same time. Chelsea's transfer strategy for 1. You want 783 devices protected? Just buy them all up and protect them. 3. You can access region-restricted content from all over the world 365 days a year. Good news for Spurs fans whose passports are usually back in that cupboard by December. That is private internet access. Links to the discount in the description. Then came the news that the 1980s might actually be even more of a shit show than the 70s. Mike Smith had been courted by a club team over the border. One of the big boys? No. First division club at least? Nah. This was Hull City. 3rd division Hull City. Relegation threatened in the 3rd division Hull City. Even they could afford more money than the FAW. Once grandiose ideas of bringing Jimmy Armfield in were whittled down to former captain without any managerial experience in Mike England, who had spent his days recently playing indoor football for a team apparently called Cleveland Force in the States, the mood was low. The sliver of hope cracked through them dusty Welsh curtains with the expansion of the World Cup to 24 teams, and a kind draw enhanced that. Iceland, Turkey, Czechoslovakia and Soviet Union would be the opponents, and the top 2 would go through. Sniffing half a chance, Wales rattled through their first 2 games 4-0, admittedly against Turkey and Iceland, but still. Then Czechoslovakia turned up at Ninian Park and Wales binned them off as well, thanks to David Giles' early winner. On the other side of the year, Wales even went out to Ankara and grabbed both points. They were 4 wins for 4. Then Mike England came out with the immortal line: "If we don't get to Spain now, it will be our own fault." Fate tempting continued when the Soviet Union turned up at Wrexham with a fan's banner that read, "There's only one England going to Spain, Mike." 0-0 was the score, thoroughly decent result which was probably an even better performance than the 4 wins combined beforehand. Trips behind the Iron Curtain were to come, but both Wales' strongest opponents had each other to play, and the Welsh were still able to cash in on their Iceland home match win in October 1981. Only an own goal in Prague ended Wales' invincible streak, yet they still led Czechoslovakia in what was increasingly becoming a shootout between the two nations. Then came news from Reykjavik that Iceland had churned a point out of Czechoslovakia. A win against Iceland, which was surely only a formality, coupled with positive Soviet results against the Czechs, and Wales were going to Spain. It was going so well at the Vetch Field as Robbie James netted early on. Then, an electrical fire plunged Swansea into darkness. The teams would return for the final first half minutes after a lengthy stoppage and simply swap ends for the second half immediately. Asgeir Sigurvinsson netted twice in the second half's first 15 minutes, the bastard. Alan Curtis had scored in between those strikes, but desperate Welsh attacks were nullified, and now they were in deep trouble. There was no cockiness from the stands, no optimism fed into the microphone from the coach. Now Wales had to go to Tbilisi and get a win against the Soviet Union, and hope that the same team did them some favours against Czechoslovakia. The first favour was completed when the Soviets won 2-0 against Czechoslovakia, but then Wales lurched into the nostalgia of a limp 3-goal loss away from home on the continent. The Soviet Union were through, Wales in second place, a point ahead of Czechoslovakia. Yet they had that inferior goal difference, so anything but a Soviet Union win in Bratislava would leave Wales at home. Mike England's optimism had evaporated. As he predicted, they have the ability, but I don't know if they will have the desire. The 1-1 truce meant Wales were out on goal difference. The evening of October the 14th, 1981, and a draw at home to Iceland would sting for generations. Hope was gone and a transition needed to happen. Players like Terry Yorath and Leighton James were retiring, but a crop that featured Neville Southall, Ian Rush and Mark Hughes were coming through. A draw that pitched Wales with Yugoslavia, Bulgaria and Norway for one spot at Euro 1984 seemed enticing. 4,340 souls at the Vetch Field and 9,006 at the racecourse for Wales' 1-0 wins over Norway and Bulgaria gauged the mood, but equidistant between those was the fighting spirit of a 4-4 draw away in Yugoslavia. Norway had taken points off Yugoslavia at home, and with their own home game against Yugoslavia and winnable trips to Oslo and Sofia, why couldn't Wales qualify? A 1-1 draw in Cardiff against a Brazil team in a friendly only inflated that optimism further. A goalless draw in Oslo, thanks to only a Robbie James free kick hitting the post, wasn't much of a gaping wound but a slow puncher in Wales' hopes. Rusi Gorshev's winner in Sofia, although damaging, still left Wales top of the group and with fate in their own hands. 7 December evenings in 1983 would decide their fate. Ninian Park was sold out for the visit of Yugoslavia, with all safe in the knowledge that a win over their visitors would mean qualification. Wales dominated, they scored through Robbie James on 54 minutes and all was going well. Too fucking well if you ask me, so Mehmed Bajdarevic popped a pin in Welsh hopes with an 81st minute equaliser. December the 21st, Bulgaria turned up in Split with their own hopes still alive after the draw in South Wales. Essentially, Wales needed a draw or a 1-0 Bulgaria win to qualify. Ears transplanted to radios as the news of a seesaw game filtered through Welsh living rooms. Bulgaria led 1-0. Good news, they trailed 2-1. Bad news, and with stoppage time here, the sides were tied on 2 goals apiece. Wales were going to Euro 1984, then Lubomir Radanovic headed in, ruining every single Welsh child's Christmas in 1983. It was now becoming a morbid comedy. How were Wales getting this close and still failing? The annulment of the home championships did the FAW finances no good either, and the association was in perilous straits ahead of qualification for Mexico '86. Scotland and Spain were their main rivals. The other team in the group were Iceland, and the last faces Wales needed to be seen after their last encounter. Even more so when Iceland stunned Wales yet again, leaving them frozen in a 1-0 victory in Reykjavik. A 3-0 loss in Seville made things worse. Just 10,000 people turned up at Ninian Park for whatever revenge could be gleaned out of a poor 2-1 triumph over Iceland before the group opened wide open. Scotland and Spain split the points in both matches with one another. Ian Rush grabbed a winner at Hampden and then two more in one of the greatest nights in Welsh history. A double either side of a Mark Hughes second sunk the Spaniards 3-0. All roads now led to September the 10th, 1985. A win would, in all likelihood, take Wales into a playoff to face one of Israel, New Zealand or Australia. A draw was no good, and after another late Scottish penalty, a draw is what Wales received. 1977 was sharp in Welsh minds after a decade of near misses and all hope drained. Spain's win over Iceland 15 days later confirmed Wales' elimination, but of course this would all pale into insignificance with the news that Scottish coach Jock Stein had passed away from a heart attack suffered at Ninian Park. The Mike England reign ended with a failure to qualify for Euro 88. Drawn into a perilous group featuring Danish Dynamite and a tricky Czechoslovakia, it was actually Finland who stuck the dagger in first in a 1-1 Helsinki draw in September 86. Wales' response was to take 5 of the available 6 points from their home matches and leave things hanging on a knife edge in the autumn of 87, with trips to Copenhagen and Prague to come. Effectively, thanks to their goal difference, they had 2 bites at the cherry to gain the 1 win needed to qualify. Preben Elkjær denied them in Denmark, and Wales limped out to an already eliminated Czechoslovakia in Prague. Still, the FAW behaved well above their station when attempting to lure Brian Clough into the manager's position. Even if he was crazy to give the job a chance, he wasn't when the likes of West Germany and Netherlands were pulled out of the hat for Italia 90 qualifying. If he was still balmy enough to think that Wales could qualify ahead of those two, another Helsinki embarrassment put pay to that. Clough was never going to take the job, and Terry Yorath simply continued in his interim role until told otherwise. Again, Wales were paired off with a tough draw for Euro 1992 against world champions Germany and Belgium. Rounding out the group was Luxembourg, and the only positive was that the FAW wouldn't have to spend so much on airfares. Then Wales showed a rare bit of resolve, coming from behind against Belgium and smashed them with 2 late goals before grabbing the points in Luxembourg and even getting something in Belgium. Now all Wales had to do was beat Germany. Easier said than done. Then Wales went and did it anyway via Ian Rush, as the gates had ballooned from 14,000 to 34,000 at the FAW's latest fortress of Cardiff Arms Park. Somehow it was all in Welsh hands. They led Germany by 3 points, who had a game in hand with an October 1991 meeting in Nuremberg to come. A Wales win, as unlikely as it was in June, would send Wales through. Unthinkable and quickly removed from reality when Andy Moller, Rudi Voller and Karl-Heinz Riedler ran in the first half goals in a 4-1 squashing. The formalities were secured with a win over Luxembourg at home, and now Wales waited for favours from Europe. Just 1 win against the Germans. Was it too much to ask for? Apparently so, as Germany pipped Belgium 1-0 in Brussels and unexpectedly whitewashed Luxembourg. By the time the draw was made for 1994 World Cup qualifying, the world was a different place. The dissolutions of both Czechoslovakia and Yugoslavia, as well as the admittance of several countries such as Andorra, Liechtenstein and the Faroe Islands, meant more opportunities to rack up confidence-boosting wins. Drawn Romania, Belgium, Cyprus, Faroe Islands and a representational team of Czechs and Slovaks, Wales could be confident of an outside push for one of the 2 automatic spots. Then Terry Yorath decided to dispose with the sweeper system that had served him well in the past, and they got bulldozed 5-1 in Bucharest. It meant nothing at all, however, as the manager suffered a personal tragedy when his 15-year-old son Daniel collapsed and died due to a rare heart condition. He would return by the time Wales had a crucial trip to Brussels in November 1992. A 2-0 loss looked to have Wales out, but the group's main contenders insisted on taking points off one another. Belgian revenge was assured thanks to Ryan Giggs' first international goal and Ian Rush sealing the points. A point on the road against the Czechs and Slovaks was a good one to have, and suddenly the Welsh path was wide open after a win in the Faroe Islands. 3 home matches to end, and simply put, win 2 of those and Wales were cracking America. Giggs and Rush combined yet again against the Czechs and Slovaks, but it was another draw. Still, a win against Cyprus kept things ticking over and meant another one of those all-or-nothing matches that Welsh football had become famous for. Romania travelled to Cardiff Arms Park needing a point. Wales needed both. Mark Hughes was missing, but Dean Saunders deputised admirably with a goal equalising Georgie Hadji's earlier effort. Momentum with the Welsh, Gary Speed won a penalty 2 minutes after the equaliser was achieved. John Bodin, who had scored so many crucial penalties for the Welsh down the years, now had the kick to send Wales to the World Cup. He hit it well, too well. It crashed against the bar and Florin Rodachayu went up the other end late on and dumped Wales out. Wales were ranked 27th in the world, highest than they had ever been. So on Christmas Eve 1993, the FAW did something about it, and they told Terry Yorath that his contract wouldn't be renewed.
Merry Christmas!
John Toshak wouldn't even make it to qualifying for Euro 96, chipping after a friendly defeat to Norway, leaving Mike Smith to preside over such results as 3-2 versus Moldova, 5-0 versus Georgia, 3-0 versus Bulgaria. A return to the good old days? No, these were all defeats and Wales didn't stand a chance of going to Euro 96. Or to France 98, despite a decent team, a decent enough draw featuring Netherlands, Turkey and Belgium and spades in the ground for the upcoming Millennium Stadium. Wales aimed for stars such as Howard Kendall, Gordon Strachan and Ron Atkinson to take charge, wound up with Bobby Gould and results such as 7-1 away to the Netherlands, a loss obviously, before the official rock bottom. A friendly defeat to Leyton Orient, weeks after they had finished 21st in what we'd now call League Two. The millennium in more ways than one was around the corner. Wales could scarcely be in a worse place, so they extended Bobby Gould's contract. He left his country in 84th place in the world behind Namibia, a man who compared John Oster to Diego Maradona, a man who took his players on a team bonding trip to a prison and got locked in a cell. Being drawn Italy, Denmark and Switzerland, there's no point in telling you anything, but Wales did not qualify for Euro 2000. They had crossed the Rubicon. Neville Southall was drafted in as a caretaker for a game. In the same season, he came out of retirement for a single Bradford City Premier League match. Then Mark Hughes was named as his replacement. Yes, Mark Hughes, a man who wouldn't retire from playing for another 3 years. 6 points off making Euro 2000 became 12 points off qualifying for the subsequent World Cup. 113th in the world, teams like Lebanon, Vietnam and Azerbaijan were now ranked ahead of them. Watch out, St Vincent and the fucking Grenadines were creeping up on Wales as well. So when Euro 2004 qualifying pulled Italy, Serbia and Montenegro, Finland and Azerbaijan out, there was little hope knocking about. Nightmares from the past in Helsinki were banished though when John Hartson and Simon Davies got Wales' show on the road. Italy were next, so nobody was really getting that excited just yet until Craig Bellamy snuck in a winner, and that form was followed up on with 2 wins over Azerbaijan, who you might remember FIFA were considering them as equals not so long ago. Suddenly Wales had 4 wins from 4 and were a staggering 5 points ahead of Italy, no games in hand or anything. 10 games unbeaten, a boy in FAW decided to ram a giant stick through the spokes of that invincible streak by playing an end-of-season friendly, needlessly, in California. The Americans beat them, as did Serbia and Italy back in qualifying, all as Wales failed to find the net. Qualification was hanging by a thread when Finland turned up in September. Still, a point would clinch a playoff spot. Naturally, they slumped to that point as news filtered through that Italy had also drawn and ground that could have been made up wasn't. They could still win the group but needed Azerbaijan to beat Italy, which wasn't going to fucking happen, was it? Wales couldn't even hold their end of the bargain up as they lost 3-2 at home to Serbia and Montenegro. It left Wales with Russia in the playoffs for a spot at Euro 2004 and they had only beaten Azerbaijan in 1 calendar year. They were the usual, it's a great night for Welsh football platitudes escaping from Mark Hughes once the 0-0 draw was secured in Moscow. He prophetically announced before the second leg that we've had false dawns before. Enter Vadim Evseveyev with the away goal. Wales were out again. Another false dawn in a horizon full of them. Just when Wales' dawn threatened to creak up into the sky, they lost their manager to another bang-average English club, this time Blackburn Rovers. His successor John Toshak had another stab at ruining his legacy, with Wales accruing 35 points from 34 games in 3 qualification campaigns. Wales were back outside the top 100 in the world and even behind North Korea at one stage, so how on earth did they reach a point where they could qualify for competitions again? It's always darkest before the dawn, they like to say, and the man holding Wales' hand before that dawn was Gary Speed. He got them to within 3 points of qualifying for Euro 2012, had blood Aaron Ramsey and Gareth Bale into important positions in the squad. Another not so near miss, but Wales felt fresh and exciting again. On November 27th, 2011, that promising dawn couldn't have seemed further away when it was announced that Gary Speed committed suicide. Welsh football had to find a way to continue, and through Gary Speed's personal friend Chris Coleman, a successor was found. He carried on his friend's good work, and starting off as another FAW corporate tagline, Wales almost certainly were now together stronger. The daffodils sprouted up again when Wales not only finally qualified for a tournament in 2016, but they went and reached the semi-finals. In the 2020s, Wales and tournament football fit like hand in glove. Another European Championship knockout stage before the World Cup was finally reached. Speaking after sealing the World Cup qualification against Ukraine in 2022, then manager Robert Page said, "I want to dedicate this to Gary Speed. He started this culture 12 years ago, the environment completely changed, and I've inherited that." And after a lifetime spent in the wilderness, it has now become abnormal when Wales don't qualify for a tournament. Brazil beat Wales in the Dragons' only World Cup knockout match in 1958. 12 years later, Brazil became even better. So click on this, our film, on the 1970 World Cup.
And now it's a chance for Richards. Oh, and he's got it! John Richards!
Stan Cullis was gone and Wolverhampton Wanderers' demise was supposed to follow, except it didn't. Except the Europe-faring team Cullis had long promised arrived in a new decade called the 70s. This is the Wolves team that everybody outside of Molineux has criminally forgotten about. September the 15th, 1964 will forever be a black day in the Black Countries Association with football. It was the day Stan Cullis was unceremoniously fired less than 24 hours after a 4-3 win over West Ham. Cullis had just returned from sick leave, delivered the club's first win of the season, not to mention put the entire club on the map and helped lay the foundations for European football as we now know it, and now he was on the scrap heap. By the end of the season, they had been promptly relegated under the management of Andy Beattie. After losing 9-3, yes, 9-3 at Southampton in September 1965, it was no wonder that Beattie was sacked 48 hours later. Ultimately, his successor Ronnie Allen would take Wolves back up via a late piece of brilliance to sign Derek Dougan, and a 4-1 win over Bury on April the 22nd, 1967 confirmed that. And whilst they would lose a championship decider at Highfield Road in the following game, they followed Coventry up to the top tier. It was exciting times as Wolves not only posted themselves back to the big time, they underwent a gruelling pre-season in America and Canada, which ended with a bizarre 6-5 win over Aberdeen. Soon though, the real stuff got going, first with a win at Craven Cottage and then straight into the fire of a Black Country derby that ended 3-3 at Molineux. After a third successful game beating title contenders Leeds, the wheels promptly fell off the entire season before September had even had chance to show up. If they weren't teaming a 4-match losing streak in the league with a first hurdle exit from the League Cup, they were having a miserable start to 68, gaining just 2 points from 9 matches. They wouldn't furnish 1968 with victory until March the 9th, 2-1 over Sunderland if you were wondering, and by that point they were firmly embedded into a relegation scrap. Thankfully for the Molineux faithful, the team in front of them just about managed enough points, 14 from their last 13 games, in order to climb into safety. But when Liverpool rocked up in the West Midlands that September and stuck 6 past Wolves, Ronnie Allen's days were numbered. He was able to stave off the sack for a couple of months, yet masterminding wins over Coventry, Sheffield Wednesday and West Ham, before being sacked after a draw at Turf Moor in mid-November. Allen's successor would be receiving Wolves in 14th place, i.e. no man's land. Wolves hired Ipswich Town boss Bill McGarry, cut from the same cloth as Major Frank Buckley. Perhaps it was a stricter disciplinarian type which the club craved. McGarry announced himself with a quote, "Deep inside me I want to win, every game in every league." Wolves obliged, snapping straight into gear, Derek Dougan and Peter Knowles bagging braces in a 5-0 whitewash of Newcastle before Dougan struck again in the next home game, another win, this time against Spurs. Naturally, McGarry couldn't maintain that, idling by in 15th place when 1969 showed up, having lost as many as he had won in the league. Amidst Spurs gaining ample revenge in the FA Cup 4th round in January, Wolves underwent a delve into the abyss. They began the year with a decent enough win over Forest, but promptly managed to win only one from their next 12, taking the club to Easter and to the fringes of the relegation conversation. Thankfully, McGarry's side had drawn far too many games to get roped in and won only one from their remaining 5, typically against reigning and soon-to-be dethroned champions Manchester City. Either way, an inauspicious start to life in the Molineux dugout for Bill McGarry.
And Curran going in, a goal! Hugh Curran!
It would get better as 4-1 to begin the league campaign attested to. Just forget about the 8 draws and 2 defeats across 10 games that preceded the footage we've just shown you. It was an average start to the season that was spiced up by the news that 23-year-old Peter Knowles shockingly announced his retirement from football to focus on his new faith as a Jehovah's Witness. Either way, the formatting of 2 points for a win was doing all the heavy lifting as Wolves entered spooky season in 5th place, only 8 points behind eventual champions Everton. Their form only improved, Wolves taking the scalps of West Brom and Arsenal before, most impressively, tearing one of the finer Chelsea teams apart by 3 at Molineux 2 weeks out from Christmas. Ending 1969 with a valuable point at Old Trafford, McGarry could finally say he had got comfortable in the role as Wolves manager. In January, Wolves began the 70s with no signs of slowing, taking revenge out on Burnley for the FA Cup exits, as well as dispatching Bobby Robson's Ipswich at Molineux. Sat in 5th place, Wolves were dreaming of a European return. Instead, they wouldn't win another game all season. 5 draws, 8 defeats, 0 victories, and a final resting place of 13th, and ultimately only an incremental improvement of 3 places and 5 points when so much more had been promised. The form typically bled into a horrendous start to the new season. Soon enough, the toil of McGarry's work would come to fruition. Finally, after overcoming a cartilage operation, Kenny Hibbert made his long overdue first sustained run in the team, which started with a goal against Chelsea in a September draw. And when you add Arsenal's Bobby Gold to the tune of 50 grand, you had the beginnings of a somewhat functional team.
Gold in here! There it is! Gold. Dougan up with him. There's Dougan! Derek Dougan!
The 70s have belatedly got going with the fine run of autumnal form which defeated both Manchester clubs and gained the Black Country bagging rights over the Baggies. By the turn of the year, with a win over the champions, Wolves found themselves 6th. Some might say similar surroundings to where they had been 12 months prior. The question now was, would they stay the course? An unbeaten 6 weeks to kick off 71 said so, as did a Molineux triumph over Liverpool and 4 stuck beyond their opponents at the Hawthorns. Gold was banging in the goals, the midfield was now a well-oiled machine and Wolves were virtually irresistible.
Eager. Good running by Eager. Oh, a chance for Dougan!
Entering April, they stood 3rd, albeit a long way off the pace set by Leeds United and Arsenal. In the end, 3 wins from their final 7 would be enough to confirm 4th, a long way encased in the European places, thanks to 5th place Liverpool reaching the FA Cup final and Chelsea winning the Cup Winners' Cup. It was Wolves' highest league return since 1961, and they even marked the campaign with a trophy. Who cares if it was Hearts and the Texaco Cup? It was a springboard. It had been a bruising start to the 1971-72 campaign, out at the first available opportunity in the League Cup before scraping only 3 wins from their first 9 matches in the league. Then followed the shocking sale of Bobby Gould to the Hawthorns of all places. But we all know that's not what you're here for. You're here for Wolves' first European game in 10 years. It had been a long time since Wolves had missed out on a Cup Winners' Cup final in 1961. Now they would welcome Portugal's Académica Coimbra to Molineux. As Wolves were distributed out onto the continent, to Portugal, to the Netherlands and to East Germany, they finally found their First Division legs in mid-November as the cool weather blew in. They had scratched and clawed to win both points against Brian Clough's upwardly mobile Derby County on November the 13th. It was the much-needed win as McGarry found his first-choice 11. In fact, it would be the same 11 that would play in each and every game of a wonderful end to 71 and an even better start to 72. Wolves were only 5 places and 4 points off the pace when they were unceremoniously slapped for 5 by Man City. They had been ejected from the FA Cup third round by the perennial cup bridesmaids that were Leicester City, and whilst they did show some inconsistencies, ultimately dropping out of a 4-pronged title race. But that was only understandable. After sinking Karl Zeiss Jena of East Germany in the third round of the UEFA Cup back in December, the royalty of European football continued to roll into the West Midlands to provide springtime distraction. Juventus were arguably the biggest team in Italy despite their Milanese brethren, the ones hoarding the European Cups. Meanwhile, Ferencváros were no mugs. You only needed to ask none other than Juventus, as they had lost to the Hungarians in the 1965 Fairs Cup final. And then the news from Italy: we would have an all-English final. Tottenham Hotspur meant it was 6th versus 9th in the First Division, the team that won England's first European trophy versus the team that helped bring the idea of European competition to the continent.
Just outside the box, quickly taken, Egan, Mikhailov, Roddy, still seems spreading out square, what a shot, hit that one, Argentina's moving one, and Muller is gone, Villa got it away, oh, a great goal!
Despite Spurs manager Bill Nicholson's admittance that his team never really controlled the match, Wolves would trundle away from the season empty-handed. However, they would have their say on the destination of the Championship, ripping it away from Don Revie, his allegedly bribe-ridden hands, and his Leeds United team. McGarry got his wish. He didn't have to fulfil his wish of sacking a player for throwing the match, and Wolves were just about ready to go again. John Richards had found the net with regularity the prior season, but he had just about become prolific in the 72-73 season. Once they'd shaken the hangover of the UEFA Cup final defeat, Wolves bounced back from their opening 2 defeats to just 1 loss from the next 11 in league competition. The last run on that sequence was perhaps Richards' finest performance, rattling in 3 against Stoke on a balmy Molineux afternoon. By the opening of Advent calendars, if Advent calendars were even a thing in 1972, Wolves' season had descended into the mid-table mundanity they had been accustomed to before Bill McGarry pitched up in the West Midlands. There was always a saving grace though, and in the first half of this season that came courtesy of the League Cup, via Orient and Wednesday before the more conventionally suffixed Bristol Rovers and Blackpool in the quarterfinals. An old enemy awaited in the semis.
Pratt. That's a good shot and a beautiful goal!
Same opposition, same old mistakes, as Spurs used their cup prowess to nudge beyond Wolves before claiming the trophy. Wolves were now getting on for 13 years without silverware, unimaginable during the Stan Cullis days at Molineux. That era was becoming quite the outlier. But then again, the FA Cup was still on offer, and well...
Bailey to try it. Good try. In the FA Cup. And him against a very firm ball. All the pressure on Paul Glazier. And he's there. He slipped. And Paul. Jones trying to feed on McGregor.
Despite sneaking through the challenges of Manchester United and Wolves' bogey team Coventry City, plus Millwall and Bristol City, all without conceding, Leeds United proved too strong at Main Road. Still, Wolves won bronze in the FA Cup, yet this was in the bizarre world of the FA Cup third place playoff, which was quickly ditched and forgotten about in 1974 after 4 pretty pointless years of the match existing.
Still Natras. Oh, yes.
McCall stops him, and the penalty. Francis takes it. It's 4-2 Rangers.
Right from the off, it had become apparent that the league was going to be a non-starter in the 1973-74 campaign. The facade of wins over Norwich and Sheffield United couldn't wait to be peeled back in favour of 5 lost on the spin and just 2 Molineux victories before Christmas. Once again, Wolves had to hitch their wagons to a cup run or 2. It wouldn't be in the FA Cup, as Leeds had their number once again, this time in a mucky January 3rd round as opposed to the glamour of a semi-final in early spring. Let's rewind to October, where Wolves' League Cup campaign began in the fog of the Shea and Halifax Town. Derek Dougan starred in a 3-goal triumph in West Yorkshire before a mix of a resilient Tranmere, some floodlight failure and a late Barry Powell winner sort of Wolves' progression through a 3rd round replay. The 4th round would be ever so slightly easier as they whipped 4th Division Exeter City 5-1 on a Tuesday afternoon. This bequeathed Wolves a quarter-final match with the almighty Liverpool.
Kids away. Being chased by Lloyd. He shot it in a goal.
The bizarre backdrop of December sunlight, a week out from Christmas, the setting for Wolves' progression into the League Cup semi-final, where they would meet the previous year's finalists Norwich City. Losers then, losers now, John Richards scoring home and away for Wolves as Norwich were beaten 2-1 on aggregate. It meant Wembley for the first time since their 1960 FA Cup triumph. Back then it was Blackburn Rovers, now it was Manchester City. Tragedy struck 2 days out from the final when Wolves number 1 Phil Parkes was ruled out for the grand occasion with ankle ligament damage. It left the goalkeeping onus on Gary Pearce, who would be either celebrating or enduring his 23rd birthday at Wembley.
Back for power again. Now is this the moment? Hit it with a shot! Oh, this is the chance for Bell! And it's deep for Sunderland. And now it's the chance for Richards!
In the end, any fears about Pearce's inclusion were quickly swatted aside as a stand-in keeper produced a player of the match performance. Wolves had ended 14 years of hurt, and that was supposed to be that, a new era. A cursory glance at the league table told otherwise. The club was sat in 17th, a mere 5 points from relegation. Thankfully, they would lose just 2 of their remaining 11 to hit the shivering heights of 12th come the summer. The 1974-75 season was here. Wolves were back in Europe. They had a trophy to defend. It truly was a dividing line in the club's history.
Bonds, and now with Trevor Brooking. He tried to knock it through, but he goes! Yes! Number 5! That's Lloyd. That's a goal. It's 2-1.
Get yourself a club that can do the lot, they say. First up, we've got Wolves pulling out a serious performance in Europe, defeating Porto 3-1. Wedged between domestic cup defeats in the League Cup at home to Fulham and in the FA Cup at home to Ipswich. The victory over the Portuguese club will be Wolves' only cup win all season. After all, they had been unable to revert the 4-1 deficit they had created for themselves on the Iberian Peninsula from the first leg. In the league, a virus swept through the club in the opening weeks of the campaign, but Wolves were stable enough to survive that ordeal. In fact, it would be their most lucrative time of the campaign, beating both Burnley and Wolves with a handy draw at home to FA Cup holders Liverpool in between. Aside from that, it was more of the same. They'd fall to their bogey team Coventry City whilst oscillating wildly between impressive triumphs against good teams in Everton and Ipswich before allowing West Ham 5 and Luton 3 to toss up the goals. Whilst they could rely on Kenny Hibbitt to run in those goals 4 against Newcastle in August, and they could pull such results out of the bag like a 7-1 against Chelsea in March, Wolves experienced a carbon copy league performance. 12th again this time with 3 more defeats, 2 fewer points, and somehow, given what I've described, less goals in games featuring the old gold. Cash have been thrown at the problem. Willie Carr debuting in the aforementioned 7-1 pulverisation of Chelsea, he cost a whopping 100 grand from Coventry. The following season was mere proof that this did not work.
Oh, good ball, Hector. 1-0.
Driven well, might come in from Neymar. Oh yes!
Near post. Tripped by the referee, halfway to score.
It was an utterly abhorrent start to the 75-76 campaign that saw just 1 win from their first 11 games and only 2 wins from their first 15. The story it told was a team in decline, beginning in November in the relegation zone, soon to bomb out of the League Cup to lowly little Mansfield Town, and with very little hope outside of that. Christmas only confirmed the miserable denouement to what had been a horrible year. 5 defeats as Wolves entered 1976 only off the bottom because of a historically bad Sheffield United. Irritating too when they were still quite clearly capable of producing results like this.
And that's a goal for Richards.
Number 8.
Found room. Shot could be on. Martin, he can find him. There's Daly. This time Richards in the middle unmarked. It could be 5. Yes.
The new year inherently would bring new promise though, and they came via the medium of the FA Cup. To show Wolves could pull it out of their arse on their day, they went and eliminated both Arsenal and Ipswich from rounds 3 and 4 before dispatching of Charlton to reach the quarter-finals. Wolves were now 2 games away from Wembley again. They met the newly promoted Manchester United, and not only that, they had brought them back to Molineux for a replay.
Kindon challenging, got them! 1 goal, Steve Kindon for John Richards. Made good space, 2-0. It's down for Greenough, McElroy, and there it is! Yes! Couple away from parking, got his cross in, and it's there now! And Jerry Daly, and nobody challenged him. Pearson. That'll do.
But it wasn't to be. Wolves though had up their form. It was simply an imperative by this point. After winning just 4 league games in the back end of 1975, Wolves rebounded to win 3 from the first 6 weeks of 76. Still amongst the dead men in 21st place, now all distractions were removed. Wolves were handed an automatic 2 points with the visit of Bramall Lane shortly after their cup elimination. It should have bolstered their mood heading into the spring and a make or break 9 matches, as 1 point split them from safety and relegation.
Richards trying to cut it down. Hibbitt. And it was deflected. Get for Richards. Oh, lovely turn. Carr. Now Kelly. Carr. Richards.
5-0 against Newcastle. You might think Wolves were still on the up. Nope, this was their first victory since Bramall Lane and the situation was still desperate. They had Birmingham City and Burnley to thank for being just as abject as they were. Still, 4 games remained for Wolves to salvage something of their season. A quick glance at the fixture list sent shivers down the spines. The trips to Highbury and Highfield Road with home fixtures against Norwich and Liverpool. It went very much to the historical data. Wolves floundered in North London and in Coventry, leaving a grim league picture, since Birmingham had simply decided to pull results out of nowhere, sticking 3 goals past both Ipswich and Spurs. 1 more point would consign both Wolves and Burnley to the drop. Then that little old Easter holiday narrative device spat out a pair of results that took things nervelessly into the final day 2 weeks later. John Richards nabbed Wolves' winner against Norwich. Meanwhile, news from Stoke was good news. The home side had gotten both points from Birmingham. With the better goal average, Wolves needed a win and prayed for a Birmingham defeat on May the 4th. But then you looked at the fixture list again, and it couldn't have fallen any worse for McGarry's men. Wolves hosted a Liverpool side who still needed something to win the league ahead of QPR. Birmingham travelled to one of the worst sides to ever grace the First Division in Sheffield United.
Night to remember for any of the Liverpool fans in attendance, but with quarter of an hour to go, they trailed to Steve Kinden's opener.
Looking for this vital goal. Chipped up in the box, on by Toshek to Keegan, and the old firm have done it. Heel knocking it in, comes sideways, Toshek taking his time, but using it to perfection. Fine style. Here's Ray Kennedy, slipped his man quite superbly, and what a lovely left foot.
Wolves would have to start again in the second division. It was either going to be a resilient rebound into the top flight or one of the sport's biggest demises. Find out tomorrow. Until then, catch up with happier times, the Stan Cullis years at Molineux.